we need to focus on our own country. You know what I'm saying? Like we shouldn't be focusing on that stuff.
Okay. Well, I think that we could focus on multiple things. As the world's leading fucking superpower with the biggest consumer base and the largest military spend out of any other country in the world, I think it's okay for us to delegate 2% of our federal budget to fighting against humanitarian issues on the global stage. But if you think that we should focus on our own country, why do you support Donald Trump advocating to increase the military budget?
Well, I mean, we got to keep our military as powerful as it is.
And then also, wait, isn't Trump like calling for more funding to Israel to finish the job and calling to flatten Iran, saying that he'll do it himself if they don't? Isn't that like not focusing on America? Isn't that putting other countries first?
You know, I suppose it is. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you knew it like 5 days ago, maybe who knows? The outcome of the election would have been different. But yeah, why else do you think Trump is a good man?
Well, I did want to speak on like the whole abortion thing. I feel like with today's world in this country, you know, a lot of it's religious. Because me personally, I believe the abortion, I don't think it should be on a federal level allowed. I think leaving it up to the states is better because, I mean, you let the people vote state-wise.
Yeah, I don't think that democratic processes are always the best solution. Like, would you say that we should let the people vote on like slavery or like women's suffrages?
No, not at all.
No, so then why do you think that we should let them vote on abortion?
Well, I think when you bring up a topic like slavery, I feel like that's a little bit of an extremity. Like that's not realistic. I don't know. That's like a bad hypothetical. Like slavery.
Okay, well, how about we take it this route? So do you think that we should take it from the federal government and put it in the hands of the states so the local policy is more specific and individual to the constituents of each state?
Well, I feel like cultural values are different across the country in different states.
So you think that we should take it from the federal level to the state level so the policy is more specific to the people in each state, right?
I think so, yeah. I think that makes more sense.
But even within a state, people could have different values, right? Like blue counties, red counties. Would you support, hypothetically, rescinding it from the state level to the county level so it could be even more individualistic and specific to the constituents of each county?
Ooh, nah, yeah, to the county level, that's crazy. Yeah, I don't. I feel like that's
why. What's the difference between saying you want to take it from the federal level to the state level for the reason that people have different values, and saying you want to take it from the state level to the county level for the reason that people have different values?
Well, I mean, I feel like a state. I mean, shit. That just doesn't make sense. I mean, hypothetically, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't.
If it wouldn't make sense to do it from the state level to the county level, it shouldn't make sense to do it from the federal level to the state level.
I could see that. I just feel, I don't know. I'm with abortion personally, but I just feel like a federal level of doing that. But it's also a lot of it goes into like Christian beliefs. I feel like with nowadays, because that's.
Are you Christian?
Yes.
Ali, thank you for the $2.50 on PayPal. Would you agree with me that a fair definition of pro-life is wanting to impede or restrict a woman's will or ability to get an abortion?
Yeah, like I think a woman, if, you know, they should.
Can you answer my question?
Can you say it again?
Would you agree with me that a fair definition of pro-life would be wanting to impede or restrict the will or ability of a woman from getting an abortion?
So to take the right away for a woman to do that?
Yep.
No, I don't think that's right. I don't think we should do that.
That's not what I asked you.
Oh, maybe I'm not understanding the question.
Would you agree with me when I say the definition of pro-life is wanting to impede on or restrict a woman's ability to access abortion?
So I think it's pro-life to take away her ability to have an abortion?
I'm asking you if you'd agree with me that that's just what pro-life means.
No, I think pro-life is, you know, to have babies, you know, not kill them. But I think women are entitled.
All right, we're going to go to move on to our next guest. I appreciate you for coming up, man. Let's go to see what our next guest has to say. By the way, someone in the chat said that there's a bad echo. Let me know if there's an echo. And yeah, by the way, we're on the backup account. I know that it looks like it's not doing that well. We may try to go over to another backup account and see how it does. On this other backup account, we do have like an account warning, and that can be bad, but I might just go ahead and say fuck it and risk it. All right, everybody. Do just give us a minute here, guys. We're gonna go to get our next guest out of the box as we speak. We're gonna go to get Dustin to load in. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and give it about 30 minutes on this account, and if it doesn't send out, we're just gonna go ahead and head over to another. What's up, Dustin? Do you think that Trump will be good for America?
Hey, Dean. Good morning. Great being able to talk to you. Thank you for the opportunity to give me the option today. My opinion personally, I want to talk about the aspect of how in presidential campaigns, both sides generally, is it not where we as the people should want the lying to stop on both sides? And what I mean by that is we're talking about Trump, like obviously Trump has glaring issues, right? You would 100% agree with that, correct?
Yeah, like rape.
And then, yeah, well, yes. And then Kamala obviously has her issues, right? Let's not do super
what,
drastic. Huh?
Like what?
Well, so a lot of people, correct me if I'm wrong, and listen, as far as Kamala's time and tenure in California, correct? I know that a lot of people have issues with her processing and the way that she went through being the DA of California and how there were a lot of issues with people being released that shouldn't have been, or the way that things were jailed,
Maybe it's
conspiracies.
pronounced Kamala. But
Kamala.
what is a bad thing that she did while she was DA?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, which I very well could be. During her time as a DA, was she not releasing people that should have not been convicted and convicted at the same time?
She was releasing people that shouldn't have been convicted. That sounds like something a good DA would do.
No, that like if they did commit the crime and they were released. My apologies. Unimportant. Little nervous. Little nervous.
No, I've never heard that claim before. Do you think you could give me a source?
No, I don't. I think, what was it during when you did your thing with Charlie Kirk on the with Parker, Charlie Kirk, y'all did the circle. You remember that YouTube video, the very massive one that was brought up at one point on that debate, and I don't remember whether it was you or Parker that specifically talked about that in her time in California.
Okay, well, I mean, if you just have like your word of mouth, I'm not going to treat that as a credible claim.
Of course, yeah, perfect. Okay, so then let's, I guess, move on to the next part. Do you feel like personally for you that a lot of times we look at people's past and we obviously judge it because we all mess up, right? But do you
We
feel
don't
like
all rape women.
No, but okay, so I know it's a very blatant thing, but you have things with yourself that have come forward that people have asked to not be taken into account because you were younger, because of the things that you were still developing.
No, I don't think that my use of racial slurs when I was 14 should be casted away and not considered because I was 14. I believe, right, that individuals should consider the growth in my own character alongside the ability for myself to hold myself accountable and apologize. Okay, right? And that's something that we've never seen Trump do. I think it's incredible that a 20-year-old on TikTok, right, can take more personal accountability than the next president of our country. And that is just for racism in his past, right? But for instance, Grape, I don't think that anyone could ever come back from that. Dear D, I appreciate you for the $2 on PayPal. If you have the lack of the necessary moral virtues required to literally grape a woman, that is not something that you will ever be able to apologize, hold yourself accountable, then expect to have the opportunity to run for president, okay? Right? If one felony on your record will ever prevent you from working at McDonald's, right? One grape case where you were proven to be guilty should prevent you from ever being the president of the largest, most powerful country ever known to the earth.
Agreed. You're right. And it is a very poor comparison, and I apologize about that. It was very poor choice of trying to debate with that back and forth. I apologize for that. So, yeah, I think for me, it's just I want to see, it's less of Trump, it's just in general, I do want to see America be back to the strong. Do you feel like us being able to not agree to disagree, I guess I would say, I don't want to say happily, but like have debates without it ensuing in arguments is a problem? To like Like,
No,
we'll change-
I don't. I don't with where politics and American policy is at right now. I don't think that that's an issue at all. I think that the left has been expected to be tolerant and accepting and apologetic, right, for too long, right? And I absolutely have no remorse for the intolerance of the left when we are speaking on a woman's access to healthcare. I have no qualms with the intolerance of the left when we can't meet in the middle in between fact and fiction. And I feel like that's really important to recognize. I think that the right has pushed the envelope too far and is now expecting the left to meet in the middle of the aisle and agree to disagree when 4 years ago, Donald Trump tried to coup the country and rig the outcome of a federal election because he lost, and his followers caused an insurrection upon our nation's capital. There's no middle of the aisle here. Maybe like 8 to 12 years ago, if I was to see a liberal drop a friend just because they were conservative, I'd maybe give them a little bit of a side eye when it was Obama and McCain. Okay, but when it's not Obama and McCain having civil disagreements on tax policy, right, and it's a culture war between the right and the left determining who deserves human rights and who doesn't, I feel like that should be expected.
Gotcha. No, definitely understand. And then the last thing that I just genuinely want to hear your opinion on this, because I haven't really I've only just scrolled. What's your thoughts on all the information coming up? Because I don't have any sources to cite. That's why I wanted to ask you. You're much more knowledgeable than I am. The 20 million different views. If there was such a massive turnout when Biden won, when he had 80 million, why is there such a difference in the voting skew of that? Not saying. Listen, I'm not saying that there were.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's where introspection upon the Democrat Party is required, because what happened? They either didn't vote or voted for Trump, right? And I feel like there's that we have to look at the reasons insofar as why that's the case, right? And that's going to be a large focus of the Democrat platform over the next handful of years, right? But right now, I don't think I could tell you. I mean, maybe I could give you some preliminary reasons, speculatively, like the right is winning the online culture war. The right is taking especially young white men and getting them pulled over and dragged into their pipeline. The left didn't have better messaging than the right. The right absolutely destroyed the left with messaging, and the left didn't connect with the average American as much as they should have. There wasn't a strong top line message, but I mean that's just all speculative.
But and I guess the last question, and then I'll let somebody move on because I know people are probably tired of hearing me talk. What is the addition between the two numbers, the millions of voters on both sides from this year and Biden and Trump when they went? What is the addition to that?
Oh, I just recommend looking it up online. I mean, I could sit here and do the math, but Google will give you a quicker, better answer.
Gotcha. Awesome. Well, hey, thanks so much, Dean. I appreciate it.
Yeah, have a good one, Dustin. For the 5.6 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. I do appreciate you guys so much for tuning into these debates. We're going to move on to our next guest. What's up? Do you think that Trump will be good for America, Katie?
Yes, I do.
And why the hell would you ever think that?
Because I know for one, right now he's talking about moving a lot of the 3-letter agencies out of Washington. And I think that in putting their headquarters somewhere else. And I think that's a really good idea.
Why?
Because they don't need to be all there together and be all cliquey, and they need to be separated.
Why do they need to be physically separated? You understand that we have telephones and internet, and communication will not be any more difficult. All that means is that a CIA employee may not be able to go get brunch with his or her friend from Congress.
Exactly. They need to be separated so they're not all, because they've become, a lot of these organizations I think have been corrupt.
Well, I mean, but how is geographical separation going to fix corruptness?
Because they're not going to be able to all be there together anymore with politicians.
Physically speaking, but what does that have to do with anything? Catch a 4-hour drive, a 1-hour flight, or hop on Discord. Okay,
I mean, they can still communicate
how are you going to be feeling when Jeff Langley from the CIA is on Discord chatting away with his boo thing in Congress? Okay. They have their AirPods in walking down the street. Morgan, thank you for the $1 of Venmo.
I mean, they could go see each other, but they're not going to be able to work near each other anymore.
I don't think that'll change or fix anything. That will literally achieve nothing. So it's I'm not even going to contend your argument that separation of 3-letter agencies will do anything good, because just physical separation will achieve literally fucking nothing.
I think it'll it's worth a shot to try it and see. Because
What'll it do?
I think it'll separate and make them not be so cliquey and be all in there together, and their buddies be able to, they won't be able to be all close to their buddies.
Wait, you think that being separated geographically speaking will mean that they can't have as quick or fast or close of communication? Distance means
for
nothing.
work. I mean, they're going to be able to talk.
No,
to
not
each
even
other.
for work. I'm so sorry. Have you ever worked a remote job?
Yeah, but they won't be working a remote job. Like, they'll still have to go to their offices. Some of them will, but
that won't change like how fast communication would be.
I think it'll be a good idea to separate them and get them out of Washington.
Katie, what state do you live in?
I'm in Florida.
You're in Florida. I'm in Colorado. Are we having instant, immediate conversation?
Yeah, but we're not in a corrupt 3-letter agency.
See, you don't have an argument against that.
I think it'll be better.
Whatever, Katie. You're a loser. I've talked to you many times before. It's not even worth a conversation with you. Sarah, thank you for the ad arts. I appreciate you for the love. It's not even worth a conversation with Katie. I've talked to her for hours before. Layla, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Layla. Everybody, please do show Layla some love. Talk with any of you guys. I click a damn button on my phone screen and you're immediately here. And if I want to talk to my brother in the living room, I have to get up, open my door, go out there and talk to him. It is literally easier for me to connect and speak with you guys than the person in my living room, 25 feet away. Anna, what's going on? Do you think that Trump will be good for America?
Okay, so no, I actually don't. And I kind of wanted to take a minute to talk to all the conservatives here for a minute.
And I do appreciate you for coming up. I would love for you to join my Discord so, we can all chat. But right now I am just looking for people that do think that Trump will be good for America to debate. But I do really appreciate you for coming up, Anna. What's up, JD? Do you think that Trump will be good for America?
Yes, I do. And let me tell you why.
Michelle, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you for the love. So why?
Sorry, I didn't mean, but
thank you for the 2 galaxies, Michelle. Go ahead.
I think a lot of people voted for Trump as the negotiator and the person he is when he's talking to other major leaders instead of like Trump the person. Yes.
Like Putin. Would you say that Trump is a good negotiator with Russia?
Well, let me tell you why I think that, because you saw the ceasefire.
I'm just asking you if you do think it.
If I think with Putin?
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's already in place a lot faster than what Kamala or Biden was doing. Sorry, I apologize.
So that's not true. So actually, we have leaked Kremlin documents where Putin says that Trump is literally easy to manipulate, right? And we know that Russia has interfered in the last 3 U.S. elections, pushing pro-Trump propaganda to interfere to get him elected. I think if Putin really wants Trump because he's easy to manipulate and will even interfere with our elections, that's not a good sign for the strength of our country. And when you're talking about the ceasefire in Gaza, bro, you suck. Hamas has sent the IDF 9 different ceasefire agreements, and they have denied them all. And of course, they're going to try again when this guy becomes a presidential elect that has said very blatantly and publicly that he hates Palestine, wants Israel to finish the job, regain Gaza, and will fund them till no end to achieve that goal. Of course Hamas is going to try it for a 10th time.
I didn't know that it happened 9 other times, but I thought,
Wait, how old are you?
I'm 18, sorry.
What year are you in? Of high school?
Senior.
Okay, and what year were you born in?
2006.
What month?
January.
So you're going to be 19 as a senior in high school?
Yeah.
Or you're lying. Bye.
What do you mean?
You're not going to be 19 as a senior in high school. That's bullshit.
Plenty of 19-year-old senior. Okay, listen. This is all.
That's bullshit. Well, we're gonna go to move on to our next guest. What's going on, man? Do you think that Trump will be? How old are you?
Oh my God! Hold on. All right, hold
Libby,
on.
thank you for the anards.
I'm not here for the debate. I'm just here to say I love you, bro. Like I actually love you. Like
I appreciate you, Water Park. You're the man, bro. Everybody show some love to Water Park down below. You are awesome. And for the 6.2 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, guys, make sure that we are double tapping away on that phone screen, ladies and gentlemen. A couple of you guys are saying there's like 19, 20-year-olds in high school. I know that can happen. It's just incredibly atypical for that to occur. And he just sounded like he was lying. So in lieu of those facts, right, it's just best to assume that he was not telling the truth. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. Everybody, just do give us a minute. Kylie, thank you for the live on air. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. Show some love to Water Park. Absolutely W, bro. All right, we're going to get our next guest up in here literally right now. If you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are my bio. But let's go and get our next guest up in the box literally right now. If you are in the queue, make sure that you do think that Trump will be good for America. What's up, Kylie? Hey, Iloka, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love.
Hi,
do you think that Trump will be good for America?
I know you only said that you wanted people who think Trump will be good for America.
Kylie, I love you. I'm so sorry. I hate doing that. I hate it. Kylie, I'm so sorry. But yes, I am just looking for some debates. W's for Kylie in the chat. What's up, Emma? Do you think that Trump will be good for America?
No, sorry. I voted for Kamala.
I'm so sorry, Emma. I hate kicking people that agree with me. Chat, please, if you agree with me, do not join the guest request so I do not have to do that. Like, just please, right, save me, right, the heartache of having to kick people out that agree with me. We're going to move on to our next guest. Thank you for the turkey face. You were great. What's up, Mr. Fluffs? Do you think that Trump will be good for America?
How's it going? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes, in a very roundabout way, I do.
Okay, what's that?
The left side has been trying to convince the right side of his detriment to America. Now
Okay,
I
do you
hope
think
that
that
they
Trump
can
will
see
serve
it.
as a detriment to America?
Yes, but I think that he's going to be good in the sense
You
that
think
he's
that a
gonna be
detriment
able to
is good for
convince-
America?
If I can just get my point across, please just hear me out. I think that with him in office, he'd be able to prove that he wasn't good for America. And we'd finally be able to get these people to realize.
Don't you think it would have been better for them to realize that beforehand?
Trust me, I do. And I'm on your side with this. So, like, I voted for Kamala.
Do you think that this is cope?
I'm trying to find the silver linings. I don't think this is good for America. I think that finally
awesome.
people are going to start realizing.
I appreciate you for coming up. Yeah, I don't think that like we should be trying to convince ourselves that like marginalized communities losing rights and getting fucked is a good thing for America.
Listen to the news or they read some articles about this and that. The average
So
person
just to clarify,
don't sit on
Donald
TikTok
Trump
for
is
9
gonna be
hours a
better
day.
for America than Kamala Harris because people don't watch the news.
No, it's not what I'm saying. I'm saying is
So then why is Donald Trump going to be better for America than Kamala Harris?
because she's been in the office for the last 4 years as vice president. Things got more expensive under, and you could say, oh, well, this is Trump's tax plan and all that. People just want to see a change because things are not going in the right direction.
Okay, because things are not going. Okay, so Donald Trump will be better.
That's the
for
simplest
America
answer
than
in the
Kamala
world.
Harris
Why can't you accept
because
that?
things are not going in the right direction.
Yeah, why can't you accept that
here's what
answer?
I would ask you. In the
Why
last
can't you?
4
Why, we
years,
want to
while
change.
Kamala
We
Harris
want to
was
see
in
a change.
office,
That's simple
How
enough.
has she caused things to not go in the right direction?
Have you been alive for the last 3 years?
I have.
So you can give me all the reasons of why the prices went up. People want to see a change because she's in office and having any reason of why she's going to make things better.
I'm going to go ahead and ask you the question once more. Okay. How has Biden and Harris caused things in America to go in the wrong direction? Also, when you make the claim that she and Biden haven't made things better, you're just willfully ignorant, okay? Right? We went from 2 quarters with GDP recession, Nora, thank you so much for the glowing jellyfish, to the quickest rebound in our GDP out of any other country in the G7. We went from like a 30-year high rate of inflation of 9%.
Well, people don't care about
down
that. When
to a
people care about the money in their
2.1% level
pocket.
of inflation that's going to be lower than that we experienced in a pre-pandemic Trump era economy. Okay, same thing with consumer debt, same thing with consumer savings. That's a fact. So please let me ask you also, if it's about money in the pocket, wages have gone up, you fucking dumbass. But I'm going to go and ask you for one last time.
You are a main.
Tell me why or how Biden and Harris caused the economy in America to be bad. Terrence, thank you for the money gun. Also, if hateful rhetoric like calling people dumbasses, right, swinged people's votes, Donald Trump wouldn't have ever won the primaries after he made fun of disabled reporters.
Because people get on this. People get on TikTok that are
etc. So name a policy of Biden and Harris's that was bad for the country. You dumbass.
No, 18-year-old, 19-year-old kids get on this and they're like, oh, I don't know who to vote for. And then your live
5, 4,
and your live pops up and they're like, oh, I'm not voting for this fucking idiot, so I'm switching my vote.
Okay, so name a policy of Biden and Harris's that was bad for the economy. I need you to calm down. I need you to stop the violent rhetoric. I need you to use all 1.5 of your brain cells, even that. Answer my question. Name a policy of Biden and Harris's that was bad for our country. If you can't answer this question, just tell me. It's okay.
Why can't you accept that people want to see a change of what's happening right now? Why can't you accept that? Why can't you accept it?
Okay,
Why can't you accept that answer? Why can't you? Because that's what people just want.
So tell me,
the average 70-year-old is not looking at policies. You're an asshole, bro. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
He's crashing out. So tell me what that change is. What's the relevant distinction between the policy and platform of Kamala Harris's and Donald Trump's that makes Donald Trump better for America?
Why can't people just want to see a change? Why can't that be the answer? Huh? Why can't that be the answer?
Because I need to know what that change is.
No, that doesn't. No, you ask people and they're like, "Oh, I want to see a change because it's not going good right now, so let's see a change."
Oh, so what's not going good in our current administration?
How many illegal immigrants came in over the last 4 years? Let's add that number up.
Thank you so much for the galaxy. Oh, okay, awesome. Yeah, so if we want to talk about undocumented migration into our country, A, right, it was natural, normal, and expected after COVID with the reversal of Title 42. B, Biden and Harris tried to slow migration into our country with the bipartisan border bill. C, Donald Trump shot that down. So if you don't like, right, the policy and enactment from our government in the last 4 years when it comes to migration, well, then you should have advocated for a change, voted for Harris, because it is Donald Trump who repeated the bipartisan border bill. Thanks.
Yeah, well, what the average person looks at is like, okay, immigration was better under Trump.
Okay, so you're just saying that the average person is a fucking dumbass that can't understand
that's what you can say, sure, because the average person works in factories and doesn't.
So the only reason Trump won and Harris lost is because like Americans are just stupid.
You can say that, sure. You can say that.
Oh no. Okay. Do you have?
If that's what you want to say, sure. That's how you want to claim people in America. 60 million people, sure.
So do you have any actual argument? Or are you just here to win?
I'm here to tell you that people wanted to see a change, and that's the reason why people voted for Trump.
If you could quantify that change, I'd be more than happy to hear you out. But I'm also not asking why people voted for Trump. I'm asking why you think Trump will be good for America. Do you understand the difference between those two questions?
Yeah, well, it's the same. It's the same argument. They want to see a change.
So then give me the okay. What change is going to happen by Donald Trump being in our federal government?
Obviously, things are way more expensive. Obviously, immigration.
So how is Donald Trump going to drop inflation?
Well, we don't know how to exactly do that. I want to see a change. And here's the thing. He might not make it happen. In 4 years, I'll vote
give me any reason to believe that he will make it happen.
Bro, I'm telling you, in 4 years, when there's a new presidency.
Oh my God, you can't even do it. So did you know that another Trump presidency will actually cause more inflation with his tariffs? He wants to impose a 10 to 20% flat tariff on all goods and
we'll have to check back in 4 years.
Yep. Well, I mean, no, it's not speculative, right? It's not heretical. It's not conspiratorial. It is literally a projection based upon economic
I got flagged for harassment.
And I like how I didn't, even though I called you a dumbass. Let's get some W's in the chat for TikTok while we move on to the next guest. Let's go and get Jack up in here. W TikTok in the chat. What's going on, Jack? Do you think that Trump will be good for America?
Hi, yes, possibly.
Hi, how old are you?
I am 20.
What year were you born in?
2004.
What year did you graduate high school?
Class of 2022.
Are you in college?
No, I didn't go to college. I'm trans, and I just wanted to say that I'm very open-minded about you possibly changing my mind about Donald Trump being good for the country, so I just want to talk to you about that.
Okay. All right, let's do it. So, yeah, why do you think that Trump will be good for the country? Also, did you say you're trans?
Yes.
Okay, are you a trans woman or a trans man?
I am a trans woman, but I just wanted to say that I am a little bit nervous, and bear with me. You know, there are 6,000 people, so just...
Okay, so here's the issue. Donald Trump calls trans women men.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, I was researching something yesterday, and even Fox News posted about it, which I was, fascinated about how Trump and his administration reversed over the Obama era something about transgender, maybe something with the military. Is that right? What happened with that?
I mean, it's just like allowing discrimination for trans people, right? Within medical, within medicine. But I just want to ask you a question. Why do you think that Trump will be good for America?
Well, I do know that, under when he was
I'm so sorry. I really got to ask, what is your specific birthday?
January 16th.
Okay. So, and you're 20 right now?
Yes.
And what year?
What year was I born?
Yeah.
2004.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm making an incorrect judgment call here. I can't believe you. I'm sorry if I'm making an incorrect judgment call. I'm really sorry if I'm making an incorrect judgment call. I have to look out for like children's safety, and I have like a very like low risk threshold. I have to look out for children's safety, and I have a very low risk threshold. Better safe than sorry, especially when it comes to children's safety. We're gonna move on to our next guest. Everyone, do just give us a minute. Hey, what's going on, Top? Did you vote for Trump?
I did, yes.
Okay, and why is that?
Yeah, it's mainly just for one reason. I'm not
How old are you?
I'm 21.
Awesome. So yeah, why did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, I just going off of, like I said, 21, lived 21 years. And from my personal experience, the best year of my life was in 2017 because Tay dropped the race. And I think there's a better chance that, Trump
he's in prison for like another. No.
I think he
Trump
might pardon
Trump is not
Tay.
going, dude, stop.
And if we could
Stop
get
the
another
troll.
lemonade or another.
No. Why would Trump pardon, an individual that like ruthlessly murdered and robbed a grandpa?
Have you listened to the songs?
Yeah, the songs where he admitted to ruthlessly murdering and robbing a grandpa on a park bench.
Correct, but when the like kicks and the drums come in on that, you're like, okay.
Oh my God, get the fuck out of here. John, what's going on? Did you vote for Trump? Do you think that Trump will be good for America? This guy said the kicks and drums. Bro. Jesus. John, what's going on? Talk to me, baby.
I did vote for Trump. He will be good for America. And before I go on, we have this conversation. I'd like to ask you.
You've had this conversation before?
I talked to you the other day. But
I appreciate you for coming up, John. I try to only talk to one person one time, but thank you for your time. We are going to move on to our next guest. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody just do give us a moment while we are getting our next guest up in the box. Hello. Did you vote for Trump? Do you think that Trump will be good for America?
Hey, what's up, Dean? Yeah, I think everything will end up being a net positive.
Awesome. And why is that, Scotty? Have we also already talked before?
Sorta. So I jumped on your live a couple days ago, and then you and Parker were both on. And as Parker was leaving, you accidentally hit a button that kicked me off. And so we talked for like 10 seconds.
Oh, okay. I have talked to you before. I do appreciate you for coming up, Scotty. I'm pretty sure that the reason I ended up removing you, although you were very respectful, I didn't really feel like the conversation was progressing. But you know what, Scotty? You are very respectful, and I remember that specifically about you, so I do appreciate you for coming up again. What's going on, V1 Rotate? Did you vote for Trump? Do you think that Trump will be good for America? It was not after 10 seconds. It was not after 10 seconds. We talked to him for like 5-10 minutes. Rotate's not here. It was not. Okay, clarification for the chat. It was not after 10 seconds, okay? It was not after 10 seconds. I remember talking to him for like 10 minutes, right? And it not really going anywhere, but he was very respectful, so we're not going to diss or hate him at all. Hi, Jake. Did you vote for America? Do you think that Trump will be good for... Did you vote for Trump? Do you think that Trump will be good for America?
I think Trump will be excellent for America.
Wow, that's a bold claim. Go ahead and defend that one for me, baby.
Yeah, well, you obviously can hear my son in the background waking up, right?
How old's your son?
He's almost 10 months in a couple of days.
Yeah, that would have been an extra $12,000 in your bank account in the next 18 years if Congress was elected and enacted increases in the child tax credit.
Actually, it's not even about that. It's about
Goda, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Goda. Everybody, please do show some love to Goda in the chat.
I'm a truck driver, buddy. I don't sit on here all day long and try to collect every dollar I could get. Okay,
calm down.
I am calm. I'm calm.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
No, you're not. Calm the fuck down.
Yeah, I am. See, I don't care about the money that, it's $6,000 per kid. It's about analyzing them.
So why do you think Trump will be good for America? Let's just start there.
Because you can't, obviously, it's banned. You can't ever have abortions anymore. That's murder. As a
Oh,
charge.
abortion is murder?
Of course.
Okay, then
You
let
see,
me ask you a question.
a miscarriage is different than.
So do you mind if I ask you a question? I'm
Okay,
not
yeah.
asking you about miscarriages. I'm asking you about abortion. So let's talk about abortion. So do you think that like human life begins at the moment of conception and killing an
course.
innocent human life after that point is murder?
Of course.
Okay, do you know what an IUD is, Jake?
Yeah. I'm not. Listen. I'm not here to say, oh, you know what this is, you know what a fetus is, you know what this is. Hey, listen, it has a brain, it has a heart. You have a brain, you have a heart. It's a baby.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and
You grow as a
continue to ask
baby.
you my questions, but I just need you to follow me. Do you know what an IUD
yeah.
is?
No.
Okay, so an IUD is a form of birth control, right?
Oh, yeah.
And when women have an IUD, right, what it will do sometimes is it will allow for conception to occur, meaning that there's a unique human life there, but it will prevent its implantation, starving it to death. So do you think that women with IUDs are murderers because they
No.
will kill unique human life after the moment of conception?
If a woman has birth control, obviously it stops it from having a baby. So it's a plan B. Taking plan B
But it allows for conception to occur.
Yeah, so you can stop it before it occurs, okay?
No, Jake, I'm literally telling you that in like half of the time, an IUD lets conception happen and then prevents implantation, killing it.
I don't know any other things about that, but this ways to prevent fragment.
Okay. So basically what I'm telling you is an IUD will kill a single-celled human after conception occurs.
It should be banned
Is
too.
an IUD killing and murdering.
So that should be banned too.
I'm asking you if it's murder, Jake.
Anything that analyzes a baby is murder.
Okay, so then women with some forms of birth control are murder since IUDs murder?
I guess. I mean, if it kills the baby.
Okay, shouldn't all murderers go to
If
jail?
you're saying they can conceive a baby.
I'm really sorry. I can't do that conversation. A lot of people in the chat are saying that it's lagging. Yeah, whenever I get a phone call or I swipe out of the app, it lags. I'm sorry, chat. There's nothing I can do about it. Hopefully the lag fixed itself. Just swipe in and out of the app. I know. I'm sorry. That shit sucks, guys. And now we're just going to start losing viewers. So annoying. So annoying. Can I get a 1 in the chat if I'm lagging, a 2 in the chat if I'm not lagging? Hey, what's up, Corb? Do you think that Trump will be good for America? Well, not lagging for the other 50%. Oh, man. What a rough. Okay, it looks like most people in the chat are spamming too. Looks like we're good. We're good now. Great. Great. Awesome. Moving on to our next guest here, guys. Everybody just do give us a minute. If you are in the queue, make sure that you did vote for Trump. We got our next guest loading in literally right now, guys. Everybody just do give us a minute. If you think that Trump will be good for America, hop in that queue. You guys already know how it goes. All right, everybody just give us a minute here, guys. Everyone just give us a minute here, guys. Still laggy as fuck. It may just be worth a restart, bro. Sid, did you vote for Trump?
I love you, Dane. I love you.
I appreciate you for the love, Sid. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and try this. We're honestly just going to do a restart. Kaylee, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Appreciate you for the love. So if I could have everybody right now click on my profile, go like my recent TikTok. It's reposted. It's just a silly little clip of me. We're just going to do a restart so we could fix the lag. So everybody please go watch that video. It's just like, it's just 2 little silly pictures. Go like it, comment, save it. The save is really help push it out, but
Yeah, there's studies out there that show that fluoride. The only study that they even have that fluoride is good for you is that they say that some middle-aged males can see reduced tooth decay, but that does not.
Wait, I have a question. Do you drink the fluoride water, sir?
I try not to, but I'm limited to whatever I can do. You have to have a reverse osmosis filter in order to be able to do so.
But do you have a reverse osmosis filter, sir?
I do not, man. I don't. I can't say
So
I do. What I would prefer is the
docile?
government not put fluoride in my water and give me the choice to
Sir.
put fluoride in my own water.
So I just want to clarify: are you docile and irresistant?
I can be, yeah. What about you?
Well, I mean, no. I mean, I think that we just need to. I just think that we need to come to terms with the facts, right? You, sir, have been drinking the Nazi Germany fluoride water, and you, sir, are docile and irresistant. I think it's time that you turn into a pawn of our government because all that damn fluoride, sir.
Well, you
also,
understand.
when I go in when I go in for like a dentist checkup on my teeth, I mean they slather that shit right on. Okay, so
Yeah,
do you just
exactly.
feel extra docile and extra resistant like after you leave like a dentist appointment?
Well, that's the funny thing about the dentist is the dentist gives you an option to refuse having fluoride slathered onto your teeth and then go into your gums and calcify your pineal gland. So they give you an option at the dentist. You don't have to do that. The thing about dumping it into our water supply is we don't have the option. We are not given the option to do that. Now, listen, Dean, if you want to go and dump fluoride in your bottle,
No,
of
you
water
could
and
just
drink it,
simply
that's
not
fine.
drink water. Come on, be a true alpha male.
That's
Just stop
already in your
drinking water.
toothpaste. But
No,
guess
I
what?
think
We also have
you
that option
need
with
to
toothpaste.
just drink Mountain Dew, Dr Pepper, and Coca-Cola. That is how you weed out all that dirty fluoride that makes
come
you so
on, Dean, that's not
docile,
good for you.
submissive, and breedable.
Okay, so you don't think RFK is going to help make our country healthier than what it is right now? Do you think we have an obesity problem in our country?
Well, I'd like to answer your first question about RFK making it healthier. I don't think in tandem with Trump's policy that RFK will make America healthier. I think the way that we make America healthier is by expanding the ACA, by reducing childhood poverty through child tax credits, and giving more purchasing power to the average American so they could buy more organic alternatives to the everyday solutions at the grocery store. That is what Kamala Harris's policy offered, not just some front of some like crazy old dude that has raped women and put the carcass of a dead fucking bear in Central Park.
Okay, so we have the option to have healthy food, but we don't have the option to have healthy water that's free of fluoride and dangerous chemicals like atrazine.
I'm really unconvinced that low levels of fluoride in water is a bad thing. If you could demonstrate to me a study that would prove that, I'd be on your side.
But you don't have a study to prove that it does anything good either. So it's double.
Well, I mean, I would happily do my research, but you're the one that made the positive claim.
I like
That's
my
not
water
the way
to
that
have
we.
water
Hey, do you mind
in
if I
it.
speak here? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All eyes on me. Thank you. Bubble in your mouth. Right. Good boy. As I was saying, you're making the positive claim that it's bad. You have to have the proof to suggest that your claim is true. You can't expect me to say that I must provide you the proof to disprove your claim in order for it to be false. I could just say that Trump is going to destroy America by disenfranchising our federal government and burning our democracy to the ground, trying to become a fascist dictator. And I just say, oh, can you give me a source to say that I'm wrong?
Wait,
you
so-
have to provide evidence that your claim is true.
So are you telling me that you think Trump is going to be able to be president after this 4-year term?
Yeah, he's going to do it. Provide me a source that says I'm wrong.
Dude, what is he going to do? Well, it's literally in our Constitution that you only can run.
No,
two- have two
he's
terms.
gonna overthrow and outrule the Constitution. Give me a source that says I'm wrong.
Dude, he's more of a constitutionalist than anyone in the Democrat Party. What makes you think that he would go
Okay,
against that?
obviously I'm trolling, but like that claim was false. He literally wants to put people in jail for burning the American flag when the Supreme Court ruled that is protected under the First Amendment right to freedom of expression. And also when it comes to the Second Amendment, he said that we should take people's guns first and then give them due process second, different from red flag laws, right? So it absolutely is not the case that he's a constitutionalist in the slightest.
No, he's definitely a okay. So are you trying to tell me Kamala is more of a constitutionalist?
Kamala, yes.
Kamala, you think she's more of a constitutionalist than Donald Trump?
Oh, absolutely. Can you give me an example of her wanting to put people in jail for a constitutionally protected behavior or activity?
What about the fact that she was jailing people for their kids missing missing school, and she was throwing them in prison, making them lose their homes, and destroying people's lives in California for simply.
Can you give me an
children
example of
missing
one
school?
parent being put in school? being put in jail for their child.
I don't have the lady. I don't have the lady's name, but just recently they just had a lady come out. Her kid had sickle cell anemia, and she missed 60 days because she was hospitalized. And Kamala, as the whatever the hell she was, charged that parent, and she was in jail, lost her house, and ended up having to live in a hotel because of her work as a DA.
Jennifer, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Yeah, I think that truancy laws are a very good thing, actually. I think that like enabling your child and not allowing them to go to school is child abuse in the same way, enabling your child and allowing them to like abuse drugs, right, or like engage in sex with like older people, right? I'd say that all those things are child abuse. All of those things are setting your child up for a bleak future. Generally speaking, conservatives would agree on this. This is actually a pretty bipartisan issue. The only reason it's not bipartisan is because it's something that Kamala Harris supported. But yeah, like when you're referencing like the mother of the child with sickle cell, like that's just an example of the criminal justice system getting it wrong and self-correcting, right? This happens with like all courts ever, all DAs ever, right? Sometime there's a misapplication of a law, and as you pointed out, this was corrected. She was released and the charges were dropped because her child was in a hospital for sickle cell anemia. And I don't think that this really negatively reflects on Kamala Harris because, right, they had self-corrected, and that is just a byproduct of the pragmatism and reality of our criminal justice system. I think that you should probably be advocating for more criminal justice reform, right? And if you're going to point out an instance where the criminal justice system got it wrong, maybe you shouldn't support Donald Trump with him supporting the death penalty, because what happens when we get it wrong with people on death row, there's no reversal because we killed them, right?
Does that apply only to public school? Like, do you think if your kid is not in public school that the parents need to be charged with a criminal charge because they missed public school?
Yeah, I think if they enabled it and allowed it, right, which would be like discovered in court, that they should be criminally charged for child abuse. We're just talking about trickle-down economics. You told me that trickle-down economics are a good thing because when we reduce taxes on corporations, right, that trickles down to the average consumer, because when we increase taxes on corporations, all that causes is for them to pass that tax off to us, right?
No, that's not necessarily true at all, because whenever
that's implied if you believe in trickle down economics. You're like, cut taxes on rich people because it'll trickle down to us, right?
But when the money goes into the tax pool,
increase taxes on rich people, they're going to pass those costs off to us.
Right?
And if you think that when we increase taxes on rich people, they're going to pass those costs off to us, well, when we increase taxes on imports, they're going to pass that tax off to us. Not to mention that tariffs are literally designed, right, for importers to pass that tax off to American consumers. Because would you agree with me, the goal of a tariff is to inspire a higher level of manufacturing in our own country.
Okay, but did that happen during Trump's term? Because it absolutely did not happen.
Do you agree with me that the goal of a tariff is to inspire more American manufacturing?
I think that there's a lot of reasons we do tariffs. It's also, the big majority of it is to bring money into our country. That wasn't going to be there before.
No, tariffs actually bring money out of the country because it restricts a free flow of entry into the market of products, manufacturers, and then, of course, decreases exports from our country. And it's just funny hearing you tell me, right, the Republican telling the Democrat that regulations on the market are better than free. Do you believe that we need to regulate our market heavily and that the free market does not produce the most efficient outcomes?
I think certain regulations okay, but there are some companies that are being hit with regulations that are so heavy that it's affecting the company's ability to not only have more jobs for Americans, it's also...
Well, I wanted to keep just talking about tariffs. So why are tariffs good for the economy? Because they bring more money into it? How do tariffs bring more money into the economy? Wouldn't the general commerce of trade with other countries bring money into the economy?
Well, it's the tax on goods coming into our country. Does that not go into the tax pool?
I have a question. Do tariffs decrease the amount of goods coming into the country and the amount of consumers that will buy them?
Wait, can you repeat that?
Do tariffs decrease the amount of goods coming into our economy and the amount of consumers that will buy them?
Absolutely not. They're still going to bring the products into our country. Do you think
if they're still going to bring the products into our country, why that'll mean that there's no new barrier or incentive or disincentivization for them to bring the products into the country, which means they're not paying that extra tax.
Well, so why would they keep these policies?
Because if they did pay that extra tax, then you'd expect there to be less goods coming into the economy because there's more incentivization not to import due to the increased barrier of entry, that being more taxes.
Do you support the tariffs?
No, I think that tariffs are bad, right? I agree
You
with the
support
sentiment of
them
more
keeping them.
I agree. No, I don't. I agree with the sentiment of more American manufacturing, but I disagree that tariffs are the way to get there. Tariffs produce bad consequences. Two of the bad consequences that tariffs produce are A, right, inflation, because that tax is passed off to the consumer. That's how you incentivize a higher level of domestic production of goods. And B, it destroys American producers, okay? Right? You would not be able to name me one period in American history where we did not see U.S. agricultural exports plummet when we've increased tariffs on China, right? And a way in which we could achieve a higher level of domestic production of goods is through raw investment into manufacturers, like Biden and Harris did with the Chips and Science Act, or how Trump did with the American Farmers Bill, that doesn't produce those same suboptimal negative consequences.
Okay. I do have one question for you. As far as the danger of China and Russia, are you at all concerned about the imminent wars that we have coming our way with those two superpowers coming together? I think that is coming eventually. When? I have no idea. I don't know if it's going to be 10 years from now, 15 years from now. But I know Russia and China. I think so, because she's so poor with foreign policy that I think that would have been the boiling point.
So she's poor with foreign policy. So yeah, if she's poor with foreign policy, can you point me towards the leaked Kremlin documents where Putin says that she's easy to manipulate, like the leaked Kremlin documents where Putin says that Trump's easy to manipulate?
Well, I mean, I think just the fact that Putin endorsed Kamala was him saying, I want this lady in because if she's in, it's going to be easy for me to do whatever I want and have my way, just like I have for the last 4 years.
Oh my God. Well, I feel really bad for you because you've officially lost this debate. His endorsement was a lie. In the last 3 elections, including this election, he has interfered and pushed pro-Trump, pro-Republican, pro-Kremlin propaganda. He has wanted Trump to win in 2024, 2020, 2016. According to your own logic, what does that tell us?
I'm not saying that Russia doesn't interfere in our elections. I think they do.
They do interfere. It's proven by the Mueller report in 2016.
I think China does too.
By the DOD and the CIA in 2020, and it was proven by the DOJ in 2024. All 3 times that Russia has interfered with U.S. elections, they have pushed propaganda to increase Trump's chance of winning. In accordance with the logic that you just gave me, well, Putin's going to endorse and hope the candidate that will win that'll be more easy to manipulate. What does that tell us about Putin and Trump's relationship?
I think, honestly, Dean, that Putin is the least of our worries and China is the...
Bro, don't pivot. Don't pivot, you asshole. Don't do it. Don't do it. You literally just got done telling me that Putin's endorsement of Kamala Harris tells us that Kamala Harris is weak and easy to be manipulated because he wants her back in office. But then as soon as you learn that Putin actually interfered with the last 3 elections, pushing pro-Trump propaganda to interfere to get him back in office, why don't you reflect that same sentiment on Trump now? Are you just a partisan act? Are you just a misogynist?
So what you're trying to say is because he tried to manipulate the election in Trump's favor, you think that that's because he thought Trump...
He thinks he's easy to manipulate and he's just going to take advantage of that fact. Isn't this what you just told us when you were under the impression that he wanted to manipulate the outcome of the election in Kamala Harris's favor?
Easily push whatever you believe in, whatever you support. I like Trump posts, so I've only ever seen Trump policies. I've never heard any of Kamala Harris's policies.
So why do you think that Trump will be good for America?
No.
See what I mean? Like, you're just like a sheep and like an uneducated herd of like adult fucking toddlers clapping at like Cocomelon on the sticky iPad. Like, you'll just hear Trump be like,
yeah, but
end inflation, build the wall, deport the illegal aliens, and then you start
born and raised in America.
You know what I mean?
My mom's not born and raised in America.
So you think Trump will be good for America because your mom wasn't born and raised in America? Get out.
Dude, like, why are you attacking? No one's I'm not attacking you.
I'm just curious, and in answer to my question, you're not answering it, so I might as well move on. You know what I mean?
My mom is born and raised in Scotland.
I don't care, quite frankly. I just want to know why you think Trump will be good for America, but I appreciate you for telling me. Scotland's a pretty nice country, I think.
Well, thank you.
So yeah, why did you vote for Trump?
I guess let's talk about the abortion policy. I personally do not like the fact that abortions are being banned. I voted yes on Amendment 3 here in Florida where I'm at. I voted yes on it. I want women to have the ability to make the choice.
But you voted for Trump, the guy that overturned Roe v. Wade, leaving 60 assault victims a day to be denied access to abortion. That's 22,000 women per year and 65,000 women per every 3 years, right? And then also, right, Trump, the guy that ran it against Kamala Harris, who wanted to I'm still talking. Kamala Harris, I'm still talking. Stop. Kamala Harris, who wanted to reinstitute federal protections for all 170 million American women and girls that right to choose.
He does not support a federal ban. It is left up to the states, yes.
But leaving it up to the states instead of codifying it into federal law means that 65,000 rape victims are denied access to abortion every 3 years. That's 60 women a day, and 1 out of 3 women in our country no longer have elective access as a whole. Right? So if you believe that women should have the ability to choose, why would you vote for the person that restricted access compared to the person that wanted to codify access for all?
Got me there.
I did, right? And it was just such a big issue. Like, I would bet my life savings on the mere simple fact that you wouldn't be able to name one more pressing issue in America than at the very bare minimum, ensuring all rape victims access to abortion.
I mean, simply, or how about this? I don't want a career politician.
You don't want a career politician? I have a question. What has been Donald Trump's career for the last 8 years?
8 years. How long has Kamala been, what was it? She's been, not a lawyer, but she's been, I looked at it yesterday. I can't remember off the top of my head, but for as long as she has been an adult, she has always been.
I actually, no. So she was voted into the Senate in 2018. So, and then Trump became president in 2016, started campaigning in 2015. Before then, she was a lawyer, DA, and AG. I wouldn't really consider AG or
lawyer,
DA a politician.
DA, that's all still related to politics.
Okay, just leave my life, Gavin.
Alrighty. Have a good day.
Like if you really would fucking sit here and tell me that you just didn't want to vote for Kamala Harris because she was a damn good DA and AG for California, even though Donald Trump has no policy that you even fucking know, and then has caused 60 women to be denied access to abortion every day. Like, I'm so sorry, but this is like fundamentally misled, right? And like your attitude, as well as the attitude of many other conservatives that I've been talking to, it's seriously like radicalizing me to an extent I didn't even know was possible. Like, how can you sit here and say that fuck the 60 women that got raped that are denied access to abortion per day, right? Fuck reducing income inequalities. Fuck giving more purchasing power to the average American, right? Fuck all of these great causes. You're still going to vote for Trump, the 34-count felon rapist that has sexualized little girls, boasted about grabbing women by the P word, all because Kamala Harris has been in politics longer. Rationalize that to me. Give me an answer to that question.
You know, she wasn't very clear on her policies. From my understanding, I had never seen that she was very clear on her policies.
She was incredibly clear on her policies. She was more clear than Donald Trump. Donald Trump said that he had concepts of planning a plan to plan the plan for the concepts of the plan. Kamala Harris had a plan.
All right, she said she had a plan. Okay, I saw when it was during the presidential election or debate between the two of them, that when he was asked about what he would do about Obamacare, he said he had a plan for it, and then everyone was roasting him for it. She also has a plan not even described yet, a plan for Obamacare.
No, it's actually already been a plan. Right? One of the things that she wants to do is she wants to cap the amount of, she wanted to cap the amount that any American citizen could pay out of pocket for pharmaceutical drugs to $2,000 a year. And she also wanted to grant Medicare and Medicaid a greater renegotiated ability with private pharmaceutical company to further drop pharmaceutical prices, saving the government $300 to $400 billion over the course of the next 10 years that would have been reinvested back in our tax cuts for the low and the middle class. What was Donald Trump's plan?
He had a plan. I admitted to that. He said he had a plan. We don't know yet. We'll figure it out. But it's hard to come up with a plan. How could you say that she had less of a plan than him when she made it explicitly clear what it was and made sure that every American citizen knew it at the debate, but then Donald Trump just says he has concepts. Also, just having concepts after 8 years is fucking nuts. I'm so sorry that 8 years, 12 years. After 12 years is 9 years. After 9 years is fucked. He's a businessman. He understands that that he has to have the right people and to break down the barrier that is the insurance companies. These insurance companies charge out the ass for their shit.
Where did
and
he
trying
say
to
that?
break down their and trying. It says it on all of our bank account receipts whenever we go and we buy.
No, I'm asking you about Donald Trump's plan, Gavin.
It's just the basics of being a business.
What the fuck are you saying?
There's a barrier. Obviously.
You literally have more of a plan for how to fix healthcare compared to Donald Trump, and I'm pretty sure that you lied to us about your age and you're maybe 15.
No, I'm 21.
Isn't that sad that like a probabilistically speaking 15-year-old on TikTok has more of a plan for healthcare than the next president of our country? Like seriously, the 3 sentences that you just shared, right, about how we need to fix insurance, reduce prices, American citizens are struggling, that is literally more of a plan than what Donald Trump has conceived over the course of the last 10
you're
years.
saying it in a Donald Trump accent, and that is what a Donald Trump is. He's a businessman. I'm not even a business person. I'm barely even breaking into the barrier.
He's a businessman. He's a businessman. With 6 bankruptcies, can you name any other good businessman with 6 bankruptcies?
And if he was so bankrupt, why is he still so rich? There's good types of bankruptcies and there's bad types of
from his
bankruptcies.
father, and if he was to take that investment and place it in the S&P 500, when he got the investment, he would have had more money than he does now.
And that good for him because he was taught how to handle his money.
No, he wasn't. Do you think that? Wait, would you say that a good qualification for a quote-unquote good businessman would be able to be an index fund on the stock market?
I don't know. I didn't know that he doesn't have any businesses on the index fund.
No, I'm asking you to be able to beat the growth of an index fund.
Sorry, say it again. I got loud people in my house.
Do you know what an index fund is?
Yes, I know what the index fund is.
The S&P 500, like
Yes,
projected
I know what
growth
they
of
are.
like 10 to 11% annually. So would you say that any good businessman would beat the average annual rate of return in the S&P 500 within their own business ventures?
Yeah.
Okay, then he's not a good businessman because he didn't. The S&P made more money over the course of the last 20 to 30 years than he has.
All right, but does Kamala beat that?
Kamala Harris is not a billionaire. And isn't that what we want? Isn't it always the Republicans talking about how disconnected the billionaires are with their silver and golden spoons, and we want someone more like us?
Well, I mean,
now let me ask you a question. Did Kamala Harris get $412 million on a golden plate from her father?
It doesn't help when you have all these celebrities endorsing her as well, who themselves are very out of touch.
Who's more out of touch, Taylor Swift or Donald Trump?
I imagine, honestly, yeah, Taylor Swift.
Really? How? Donald Trump has more money.
When has Taylor Swift ever gone and sat and for literally no good reason gone and worked at a McDonald's?
Oh, no way. No fucking way. Hello? Did you just say that? What the fuck? Oh, the McDonald's that they shut down had actors go through so he could record it all and act and play pretend, even though he couldn't actually get a job at McDonald's because he's a fucking convicted felon?
You would be very surprised on how many convicted felons get so hired at McDonald's.
Well, if they do, it's against the company's terms of service.
That you think they give a flying fuck, bro? They don't. They don't. None of these companies care like that.
Oh, wait. So
really
McDonald's
don't.
would be breaking their rules by hiring Trump. I have a question. Do you think that McDonald's should hire rapists?
God, no. And here, I'll say it plain.
Wait. If McDonald's shouldn't hire rapists, no. Let me say. If McDonald's, wait, stop. Say that one. Say it again.
If you rape someone, you should die. Go ahead. What you got?
No, just give me a second. So go ahead and continue to tell me how you feel about that. Just gotta continue to tell me. Gavin, continue to tell me how you feel about that. Hello, where'd you go?
I'm here.
So you said if you grape someone, you should like be unalived. So here's actually the jury verdict form where Donald Trump was held civilly liable for sexually abusing or raping E. Jean Carroll. Should Donald die?
Yeah, but then by the grace of God, a bullet missed his head.
You're so cringe. You're so cringe. Leave, bro. Just leave. Just leave. Just leave,
Says
bro.
the person yelling into their mind.
I can't. Bro, because you just said grapists should die. I show you that Donald Trump is a grapist, and then you're like, but by the grace of God, the bullet grazed his head, and then fucking killed a firefighter with a family of 6.
Yes, I know.
Did God make that one out? Where was the grace of God there, man?
It's unfortunate.
Well, I mean, if it was the will of God for the bullet, one moment, let me say this. If it was the will of God for the bullet not to hit Trump, does that mean it was the will of God for the bullet to hit Corey Composure?
Yes.
So why did God want to kill the firefighter?
I don't even like God. I don't like I don't like the Bible.
Why did God want to kill the dude?
I'm very on I believe that everyone has a time. No matter it's a fate thing.
It was just his time to get ruthlessly slaughtered in front of thousands of people. To die in random people's hands.
Well, when someone takes a shot and the bullet misses, where do you think it's gonna go?
Well, God can make it go anywhere. Shit, God can make it disappear. God could have made the gun not fire in the first place.
Yeah, he could have, but instead he chose to turn Donald Trump's head. Like, listen, I don't tell God what to do. God makes his own choices, apparently.
Oh my God, I can't do it, Gavin. I can't do it. There's no way that is a real discussion. There's just no shot. I can't even believe it. What's going on, man? Hi.
Man,
Hey man, do you think that Trump should have won the election?
Of course, man. He won that. What do you mean, how is that? He got the most votes.
Well, I know, but why do you think Trump was a better candidate?
Because of the sample size that we've had.
What?
The sample size that we've had from 2016 to 2020 and then 2020 to 2024.
Are you talking about the way that people vote?
No, I'm saying the sample size as far as like the economy, the public relations, the world relations from 2016.
Economy and world relations. So how did Trump cause the economy to be better, or how did Biden and Harris cause the economy to be worse?
I mean, the main source of the economy probably is energy and printing money, and they printed a lot of money and ruined our big source of energy that we were going to get.
Oh well,
energy
you think
rose
that
by 16%.
So I mean, you just literally
per hour.
You just literally conceded that Harris is a better pick for presidency than
How
Trump.
did I do that?
Yeah, because you referenced printing money. There's quote unquote more money printed or more money added to the M2 money supply under Trump's presidency compared to Biden and Harris's. Trump also signed twice as much debt-related spending into law compared to Biden and Harris.
Not if you take from 2016 to 2019 and then 2021 to 2024 when you get rid of the COVID years.
It is. When you get rid of COVID, he still spent twice as much compared to Biden and Harris. Right? Non-COVID related expenditure under Donald Trump was at $4.8 trillion. Non-COVID related expenditure under Biden and Harris was at $2.2 trillion. This is being sourced from the CRBF, the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, right? And also about energy,
but you're not taking the COVID years into account. You're not saying 2016 to 2019.
It's literally taking all COVID-related expenditure into account. Yeah.
Okay, so they lost 830,000 barrels of oil a day.
That's a pivot.
Not really. It's still energy.
Okay, well, now we're talking about debt-related spending from the presidency, now talking about energy. No, they didn't lose, however, million barrels of oil per day. In fact, crude production of oil in the U.S. has been at an all-time high under Biden and Harris, right? Meanwhile, we've also...
Because they gave it all away and had to produce
it. Compared to Trump's term.
They did, though, in the Keystone Pipeline. There was 830,000 barrels a day that the Keystone Pipeline would provide, and Obama did it and took it away, and then Biden came in and took it away again.
Okay, who owned the Keystone XL pipeline?
You were talking about how easily oil would be able to get here and how cheap it would be. So what do you?
Canadian oil. And then secondly, the Keystone XL pipeline was shut down because of the order from the... Do you mind if you don't interrupt me while I'm educating?
I apologize.
So the Keystone XL pipeline was shut down by a Supreme Court order because it ingressed upon indigenous lands. Second of all, this Keystone XL pipeline couldn't have caused the price of gas to go up because it is the case that it wasn't currently producing oil, so there's no impact on oil supply, so equilibrium price was kept consistent. And then third of all, even in consideration of the Keystone XL pipeline shutting down, we have still been producing more crude oil in the U.S. under Biden and Harris compared to under Trump's term.
But we're talking about from 2008, it's been shut down. It would have been done by now.
What the fuck are you talking about? Listen, the goal of you bringing up the Keystone XL pipeline was to demonstrate how the Biden and Harris administration reduced the amount of U.S. production of oil, right?
No, it was not. It was showing how much we have to pay for oil. And the reason we produce so much oil is because he gave it all away. He gave it all away. Biden gave all of our oil away, all of our oil reserves.
Who did he give it? Oh,
gone.
Oil reserves. Oh, so he actually made our government money. So he filled the reserves up. He sold it when they were at a high price, and then he refilled them when we were at a low price, generating our country $27 billion of revenue. But once again, my two qualifiers are for energy independence is the amount of crude production of U.S. oil, right, and our reliance on imports. Would you agree that these are two good qualifiers for energy independence?
Yes, but we produce more oil.
So you would agree that two good qualifiers for energy independence, universe, thank you for the galaxy, is production of oil and reliance on imports. We are more energy independent under Biden and Harris than Trump because there's a higher level of production and there's a lower level of reliance on imports. So given that you accepted those qualifiers to deem energy independence, you would say, in accordance with your own
It's not when it's empty, though.
that we are more energy independent under Biden and Harris than we ever were under Trump.
But it doesn't help when it's empty already.
But what's empty?
The reserves.
The reserves, A, aren't empty, and B, he emptied the reserves to generate money for our country.
He emptied the reserves to generate money for our country, which went to what?
Which went, like, dude, honestly, like right back into the government's hands to pay off debt or just to spend on new projects. Is government revenue a good thing or a bad thing? We want to increase government revenue.
Or we could decrease government spending.
That's a whole other fucking issue and has nothing to do with energy independence, you numbnut.
How does it have nothing to do with energy independence?
Yeah, because I asked you what the Biden-Harris administration did to harm our federal government. You first said, no. You first said, right, debt-related spending. I show you that Trump spent more. You very quickly pivot to production of oil and energy independence. I show you that we're more energy independent under Biden and Harris, and now you're resulting to like where we spend money. Wait, but I mean, we'll go off of that. I mean, if you think that our government should spend less money, why did you vote for Trump? Because Trump, historically speaking, has spent more money than Biden or Harris.
Well, he's giving the average person more money by cutting. You're talking about. Oh, no, you didn't talk about that. That was somebody else. But
there's been more debt-related spending from our government under Trump than Biden and Harris. And with this proposed policy today, there will be more debt-related spending under a second Trump term than a first Harris term. I thought you just said that we should reduce government spending, and now you're saying that we should increase government spending because you like Trump.
I'm not saying that we should increase government spending because we like Trump. I'm saying that it needs to be increased right now to help the economy.
Didn't you just say that increasing government spending was something that the Biden and Harris administration did to hurt the economy?
I said that they increased the printing of money, which necessarily wasn't government spending. I mean, it was giving money to, I mean, it does come from the government in some form of way, but it's like they gave money to people that it didn't help us at all. They gave money to people that weren't even Americans. It did not help us at all. They gave so much money to however many millions of people to let them eat and things like that, which is good from a humanitarian point of view. But like
who?
The illegal immigrants.
Name one federal program that benefits undocumented migrants.
I mean, I know, but you're voting red versus blue to a certain extent. And it's just like you look at these cities that have blue leaders, and they're the dirtiest, nastiest, most immigration-ridden cities in the whole world.
Please answer my question.
How much money on them?
Please answer my question.
I felt I did, but
no. Name one federal program that benefited undocumented migrants under Biden and Harris.
The shutting down of the border monitoring.
We actually have never spent more money on border monitoring, and they actually tried to pass bipartisan legislation to crack down on the border more, and Trump shot that down. So if you think shooting down good bipartisan border legislation is a bad thing, the only person that did that.
When you say things like that, though, like you're nitpicking, I'm sure it's just like there's something in there that obviously was not good, and that's why it didn't get passed. Why don't
what was in the bill that wasn't good?
Couldn't tell you, to be honest. I don't get paid to do this.
Okay, well, that was a flop.
Okay, what about, do you know what eugenics is?
Why? What the fuck? What does eugenics have to do
Well,
with
you've been talking about abortion for like 2 hours pretty much, so I just kind of want to talk about it a little bit.
What the fuck does eugenics have to do with this, bro?
Well, I want to talk about eugenics. It's another policy that I feel like is not a part of the Trump administration, but is a part of the Biden, Kamala Harris, Obama.
So where on KamalaHarris.com/issues do we see eugenics?
In my opinion, abortion is eugenics.
Define eugenics.
It's like putting the most superior race or nationality forward ahead of everybody else and making everybody else sterile.
So how is abortion and access to abortion eugenics?
Well, do you know who gets the most abortions? Do you know who created abortion?
Who created abortion? Ancient Greeks. Who gets the most abortions?
Who created Planned Parenthood then?
Margaret Sanger, who gets the most abortions in the U.S., black women.
Oh, so then go look at what Margaret Sanger said when she created Planned Parenthood.
When did abortion become legal in our country?
But go look at why are you pivoting from my question?
Because abortion wasn't legal in our country until after Margaret Sanger died.
What did Margaret Sanger say when she created Planned Parenthood?
When she created Planned Parenthood, she did so with racist intention, but abortion didn't become legal in our country until after Margaret Sanger died.
Is that not odd that it still holds back the specific race that she mentioned?
So it actually doesn't hold back any race or any woman. It only further enables women to have more access and control over their own bodies, their own presence, and their own futures, and over
So
control
everyone should
of
be
their
able to
own
do heroin
fucking
as
lives,
well, right?
especially when you just gotta. Okay, well, you just said the name of a drug that'll get me shadow banned. Universe, thank you for the galaxy. It doesn't hold women back; it enables women further. But about Margaret Sanger, she started Planned Parenthood with negative intention, right? Racist negative intention. But that's also why tipping was started in the U.S., right? And obviously, we don't tip today with racist intention, and women don't get abortions today, or Planned Parenthood doesn't offer abortions today with racist intention, right? And that's all that matters. Like, no, you shouldn't feel like a racist piece of shit, and we shouldn't advocate for legislation to ban tipping, right? Because when I go and I tip a waitress or a waiter, right, I'm doing so because they deserve to be paid more. Just like when a Planned Parenthood offers a woman access to abortion, they're not doing so to eradicate black people. They're doing so to enable women to access their fundamental human rights like bodily integrity or autonomy. But guys, we're actually going to head over to another account, see if it has a little bit more push. Can you guys spam @It'sNotDean in the comment section? So same as the main account, it's just the second account. I haven't used it in a while. I technically shouldn't be using it now because if I get taken down on it, the whole account will be permanently banned. But we're gonna go ahead and risk it for the biscuit. So everybody, head over to @It'sNotDean on TikTok. I will be there in about 30 to 40 seconds, and I will see you all there shortly. See you guys there soon. Adios. @It'sNotDean. Take a screenshot. Note it down. It's not Dean. See you all there. Gone, meaning that I could start doing a lot more live. So for everyone coming in here, there's a very fair chance that this will become our new predominant second account. We also have access to Live Studio on here, so we could even stream from our computer. We are probably going to end up having a lot of fun on here. This will become a big deal. This account will probably be very important in the Dean universe, so that'll be a lot of fun. Anyways, for everyone tuning in, it's so good to see you all. Welcome in, guys. Make sure that we are double tapping away on that phone screen. I'm actually super excited to be able to take advantage of this account. But anyways, for everybody hanging out, y'all, make sure that you're saying what's good in that chat. Make sure that you're sharing out this live with a handful of friends. And we're going to try a new topic for the rest of the day. So the new topic for the rest of the days is, why should abortion be left up to the states? I think that this is probably the biggest issue in America, or one of the biggest biggest issues in America right now. Every single day, 60 assault victims are denied access to abortion. 1 out of 3 women in America don't have elective access either. And this was one of the main reasons why I supported and voted for Kamala Harris in the last election. And I mean, let's see why people disagree. So, all right, we are going to go ahead and get our first guest of the day up in here. But I want to talk to this guy first. I want to talk to this guy first. Yo, so I saw you on the internet. You were libbed out. You were a Democrat. The election happened, and then you had to crash out, and you made a video saying that I lost the Democrats the election. Do you want to go ahead and explain your position to us?
You saw me on the internet? Yes, I would like to explain it to you. Sure. Absolutely. I just think that you're not the best for the Democrats. I think you should stick to maybe what you're good at, and that's, I guess, abortion debates. Keep that going. That's
okay,
fine.
So
too.
why do you think I'm a bad representative for the Democratic Party?
You don't have to. Hey, just slow down, buddy. Calm down. It's okay. Yeah, because you're not.
I just asked you a question, man.
I know. Me too. Don't worry. You're just not genuine, man. You, Dean and Parker, like you or
you, Dean and Parker. You've been following me for years, and you don't know my name.
Is it Dean? Are you gonna kick me?
No, I just got one of the automated texts from Trump, and it said Trump once he was a senior advisor, and I'm on live debating conservatives, so I just thought it'd be a funny screenshot. But anyways, why do you think I'm a bad representative for the Democrat Party?
Because you're doubling down.
Doubling down on what?
On the same rhetoric, the same shit that lost us the election.
Such as what?
Yeah, half of the Americans lost are the ones losing. The white people are to blame, of course.
I mean,
racist white people.
Like literally, white people are partially to blame for the outcome of the election. So only two. Yeah, but okay. Could you let me talk real quick?
Yes,
so
sorry.
Only 2 demographics in America that disproportionately voted red were what? White women and white men.
Okay. A majority of. I wonder why. I guess all that rhetoric around women's choice and women's body didn't really work, did it?
So you're saying that advocating for basic fundamental human rights to be protected at the federal level didn't work? Well, maybe that's not an issue.
Buddy, this is why you don't. This is why you're not winning. This is why we're not winning. 60 what you just said. Not only did you not answer the question. Go ahead, brother. You got to listen more than you talk. My God. We got it.
Both at once.
You can run. No, you can't.
I have 2 years for a reason.
No,
2 years for a reason.
And you have one mouth, and you're yapping at the mouth. It's really sad.
And who's guest requests?
I'm in yours.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. What does that mean?
Well, I mean,
what does that mean? Like, what are you talking about? It's okay, little fella. You'll be all right. Don't worry. You'll still make plenty of money. Maybe someday you might have to get a real job too. Maybe, but probably not.
Honestly, it just sounds like you're jealous.
Of you?
I mean, let's be so fucking real.
Are you gonna start calling out cash apps?
Every single day of my life for the last year and a half sitting here on live, and trust me, I hear it's usually from conservatives about you don't have a real job, you don't have X, you don't have Y, you don't have Z. But then here we are right after the election with the fake liberal crashing out, accusing.
Hang on, are you trying to? Hang on. I'm not crashing out for one, but two.
Insane.
Okay, I got it. So Dean,
are you saying that?
Let me respond to what you just said. It's okay. Let me respond.
After you define what a real job is.
Sure. You have a real job. Don't worry about it. So, do you think your job is really like?
Got it. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest. All right, guys. If you're in the queue, make sure that you do think that abortion should be left up to the states. We're gonna go to get our next guest up in here, y'all. Everybody, just do give us a minute. What's going on? Do you think that abortion should be left up to the states?
Yeah, I do actually, but it's not the reason you think.
Okay, so why do you think abortion should be left up to the states?
Well, if I was trying to say that, but
Caitlin, thank you for the $5 in my.
The main reasoning I just think it should is because it's truly about those states' beliefs. So, like, I live in Arizona, and I voted yes for abortion to be legal, and it passed. Why? Because more people in the state of Arizona believe that it should be legal. It should.
So, do you think
the
majority of every state in America should be able to determine anything and everything through democratic processes?
Again, but what does that show you? Different states have different beliefs.
I'm asking you a question. Can you answer my question?
What's your question?
Yeah. Do you think that if the majority of a state agrees on something, that they should be able to have it?
If it is, so if there's a vote, you know how there was a vote held in Arizona for this, for either it to happen or not to happen, correct?
Can you answer my question?
I'm answering your question. If the majority of people in the state believe it shouldn't happen, I don't think it should happen. Why?
Okay.
Because different
so if a majority of
let me finish. Different
No,
people have different beliefs.
I'm asking you a very simple, like, conceptual question that I want a very simple.
I just did. I answered your question.
So I asked you, if a majority of a state agrees on something, should they be able to have it?
What are you referring to? So if the majority of the state agrees that there should be murder allowed, like real life murder, no. Like obviously, abortion is not murder though. So like on the concept of abortion, if we're talking about abortion, if the majority of the state agrees through a vote that abortion should be legal, it should be legal.
Okay, here's my position, because I don't think that you're tracking my question, and I don't think that you gave me an answer.
I just answered your
I
question.
think that access to abortion should be protected on the federal level, because I think that human rights deserve to be protected at the federal level, not at the state level. I do not think if a majority of people in Alabama were to want slavery back, that they should be able to codify that into their state law.
I just brought
And
that
B,
up.
I also don't think that a woman in Idaho or Alabama or Kentucky deserves different access to different forms of healthcare than women in Colorado or California, right? And I also think that fundamentally speaking, right, the ideology behind leaving it up to the state is to make more hyper-specific legislation for the region. However, conceptually speaking, what would follow is that we should just leave it up to the individual woman, because that's how we would get the most specific, allowing every single constituent of our country, right, the most individualized access to healthcare. They decide if they want it, they decide if they don't.
But can we not agree that the left is for like they push the narrative like, oh, believe whatever you want, do whatever you want, think whatever you want, X, Y, and Z, be who you are, right? Should we not encourage people to have a voice in their own state? Is that a wrong thing to do? Because
we should encourage people to have a voice in their own
Exactly.
state, and that's
So
when you
when-
take the power out of the white men in Washington, D.C., and you place it back into the hands of every single American woman and girl. Right?
Exactly,
First of
but
all, the message of
that
the left that you
shows
just shared with me is be whoever you want, do whatever you want, have personal freedoms and liberties. Well, codifying federal protections for access to abortion is allowing all 170 million American women and girls those personal liberties. Right?
Well,
and you're taking those personal liberties and freedoms away from American women and girls by placing it into the hands of the state legislators.
I just think the conversation needs to be different than bringing it back completely to the federal level where
You're going on pause. I can't hear you if you can't see me. Yo, Maisie, thank you for the $5 in Venmo saying real job money. I appreciate you for the love. Okay,
Can you hear me?
Sports, you either got to stay in or out of the live.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go for it.
What I was saying is basically, I think it shouldn't be taken to the federal level based on abortion alone. I think it should be to the federal level should exempt like rape, incest, and what's the third one? Why can't I remember rape? I forgot the third one. Those three things should be like federally accepted throughout all states. Whereas abortion in the broader aspect, where just normal abortions should be voted on by the state.
Okay, why?
That's my view on it.
And
That's
I'm asking you why you think that access to elective abortion should be left up to the state.
Because certain people in certain states have certain beliefs.
Okay, but why does that constitute it being left up to the state? I could say that certain people in certain states have certain beliefs in the context of slavery, but yet you don't think that slavery should be left up to the state. So why should access to abortion?
Again, there's complete differences. First off,
What are the differences that would constitute leaving abortion up to the state, but not slavery?
slavery and abortion aren't the same thing.
I know, but I'm asking you for the relevant differences. You have to vocalize them, sir.
So slavery is you're in making a African American person work for you with no pay.
So you're violating human rights.
You're not. Again, I don't see the point.
Would you say that's a relevant distinction? Is a violation of human rights?
Today, yes, slavery is a violation of human rights.
Okay, well, I'd say that not allowing women to access lethal elective abortions in the first 20 through 24 weeks is a violation of their human rights, right? Specifically, right, enacting upon their basic human rights such as bodily integrity and bodily autonomy, right, prior to the point in which we'd consider immoral to kill the life of the fetus, right? Access to healthcare, right, when morally permissible, right, is a human right.
I don't.
Wait, would you agree with me, like conceptually speaking, that access to healthcare when permissible is a human right?
Access to healthcare in what sense?
Like access to healthcare when the healthcare is morally permissible, right? Is that a human necessity and right?
Morally permissible. So I would say healthcare is a human right when you are in danger and need immediate healthcare. That is a human right, and it should be a human right.
Okay, so access to healthcare when permissible is a human right, and that's exactly why I'd say that it should be protected at a federal level, right? And allowing women to access elective lethal abortions in the first 20 through 24 weeks, right, is allowing all 170 million American women and girls their ability to enact upon their most basic human rights of bodily integrity and autonomy. Right? And I believe that it should be protected at the federal level because that is how we make it the most individualistic to each woman. One moment, let me. I don't understand why you keep interrupting me. Do you got a fucking problem, bro?
Do I have a fucking problem? I'm just
you've done nothing but interrupt me mid-sentence every single time I've been speaking the whole time that you've been up here.
You speak on run-on sentences. You don't stop talking. Like I'd love to have.
Okay, well I'll break it down and I'll make it easier for you.
Go ahead.
Do you think that access to abortion should be taken from the federal level to the state level to make the policy more specific to the individuals in each state? Agree or do you disagree with what I said, sir? If you can't tell me if you agree or disagree, unfortunately, I'm going to have to move on to the next guest.
Okay. Well, ask your question again so I can tell you if I agree or disagree with this question.
Do you agree that access to abortion should be taken from the federal level, right, and placed in the hands of every state in America, right, so they could design their policy around access to abortion more hyper-specifically, right, around the thoughts, wants, needs, feelings of the constituents of each state?
Yes, but it needs to be voted on by the people in the state.
Okay. So hypothetically speaking, would you agree that we would be able to make that policy even more hyper-specific and individualistic if we were to take it from the state level to the county level?
Again, I think that's fine, but the truth is you guys don't think that letting people vote on what they believe in is fair.
No, I'm asking you about your worldview. Would it be fair, in fact, preferable, in accordance with your worldview, to take it one step further, placing it from the hands of the state into the hands of every county in a state so it could be voted on by more specific constituents of each county, right? The same logic, right, that was behind you taking it out of the hands of the federal government, wanting to put it in the hands of the state government, is behind this conceptual, hypothetical question of would you like to bump it from the state government into the hands of every county government?
Well, so here's my thing.
No, I want you to answer my question.
What part of it?
Would you hypothetically support, right, taking the ability to legislate on access to to abortion from the state government into the county governments?
No, because it would get too messy and too broad spread. 50 compared to thousands of counties, it would become a joke.
Okay, well, I mean, if you could just say it'd become a joke, well, then I'll just say it'd be a joke to put in the hands of the states in the first place.
Well, there's 50 states. What's an electoral college? There's votes. Like we vote in each state for a reason. States are.
Wait. Do you think that county legislation is a joke?
No, I don't. I don't think.
So then, why would it be a joke to push abortion back?
I don't think it's meant to handle abortion.
Well, why not?
Because it is not like as big as the state government.
Okay, well, I mean, obviously, you're saying that county governments shouldn't be able to legislate on access to abortion because they're smaller. Hey, one second, sir. You're saying that county governments shouldn't be able to legislate on access to abortion because they're smaller than state governments. Couldn't I just replace that with anything? I could say, well, county governments shouldn't be able to legislate on specific tax policy because they're smaller than state governments. But the overall conceptual point here is you want to take it out of the hands of the federal government and place it into the hands of every single state government so they could draft and make legislation that is more specific to the constituents of their state. My problem with this is we can make it even more hyper-specific to the constituents of America if we place it in the hands of each individual woman and girl, okay? Right? Because when you take it from the level of being federally protected and you pass it down to the state level, all that you're saying is you want to take it out of the hands of each and every single woman to decide, so only a majority of a state's constituents will be happy, right? Because you're letting the white men in Washington, D.C. decide, right? What is more realistic and would be more convenient of like individualism would be to place it in the hands of every woman and girl through federal protections. So then it's not about the white men in D.C. deciding what people can and can't do in their states. It's more so about every single individual woman. Consider it this way. We'll take two women, Nancy and Laura. Nancy is a lifelong Christian, thinks abortion is murder, would never do it. Laura is a base progressive lib, okay? Nancy gets pregnant. She will never get an abortion. She doesn't even have to consider about going to the Planned Parenthood. That's her choice. Laura gets pregnant. She goes down to the Planned Parenthood and gets one tomorrow, okay? That is how we ensure, right, the most base level protections while also allowing for the highest level of individualism possible.
Okay, so would you say that we need to be able to choose whether you need to be in the draft or not?
I don't think the draft should exist. I think that the draft is immoral. I don't see how that relates.
No, because it clearly it affects me and affects me as a person.
I mean, I don't see the relation, but I don't think that the draft should exist.
I can give you the relation. The relation is no matter what happens, if a draft happens, I am required legally by law
I think that's
to sign
right.
up for the draft. And if I'm drafted, if I don't report and go, I'm fucked.
Yeah, I don't like the draft.
What do you say?
I don't like it. Yeah, I think you should be able to opt in or opt out. It's a good
Okay,
idea.
so why can't states either opt in or opt out to the idea of abortion?
Because that's not an individual making a choice about themselves. That's an individual making a choice about others. Right? I don't think that you should be able to opt me in or out of the draft. The same way I don't think that my state legislators should be able to opt women in Colorado in or out of their access to healthcare.
I don't see how you don't.
In fact, wouldn't like the line of logic there even like determine that we should have federal protections? Because the same way I should be able to determine if I want to opt in or out of the draft, a woman should be able to determine if she wants to be able to opt in or out of abortion.
But listen to what we're saying. We're talking about humans' beliefs and what they think, right? And that's what the state is doing. That's what states do. They give the people the vote to vote on this matter. They give the people
and I don't think that
to
they should be
voice
able to
their
vote on the matter
opinion
of
on
abortion. The same way I
abortion.
don't think that they should be able to vote in the matter of slavery, right? Both.
But
Right?
that's
There's nothing-
completely different, and that's just a childish remark because it's like slavery isn't going to be voted on.
Slavery is not going to be voted on.
Yeah, because it's not a thing. It's
The
abolished.
conceptual analogy between like federally protecting against a state's ability to legislate on slavery and a state's ability to legislate on abortion, right? It's just ensuring basic human right protections.
Okay,
Right?
so
Herboy, I appreciate you for the
no,
travel.
abortion is never like before Roe v. Wade. Abortion was never a basic human right. There was back alley abortions all the time.
So I consider access to abortion a base human right, right, in the first 20 through 24 weeks, because it is nothing more than a woman accessing healthcare and acting
Let's
upon
talk
her
about
basic
what
human
basic
rights
human rights
of
are.
bodily integrity and autonomy.
Well, basic human right. No, I think basic human rights are freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of press. Where where does abortion fall in there? Where is us
Bodily
combating?
autonomy. Wait. Why? So why do you think that protecting against slavery is protecting basic human rights? It's because you want to ensure, right, individuals' autonomy, right, to be protected against unjust aggression by a third party to be owned as property, right?
Would you agree that
No. Answer my goddamn question, right?
Well,
the reason that we'd
okay,
say
there's no need to
that
be rude.
slavery violates human rights is because it takes people's autonomy away, right?
slavery?
Yeah.
It takes people's autonomy away. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'd say that anti-abortion legislation takes people's
How?
autonomy away without good reason.
How? Because of the Plan B.
Because
is
they're not
still-
allowing a woman the ability to evict a fetus from her womb when she has
Okay.
all the reason to do so, right? And prefacing that it's morally permissible to do so as well.
Can we recognize that abortion is 90% immaturity and carelessness, and we're combating that. Like that's
Oh, immaturity and carelessness. So now
100%.
so it's actually not about
I said
putting
90%,
more
90%.
power in the hands of the states, and it's actually more so about you just shitting on women because you don't
No,
like the decisions
not
that they're
at all. I
making,
actually
and you
never
want to
said
punish
that.
women
Now
by
you're
forcing
running on a
unwanted kids
ramble.
and unready households. Got
Can
it.
I say
Got
something?
it. So
No.
so
No,
like
and
we
that's why I
shouldn't
think it should
protect
be left to
women's
the states.
autonomy.
And if you let people get a
when
word
they're
out on your
being
live,
immature according to
maybe
sports.
actually have a constructive conversation. You doing this is doing nothing but spreading propaganda. Let me finish a point. Like you, there's,
Wait,
you don't know what I'm
wait,
trying
you
to
think
say.
that I'm spreading
You don't know what
propaganda
I'm
by
trying to
dunking
say
on you
when
in a
I'm trying to
debate?
talk, and you just start talking over me. Like listen to the people that you bring on these lives, and maybe you wouldn't think they're like dumb because they
sounds like someone is crying.
I'm not crying. You're the one that's crying over here.
Well, I'm so sorry. The legislator of this life has determined that you don't have the right to speak. You know,
Oh,
what?
that's
Like
so
Congress.
funny.
Wait. We're gonna go ahead and do a democratic vote in the chat.
It's okay,
right now.
because Donald Trump
Wait.
can speak and you can
Wait.
hear
We need
that
to.
too.
One second. We need to give power back to this live. We're
did
gonna
you-
do a
did you
demo.
have
One
enough
moment.
tissues to wipe your
We-
tears when
We
you
are
were
gonna
crying?
go. We're gonna go ahead and give like power back to this live. We are gonna go ahead and do a democratic vote to determine right if he has the ability to speak or not. Right. So could I get a 1 in the chat if sports shouldn't be able to speak, and a 2 in the chat if sports should be able to speak? Right. We just really value
Put a 3 in the
giving
chat
power
and
back
being
to the people and allowing
really
them
let
the
other
right to
people
vote
speak.
on these things that matter
Yep.
the most.
All right,
And
guys.
right now, the most sent chat is number 1. Right. So seemingly, the people have determined that you do not have the right to the right to speak.
Oh well, seemingly, you still don't understand what I was trying to say. Like it's just childish. Like
Well,
you can't have it.
well,
Like
dude, that was
you're
such a funny
trying to.
joke.
You're just,
Come on,
I get
bro.
it, but I'm just trying to have a constructive conversation. You're over here making it seem that I think abortion should be illegal everywhere. No, I don't. I told you.
Shirley, thank you for the $20 donation on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Shirley. Everybody show some love to Shirley down below in the chat. Thank you so much for the love, Shirley.
Okay.
Go ahead, man.
Basically, this is what I'm saying. I voted yes for abortion to be legal in the state of Arizona. And I am mature enough to recognize that the reason I did that is because, if I get a girl pregnant one day, I want her to be able to have the abortion because I don't know if I'm ready for a kid yet. And that's the simple truth of it. I didn't vote yes for it because I think it's right. Nobody could sit here and say they feel right when they get an abortion. Ask any lady that has. Nobody feels right when they do that. It's not something that makes you feel good about yourself.
I don't really disagree with that in the sense of, like people don't celebrate access to abortion because abortions feel good. People celebrate access to abortion because it's a fundamental right that they should have access to, and it's a last means necessary to prevent an unwanted pregnancy and an unwanted child from being placed into an unready household.
Exactly, but that's
and Alyssa, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Alyssa.
First trimester abortion should be legal. Anything beyond that, I can't seem to be okay with.
So only within the first 12 weeks. So do you think abortion after 12 weeks is murder?
I wouldn't say murder, but I would say it's wrong and unjust.
So define murder.
I just said it's not murder.
So I'm asking you to define that word because I define murder as the unjust termination of a human life, and seemingly you define an abortion in the second trimester as the wrong, unjust termination of a human life.
Yeah, you don't believe that.
Kaylee, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. So seemingly that would fall under the definition of murder.
What?
Abortions in the second trimester in accordance with your worldview.
So I just said that I don't view it as
Carly,
murder.
thank you for the $4.20 on Venmo. So I'm asking you to define murder.
Murder is killing another human being.
Okay, what's abortion in the second trimester?
In the second trimester, killing a living organism, a fetus. Like it's wrong. Like I don't.
Fetus isn't a human being?
Technically it is the early stages of a human being.
Okay, so then it's killing a human being. Why doesn't that fit under your definition of murder?
Well, because I know the point you're going to go on here.
Grace, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Now tell me why that doesn't fit under your definition of murder.
Yes.
You define an abortion in the second trimester as killing a human being, and then you defined a murder as killing a human being. So seemingly, an abortion in the second trimester would fit under your definition.
Yeah, you're right. It does fit.
Okay, so why do you want to leave murder up to the states?
Why do you want it to leave it up to the federal government?
Well, I don't think that it's murder.
You think it's right and just?
I think that access to abortion and abortion in of itself prior to 20 weeks is morally permissible. But how come you won't answer my question?
No, that's not what I said. I said, do you think it's right? Do you think it's just? Like, you think it's a good thing?
I think it's a permissible thing, right? So we have like 3 different categories when we're talking about the moral ramifications of an action. We have good, bad, and permissible, right? I don't think that abortion is good. I don't think that abortion is bad. I think that abortion is permissible.
Okay, exactly. So why is it that when we're trying to get rid of when people are trying to get the vote to the state, it's because more people in that state believe it shouldn't be legal?
Ruth, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. I understand you're describing democratic processes to me, but I need you to listen to my response because I've given it to you multiple times, and we'll see if you could hear me out this time. I do not think that access to health care, right, in the sense that it is morally permissible in enacting upon basic human rights, should be left up to democratic processes.
I don't agree with that. I think it should be left up to the state.
So then give me a rebuttal.
Okay. So
Brianna, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying real job money. I appreciate you for the love.
The reasoning is because the truth is that, like, abortion has never been a good thing. It is not a thing that anybody should be proud of. It is truthfully it should be like last case scenario. You're fucked if this kid comes to life because you can't support it. The people around you are like, nobody can help you. You can't support this kid, and this is the normal situation. You're not most people. It's financial when they get abortions, and that's the majority of people that get abortions. It's financial burden. They can't deal with it. Or they
Amy, thank you for the $25 on Venmo from a woman for defending women. I appreciate you for the love, Amy. Everybody, please show Amy some love down below in the chat. Thank you so much for the love, Amy. So you also
view-
understanding that leaving abortion up to the state, aka rescinding the protections offered under Roe v. Wade, right, has resulted in 65,000 rape victims being denied access to abortion in the last 3 years. That is 22,000 rape victims a year and 60 rape victims a day, right? So not only would enshrining federal protections prior to the point of viability, right, within our federal government, Nicole, thank you for the $2 on Venmo, right, protect all 170 million American women and girls federal access to abortion when morally permissible, but it also verify and make sure that we do not have 60 rape victims a day being denied access in the 12 states that took it all the way, banning it outright, even in cases of rape.
Okay. Again, I told you those are the 3 times I do think it should be.
Okay, but that doesn't matter because it's not how it's implemented in our current federal law.
That should be a federal level law.
Well, it's not, man. Right? That's why I'd say that federal protections for every single woman and girl's right to choose is very important.
But do you? Okay, so I would have liked to finish with my point because you asked me for a rebuttal. And my rebuttal would have led into the motive shouldn't be to bring the vote back to the federal level. It should be the motive should be we need to get better housing for these children that are in these homes, and like we need to get our system better for the kids that are put up for adoption.
Yeah, so you were the $1
their parents didn't have an abortion and their parents didn't kill wasted potential. Like a fetus in the womb is like a human with potential. It's a fetus with potential. It's going to become a human. Why are we ending something before?
Okay, whatever. We're just going to move on to our next guest. Everybody just do give us a minute to get our next guest up in here. He was just all over the place. I have no clue what he was saying. I don't think he did either. Gentry, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, saying thank you for all that you do. I do really appreciate you for the love, Gentry. What's going on? Do you think that abortion should be left up to the states?
Hey, I think it should be left up to the people to
well.
decide. So I think we can establish some
in the chat.
extremes and then try to find a middle ground from there.
So why do you think access to abortion should be led up to the people to decide?
Because I think every decision should be up to us collectively.
Really, including slavery?
I didn't say I agree with slavery. I'm saying we should decide on that by having conversations.
So if everyone in Alabama wanted slavery, should they be able to bring slavery back?
No, that's where we collectively have the conversations first, though.
Jackson,
we don't take away the opportunity
appreciate you so much for the love.
to have conversations.
Well, conversation is different from what we can legislate on. I don't care if people have conversations about the moral ramifications of abortion and if they think it's good or bad. In fact, that would follow from the pro-choice worldview. What I care about, right, is enshrining federal protections for every woman and girl's right to choose the same way we'd enshrine federal protections to protect against a state's ability to legalize slavery.
Yeah. So I think we could agree on an extreme scenario where if a woman is forced into a situation that she should be able to allowed to make the decision within the first couple months. If she's waiting beyond the first few months, why do you believe that she's waiting to make that decision to abort that baby?
Wait, I have a question. So you would say here, right, that a rape victim shouldn't be able to get an abortion after how many months?
I mean, we should have discussions on where we draw that line at.
And we're having that discussion right now.
Yeah, so why do you believe it should wait beyond 2 months?
Yeah, because I don't think that a fetus has any moral value until about 20 through 24 weeks. And even in the case that a fetus does have moral value, a rape victim has no obligation to provide for it.
How do you quantify moral value?
Sure, I quantify moral value on the basis of a conjunct of past, present, or future moral subjective experiences. But I think the main issue that we need to be discussing when it comes to rape victims is the obligation that they have to provide for the needs and wants of in other words, resources to the fetus in the womb. Like, let me ask you a question. If I was a vampire and I needed to suck on your neck and steal your blood to survive, and I just walked up to you, right, totally violated your consent and started sucking that shit out of your neck veins, would you be doing anything wrong by kicking me off of your neck, even if it resulted in my death?
Yeah, the framework of imposing oneself on another's potentiality is immoral. We would agree on that.
And that's not even what we're discussing. No, we're not saying that it is immoral for me to force myself on you. Of course it is. What I would say is it's not immoral for me to kick someone else off that forced themselves on me, right? So once again, would you be doing anything wrong if you were to disconnect a vampire sucking blood out of your neck, even if you knew it would result in their death?
Yeah, we're upholding the structure of this idea and this framework that we are to not impose anything on one another or take anything from one another.
Can you answer my question? Would you be doing anything wrong?
by defending yourself and upholding that framework, no, you're not doing anything wrong.
Right, and that's
Is
exactly
that
what we'd see
you
about
had something initiated on you?
And that's exactly what we'd see about rape victims as well. Even though it is the case that the fetus didn't consciously and intentfully insert themselves into the mother's uterus, it still is the case that a rape victim should absolutely have the right to evict the fetus out of the womb, even if it results in the fetus's death for that same reason.
Yeah, so let's go back to the moral value. Because I didn't fully understand that. So you said past, present, and future decisionability. Can you expand upon that a little bit more for me to understand?
Sure. After you can either concede or contest my reasoning why a victim of rape should have access to abortion whenever.
I'm saying they should have access to it, but we need to draw a line on how long of a decision that they have to make. Because what's the reasoning that it's going to take more than 2 months? Is this a competent individual that can process the situation that they went through and decide for themselves how they want to proceed, whether they don't want to carry that baby or not? That's their decision to make. But we need to draw lines on if they're allowing this fetus to progress and develop, then why are they deciding to take that away, or that potential of life away from that fetus?
Yeah, I don't think that a rape victim needs any good reason to get an abortion, or the only good reason that they'd have already, and necessarily so, is nothing more than the fact that there's no obligation that they have to provide for the needs and the wants of the fetus, the same way you didn't have any obligation to provide for the vampire on your neck that we discussed in the hypothetical scenario.
So you and I agree under this framework that we should not impose.
Mary, thank you so much for the $50 on
anyone
Venmo.
or anything else,
I appreciate you so much for the love, Mary.
potentiality and their
Everybody, please show
abilities.
some love to Mary in the chat. Thank you so much. Let's get at least 500 W Marys down below in that chat. Thank you for the $50.
So why is it an issue if we draw the line at let's say 2, maybe even 3 months, to where we don't contradict ourselves and take away the potentiality of life away from that fetus?
So the reason that's an issue, right, is because if you were to draw the line at 2 or 3 months, after that point, you'd be infringing upon the mother's right to bodily autonomy by not allowing her the access to evict the fetus out of her womb.
But she's infringing on the potential life of that fetus. But she's had time to make the decision. She chose to wait the 2 to 3 months.
Actually, we've agreed that that wouldn't be a rights infringement, okay? Right? In the same way that you said it wouldn't be a rights infringement to kick a vampire off your neck that needs your blood to survive, even if they were a fully autonomous, functioning, conscious being. It wouldn't be a rights infringement for a mother to evict a fetus from her womb in the circumstances that she was a victim of rape, even if that fetus had moral value and autonomy.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm sorry. That's not a one-to-one analogy, though, because you're taking a life versus kicking off of somebody that's trying to impose himself on you.
No, in both scenarios, you'd be revoking resources provided to a second entity without your consent, terminating their life.
There's a difference between fending off an attacker and taking away potential life.
The only difference between the two scenarios would be the vampire would be with intention, sucking your life force and the blood out of your neck, acting as an aggressor, and the fetus would not be an aggressor as well. They don't have consciousness in there because of the natural processes of intercourse and pregnancy. But I don't think the intentions of the third party that is reliant on your bodily resources to survive is relevant when we would determine what obligation you have to provide for it. Okay, like the famous example in like moral philosophy would be the violinist example, right? That basically instantiate the idea that you have this second party, this violinist, dependent on your bodily resources to survive for the next 9 months against your will without your consent. But even the violinist doesn't know it. He was connected to you by a third party as well. And even in that scenario, you're still well within your rights to disconnect them from your body. And that's the same thing that we'd say about rape victims. Tell me, what obligation does a rape victim have to provide for the needs and the resources, for the needs and wants of a fetus?
There is no need, which is why I'm saying let's give them a few months to decide. But you're saying let's steal away the potentiality of life from a non-aggressor.
Wait, wouldn't you be stealing away the potentiality of the life from the non-aggressor in the first 3 months? That's your framework, buddy.
Well,
I'm
saying give them an opportunity or give them a choice, but we need to draw the line somewhere. And you're saying don't draw a line.
Does the fetus still have the potentiality for life in the first 3 months before you draw your line?
That's why we have these conversations and trying to understand.
And you gotta stop it. Stop the app. Yes
I agree the potentiality of life exists there, but why don't we draw a line somewhere?
Under your framework that the mother would be taking away the potentiality of the fetus, and you think it should be allowed. So if you think it should be allowed in the first 3 months, why can't I just say it should be allowed in the first 9?
Yeah, I'm granting that, but I'm trying to be reasonable here and say we need to draw the line somewhere.
Wait, you're granting that they should be allowed to revoke like the bodily resources provided to a fetus in all 9 months? Wow.
Yes, because
You're a
nobody should be
pro-choice
forced
radical.
into a situation.
Wait, including the mother. She shouldn't be forced into the situation of unwanted, unconsented to pregnancy, right?
Yeah, so now let's say the mother's been given a choice
And
within
would
the
you
first
agree
3
that
months.
pro-life legislation would do that?
So the mother's been given a choice within the first 3 months and she decides not to abort the baby. What's her reasoning to abort the baby 4, 5, 6 months down the road?
The question that you're asking as a whole is fallacious, and the reason is that a mother doesn't need a reason to get an abortion. The only reason that is required is one that already exists, that being virtues of bodily autonomy.
So a mother doesn't need a reason to get an abortion is what you just said.
Yeah, no, because the reason already exists in virtue of her bodily autonomy.
Okay, so you're not encompassing morality at all in regards to the context of the development of the fetus. Like, you don't want to draw a line somewhere.
No, you could say that the fetus has moral value. I'm saying that the mother has no obligation to provide for the needs of the fetus.
If she makes that decision within the first few months, I grant that to the mother that she
So
should
why do
have
you
that
draw a
choice
line at
based
3
upon
months?
circumstances. Because then we also need to have the value for the potential of that fetus, knowing that it's been developing for more than just a couple weeks or a couple months, that it's been ongoing for several months.
It all goes back to the value of the fetus. Okay.
Yeah,
So let me ask you this
where do we
question.
draw that line on
So
where
I'm gonna go ahead and
begins
ask.
to
I'm
become
gonna go ahead
valuable?
and ask you a question. So let's just say that there's a famous violinist. This famous violinist has bad kidneys and he needs a blood transfusion for the next 9 months to survive. In the middle of the night, you are kidnapped by employees of the famous violinist without his knowledge, and you are connected to him via IV. When you wake up in the morning, they tell you that if you disconnect from this violinist at any point in the next 9 months, the violinist will die. Would you be doing anything wrong if you were to disconnect from that violinist at any point in the next 9 months?
So you're changing the circumstances a little bit. So now this is where there's a high chance that the mother's going to die if she carries the term.
No, you will not die if you lay in bed and you're connected to the fetus for the next 9 months. Sorry, to the violinist. Do you need me to repeat the hypothetical?
I'm trying to not just address a hypothetical. I'm trying to connect this to what it is we're discussing.
First address the hypothetical and then we can make the connection.
So again, my framework is that we are to not impose anything.
No, I'm not going to have you address the hypothetical. I'm going to give you 2 more chances before I kick you.
All right, repeat it for me one more time. Let me better understand this.
So let's just assume there's a famous violinist with bad kidneys. He needs a blood transfusion for 9 months in order to survive. Okay? His employees, without his knowledge, kidnap you in the middle of the night because you have a matching blood type and connect you to the violinist. You wake up in the morning and his employees tell you that if you disconnect from that violinist in the next 9 months at any point, the violinist will die. Would you be doing anything wrong by disconnecting from that violinist at any point in the next 9 months?
So am I allowed to break this down individualistically from the beginning in regards to a moral aspect, or no? Or do I just need to address this directly?
I just address the hypothetical directly by telling me
Gotcha,
if
my
you
hands
would
are
be
tied
doing
on
anything
addressing it
wrong.
directly. Okay.
By
So I would
disconnecting
say
from
it's
the
up to the
violinist at any
individual to
point in the next
decide.
9 months.
It's up to the individual to decide if they
I
want
asked
to
you if you'd be doing
take
anything
off.
wrong by disconnecting in the next 9 months.
There's so much information. I don't understand the relationship between the individuals. There's a lot more information I need. Potentially,
what
yes.
information do
Potentially,
you
no.
need?
It depends.
You can feel free to ask clarifying questions, man.
Are they family members, or this is just an employee-employer relationship?
The violinist doesn't know the random person connected to them.
Gotcha. Okay, so this is just a random employee that was kidnapped and connected to this violinist.
Yeah.
Then I would say no, the person disconnecting is doing nothing wrong because there's no direct obligation to that individual.
Great. Yeah, and this is what we'd see about a mother and a fetus when the mother's a great
It's
victim.
not a one-to-one analogy, though.
It
That's
is.
what I first addressed.
What's the difference?
And that I'm not carrying around the violinist inside of me for 3+ months and then deciding to disconnect.
You told me that you wouldn't be doing anything wrong if you disconnected from the violinist at any point, even if you laid in that bed to sustain their life for 3+ months.
Yeah, because it's not a one-to-one scenario. I grant in that particular circumstance, there's nothing wrong with disconnecting because you've been kidnapped.
Wait, so you think in kidnapping you, right, places you in that position without your consent, and that's why it's not wrong. So are you saying that rape victims consent to their pregnancy?
No, that's why I addressed early in
So
the
then it's-
beginning
that-
that
so
we
then
should
it's
give
not
them
wrong.
time to decide.
No, you're saying that we should give them time to decide up to 3 months when it comes to a woman in reality. But when it's about the person that was kidnapped and connected to the violinist and hypothetical, you don't say that they only have 3 months to decide. They have all 9 months to decide. So why
Well,
do you
it's not
grant
a
the person in the
one-to-one
hypothetical all
analogy.
9 months, but yet the mother in reality only 3?
Unfortunately, it's not a one-to-one analogy, though.
So then you have to give
can't
me the
fairly
relevant
use-
distinctions.
Because I'm not carrying the violinist around with me for 3 months and then deciding to terminate its potential life.
Okay. Sir, I already addressed this. I need you to use your big boy ears. If you don't, I'm just going to move on to the next guest. So you're saying the difference between these two hypothetical scenarios is nothing more than the fact that in reality, the mother would be waiting more than 3 months before disconnecting the fetus from her bodily resources. So to make this 1-to-1, if you were to lay in that bed connected to the violinist for 4 months, would you be doing anything wrong by disconnecting from them because you waited more?
Wait 3 months and assist in this blood transfusion.
Why is that relevant? You could assess any reason. No reason at all.
So pick one.
Answer my
Defend your
question.
position. Just
Is
pick
there any scenario where it would be wrong to disconnect from the violinist after 3 months?
If the individual decides to wait 3 months, there's got to be a good reason there. So I would
Okay,
question,
let's just
what's the
assume that they
reason?
didn't know that they were connected for the violinist until 3 months.
Okay, so they were unconscious for 3 months. They weren't aware, and then they wake up.
Yeah.
Okay, so they were forced into this situation for 3 months. They wake up, and then they make a decision. I'm out of here. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, so if a rape victim doesn't know that they're pregnant for the first 12 weeks of pregnancy, there's nothing wrong with them getting an abortion. After
Okay, so
3
that's
months?
different. That's different. So the mom wakes up, is 3 months pregnant.
Oh my God!
You're laughing about having a conversation on this. I don't understand.
What do you think that most women know that they're pregnant?
Well, I mean, if I was raped, I would probably know right away, and then I would have 3 months to decide.
Wait,
if I
dude!
would carry this
Everybody
baby
laugh
on
at
her.
this fucking man in the chat. Everybody laugh at this man with a penis in the chat for assessing that women know that they're pregnant right away. Everybody laugh at the man.
Well, I
just
mean,
wanna
if you're
see-
put
I
in
just
that
wanna see a bunch of
scenario, you're
laughing
going to go get
faces.
tested. We should have.
Oh, so now it's all about
structures
victim
within
blaming.
society.
So now you're saying that the reason that the woman shouldn't be able to access an abortion after 3 months has nothing to do with the fetus, has nothing to do with the value of the fetus, has nothing to do with a potential obligation that would exist between her and the fetus, and it's all to do with you instantiating that she didn't do enough. It's all about the mother. Sir, here's the issue. All that this tells me is that you don't give a shit about the life, the value, or an obligation that the mother would have to a fetus when you're instantiating that the only distinction between what rape victims and what rape victims can and what rape victims can't access these services is all about the intention, feelings, and reasons internally of the woman. Right. And that's all I need to know, sir. Right. I think that rape victims should have access to abortion, quite frankly, all 9 months, right? Non-lethal abortions after the point of viability, because there is no obligation that the rape victim is expected to uphold to provide for the needs of the fetus. In the same way, in the hypothetical scenario that I provided you, there's no obligation that you have to provide for the wants, needs, and attentions of the violinist. Okay? Right? Typically, pro-lifers would instantiate that women shouldn't be able to access abortion because the woman is obligated to sustain her pregnancy because she consented to intercourse. Okay? Right? But in the circumstance, there couldn't potentially exist an obligation that the mother has to provide for the resources of the fetus, and she was well within her rights to evict the fetus from her womb at any point resulting in its death because she didn't consent to the intercourse that started the causal chain that resulted in the pregnancy, right? And this whole idea that, well, she should be able to access it in the first 3 months, but not after that, that has no, separation on the killing of a human being with future potential. If the mother chooses to get an abortion before 3 months, they are killing a human being with future potential, just like they are killing a human being with future potential after 3 months, right? You only want to punish them for not seeking that attention sooner, not because of any relevant difference of the fetus or its value.
So you do realize you expanded upon the circumstances and assumed my position without fully understanding where I'm coming from with this. In that I agree that if the circumstances were to change, then the leeway that we give to that individual mother, considering the circumstances, should expand.
Anyone understand this yap? All I hear is like irrelevant
I don't understand
nonsense.
why we can't agree to be pro-choice and pro-life. Why does it have to be one or the other? Why can't we give the individual a choice and also draw the line somewhere? Why is that an issue with you?
Because there's no good reason to draw the line at 3 months for rape victims.
So it doesn't have to be specifically 3 months. Again, there's a multitude of circumstances that we could have conversations
So name the relevant quality that should determine if a rape victim should or shouldn't be able to access abortion. See, that's what you can answer.
Well, there's a multitude of circumstances. I mean, we could sit here and go back and forth on each individual circumstance.
Name the relevant.
Let me ask you this.
No. Name the
I can't ask one
relevant
question?
quality that should determine if a victim of rape should or should not be able to access abortion. You will not be able to answer that question, sir, and that's why I call you a pro-yappa. See what I mean? It's just all like words and like garbage, because when we actually start like looking for the meat on the bone, and I ask you for the relevant quality that you're using to determine if they should or shouldn't be able to access abortion, it's silence.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, my apologies. I think I disconnected for like the past 10 seconds. I'm sorry I missed that.
Oh, okay.
Just repeat it for me one more time, and then I'll get to my question next.
Name the relevant quality that should be determined that should determine if a victim of rape should or shouldn't be able to access an abortion.
Well, from my framework that I already established from you, that they should have that choice. They should have access to that early on.
But I'm asking you the quality that determines that they shouldn't after a certain point.
Well, there's a multitude of circumstances. There's no one quality that defines every circumstance. But let me ask you this.
So you don't have an answer to the question.
If let's say there's a great
So let's just assume that a woman
mother
gets raped.
decides.
Let's just
Can I ask one question?
no, because you didn't answer my last one. So let's assume that a woman gets scraped. She gets pregnant. She's scared to report her pregnancy or do anything about it. She is frozen and paralyzed with fear, and she doesn't know what to do. 4 months pass. She finally gets enough courage to go to the Planned Parenthood and get an abortion. Did that mother do something wrong?
No, she did nothing wrong. This is where we need to get psychologists involved in all this, and we need to have conversations with these women to better understand the
so a
reasons
great
behind
victim
their
getting an
decisions and
abortion after
understand
3
the
months is not
circumstances.
morally wrong.
So in that particular scenario, I would say give a grace period, extend it. Yes, give her the 4 months. She was traumatized from the situation.
So
Give her
in
some
what
time to
scenario
decide
should
on
we
it.
not give rape victims access to abortion?
I would say if that woman decides to go 8 months and she had 8 full months to go to somebody and she chose not to, we should carry that baby to term and we should assist that mother with social programs. We should make sure that they have help.
The issue about 8 months is that you can get an abortion that doesn't result in the death of the fetus. Samantha, thank you so much for the $30 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's for Samantha in the chat for the $30 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Yeah,
You can get an abortion without killing.
after the
fetus.
point of viability, you have C-sections and like induction of pregnancy. So like prior to that point, which is about 20 through 24 weeks, is there any circumstances where a victim of rape shouldn't be able to access abortion?
Well, a C-section is not an abortion. It's another form of delivery.
Yeah, I don't care. You could define it as whatever you want. I'm calling that a non-lethal abortion. I don't care about semantics.
Okay.
Is there any point before 20 through 24 weeks, prior to 20 through 24 weeks, where you don't think a rape victim should be able to access abortion? Sydney, thank you for the $10 on Venmo.
In the particular circumstance that I gave, if they go to 8 months and then
I asked
they
you prior to
decide,
20 through 24 weeks. Is 20 through 24 weeks prior to 8 months?
So I would say if, let's say we have, in the particular situation of rape, no, I believe there needs to be an extended grace period.
For 20 through 24 weeks before viability?
Yeah, that's where we get psychologists involved. We understand the situation.
You
of this
conceded the
individual.
argument.
We have conversations with them. But we don't just freely give abortion to everyone. Like
No, you
that's
literally
crazy.
just conceded that we should freely give abortions to any and all rape victims.
No, we have psychologists involved with this. We have procedures. We have processes.
So then
We
in
don't
what
just give them
scenario
out.
should a rape victim not freely be able to get an abortion before 24 weeks?
No, I'm saying the opportunity should be there. I'm saying we don't.
So then
take
you
away
do
the
think that we should freely give abortions to rape victims?
Not freely, but yes, we give
So
them the
then in what
opportunity.
scenario should we restrict a rape victim's access to abortion before 24 weeks? Because any woman...
I would say in
can
just those
terminate a
specific
pregnancy
circumstances,
without-
if it's just specifically a rape victim and that they decide to go in and get help, The psychologist speaks with them. They understand, yes, this is a very difficult scenario. They're not going to be able to be there for the child. Within that certain period of time, I believe, yes, give the abortion. It's justified in that situation.
So you
were
can see
forced
that we
into a
should be able to-
situation that they did not agree to.
So then you think that we
depends.
should be able to freely give rape victims access to abortion?
If you want to word it that way, sure.
Awesome. All right. Well, you conceded. Anything else you want to talk about?
Let me ask you this. In regards to if it gets to, let's say, 7 months, you're okay with taking the potential life away from that fetus?
Yeah, because I don't think that there's any obligation that would exist for a rape victim to sustain the life of the fetus by providing it resources. I think that the one contention that could possibly be introduced, right, is the idea that there's other ways to evict the fetus from the mother's womb that won't result in the fetus's death, such as a C-section or induction of labor, right? So it's possibly the case, right, that we'd say because of the relevant alternative of a life-saving procedure, such as an induction or a C-section, that would be how we'd expect a mother to get an abortion at that point?
Okay. So it's 8 months. Let's say the mother doesn't want to get a C-section and she just wants the fetus scrambled inside of her and taken out.
Yeah. So
Are you good with that?
Yeah, so like with where I stand, I think when there's a way to terminate a pregnancy by evicting a fetus outside of their womb, that induction of labor or C-section is a completely relevant alternative to an abortion at that point. And like there's essentially like no difference between like an induction of labor, et cetera. And like there's really no one ever doing that. Could you please give me an example of a woman getting an elective abortion at 8 months? Having these abortions, and the funny thing is, I've been doing these abortion debates.
We're talking about the opportunity specifically, and
I've
whether
been
it should
doing
be
these
an
abortion.
opportunity or not.
I've been doing these abortion debates right for 3 years now. I've never had anybody give me an example of a woman getting an abortion at 8 months. Where I stand, elective or lethal abortions are morally permissible until the fetus has the ability to deploy sentience. After
It
that
doesn't mean
point-
that we leave the opportunity there, though.
After
if
that
we can
point,
restrict
it is murder, right? And at that
Okay,
point,
okay.
women should still be able to, stop a pregnancy, right, through life-saving procedures such as induction of labor, C-section, right? And by the way, the protections offered under Roe v. Wade gave states the same ability they have now with it being put back in the hands of the states to restrict a woman's access to elective lethal abortions after the point of viability at about 20 through 24 weeks.
So I want to get back to my analogy because we were getting somewhere with it, and that you agree that if the woman wants to have a abortion at, let's say, 8 months, and that a C-section is available, that she should go with the C-section. Do we force her to stick with the C-section knowing that's an opportunity, or do we let her scramble the baby from the inside?
I told you that elective lethal abortions after the point of viability are murder, bro.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So it sounds like we're able to come to a closer middle ground. I guess in regards to within the first 3 months, if we
So
get
why do you think that abortion
psychiatrists
becomes
involved,
murder at 3 months?
If we get psychiatrists and psychologists involved, and
Why does abortion become murder at 3 months? What occurs at 3
I'm
months
giving you a
that
scenario
makes,
to understand
that
this
makes
from my
abortion
view.
murder?
Because if the individual has the cognitive function and capacity to weigh the entire situation, talk with psychiatrists and psychologists, and fully understand what it is they went through and what the implications are to carrying this baby versus terminating it, and they make a knowledgeable decision from there, I believe it's up to them. If they go past that point and they've made their decision, they've made their mind up. I don't think they should get to go back. I think we should have structures in place within society that should be social, that should assist those mothers and that baby when it comes out.
So why
we
is the
as a
life of a
collective should
fetus
be there for
morally
them.
valuable before 20 weeks? Right? Because this would only be instantiated or predicated on the idea the life of a fetus is morally valuable at 3 months. Because if the life of the fetus wasn't morally valuable, who would give a single fuck about a woman changing her mind? So tell me why the life of a fetus is morally valuable at 3 months.
Because you've come from that position. We all come from that position, that state of potentiality, and we observe the value that comes from that.
Okay, so now you're saying that the life of a fetus is morally valuable because it has the potential for it to be like you and I at 3 months. But the only issue with this is that same potentiality exists prior to 3 months, right? So you're saying the value of a fetus begins at 3 months because of its potentiality for the future. Well, The contradiction here is that you say a fetus is not valuable at 2 months, even though of its potentiality for the future, yet a fetus is valuable at 3 months because of its potentiality for the future. That's a contradiction.
Yeah, I agree with you, but unfortunately, this isn't a black and white conversation, though. And if you want to just focus on it as a black and white conversation, we're not going to be able to expand intellectually with one another on the philosophical understandings of the morality within the circumstances.
No, the thing is if you have a contradiction in your stance, black and white, it's bad. Like, I mean, that's like that's not a call for nuance. That's just a call for sophistry. Like, contradictions can't be true. Your stance is wrong.
Yeah, you can focus on the contradictions and say, I want to win the argument and not want to expand intellectually on the conversation to better understand.
You can't expand intellectually on a conversation with a contradiction in your stance.
So yes, I'm acknowledging there is a contradiction within that particular view. Now we can also expand and say, yes,
so then the view
view
is false,
valuable,
right?
But do we sacrifice
Wait.
free
If there's a contradiction in a view, is the view false?
I can't bring anything forward to you, unfortunately. You
if there's a contradiction in a view, is the view false?
From that particular perspective, yes, but there's a multitude of perspectives when you're understanding there's a major complexity to philosophical
Okay, so you're saying
discussions.
that one of your arguments is false, but you have arguments like goddamn
Your
Yu-Gi-Oh
perspective on it,
cards,
yes,
so
there's a contradiction, but that's not the only perspective on this, and I'm trying to expand on this for you, but you're not letting me.
So you're saying that from my perspective, there's a contradiction in your stance, but not from your perspective.
Correct.
Okay.
Now you need to understand my view to see that there isn't a contradiction.
Explain to me how this is not a contradiction. You're saying that the life of the fetus is morally valuable at 3 months because of its future potentiality, yet the life of a fetus is not morally valuable at 2 months, even though of its future potentiality.
No, it is.
Okay.
It is, but this is now questioning, do we take away the free choice from the individual that was forced in a very tragic situation? That's what we're having a discussion on.
I don't think that future potentiality of a fetus would instantiate moral value. And the reason that I say that, right, is because I think let's just dream of a hypothetical here. Let's how do we want to go about this? We'll say this. Okay, right. So yeah, like a human zygote at the moment of conception has future potentiality, right? Would you say that an IUD, right, can murder human zygotes, right, enacting upon immorality because it would terminate the zygote even though it has future potentiality?
Under that specific view, I agree with you. But as we expand upon this and say that
okay, so let me finish that one out.
Expanded into a
You're saying that
3-month
IUDs are murderers.
now.
So are women with IUDs murderers?
No.
What's a murderer?
Somebody who chooses to deliberately take life.
Okay, so if it's not with deliberate and intention, then it is not murder. So if I drink 3 beers and hop in my truck with the intention of driving to the gas station, but I unintentionally take out a family of 5 on my way, am I a murderer? Was that murder?
I mean, we could expand upon different perspectives and terms and definitions.
Yeah, fuck you. If you're just going to change the definitions of your words because I destroyed your argument, you can leave now. That is so fucking, I hate sophistry. It is so annoying. So you define murder. I give you a hypothetical scenario that explains to you why that's a bad way to define murder. Then you're like, well, let me just use another definition and I could use all of them at once. That's sophistry.
Well, there's a reason we have more than one word within existence to be able to communicate ideas.
Okay.
So
okay, so you're basically, murder is not a univocal term. I can apply murder the way I want to in different scenarios. Yeah, we're just going to kick you and move on. Hey, what's going on? What's going on, A-Train? Do you think that abortion should be left up to the states?
I don't think it's... No, I don't. I don't think it should be. But the only reason that it is because the Congress had never took up to legislate it. And I know you're going to say, well, we had Roe v. Wade. But I think what the court did, whether you like it or not, had nothing necessary.
I appreciate you for coming up, man. If you don't think that abortion should be left up to the state, I'm going to move on to my next guest. Bro's name is A-Train. Craziness. All right. Yo, Cyril, I appreciate you for the turkey face. What's up? Do you think that abortion should be left up to the states?
Yeah, I reckon it should.
How old are you?
I am 21, mate.
So why do you think that abortion should be left up to the states?
Well, everyone has a choice, well, that's what everyone wants, don't you think?
So if everyone wants something, it should be legal?
Well, just a quick question for you. Do you think that I was hearing your conversation? Do you think a great victim should?
Whatever. Dude, please. I was like actively trying to ask you a question. You're just not going to answer it. I'm done. I'm going to move on. Hi. Do you think that abortion should be left up to the states?
Actually, I don't.
You don't. Hey, WU.
Because I feel like everybody, as I'm a woman myself, I feel like every woman should have their choice. It shouldn't be a state thing. I also feel like there's different situations to where if you would want to wait till 8 or 9 months and that still was your decision, being a mother is a permanent decision, and some people just don't want to do that.
Hey, hell yeah. I appreciate you for coming up. You're so base.
No
Let's show some love in the comment section. I do really appreciate you for coming up. Make sure if you are in the queue that you do think that abortion should be left up to the states. What's going on? Do you think that abortion should be left up to the state?
No, absolutely not. I agree with you. I love you. I just wanted to say really quick, you can drop me right after this was to whatever the guy was that you just spent way too long talking to. You know, you wouldn't have those same opinions. What was his angelic message, whatever? You wouldn't have those same feelings if it was happening to you. So how fucking dare you sit up here and try to say where you draw a line and standpoints on it when it's something you'll never go through. Every woman should be able to choose what they want to do when they want to do it because it's our right. We're the ones that have to go through it. So wherever he is, I hope you piss off or that someone puts it in your butt and you have to carry the baby. But thank you, Dean. You're amazing. Keep doing what you do.
Hey, Slay, I appreciate you for coming up. Yo, W's in the chat for the guest. What's up, Claire? Do you think that abortion should be left up to the states?
I do, yeah. Yeah.
Awesome. So why do you think that abortion should be left up to the states?
Well, first of all, can I just get why you believe abortion should be legal?
Yeah, because I believe that access to abortion is access to healthcare, and without good reason, I believe that access to healthcare should be legal, man. I find there to be no reason to consider access to abortion to be morally wrong. I find it to be morally permissible.
Even though it's a human life?
Yeah.
But I thought you said something about sentience earlier?
Yep.
So what do you believe about sentience and the value of that?
Yeah, I think that sentience is where moral value is derived from, not being a human or being alive.
Are you a vegetarian?
Am I a vegetarian? I'm an ethical vegetarian, yeah.
So you're a liar?
What's a liar?
What's a liar? Are you serious?
I don't understand it. What do you mean, am I a liar?
Animals have sentience, and you said that you value sentience, but you're an ethical vegetarian.
Yeah. Like I like ethically speaking, I think that it's wrong to eat meat.
There was literally a video of you in Vegas eating a steak.
Yeah. It's because I don't implement it in my day-to-day life for pragmatic concerns, but yet I still do think it's wrong.
I've just proven that you're a liar, so goodbye.
Okay, I have a question. What is a lie? Okay, all right. Well, she just left and ran away. So yeah, you could find something to be immoral, but like still do it. Like for pragmatic concerns. She thought that she ate. Oh well. All right, we're gonna move on to our next guest. Everybody, just give us a minute. She choked. Hey, what's going on? Do you think that abortion should be left up to the states?
Lancy, Féminin, Lancy, where you at? Lancy, faux. Lancy.
All right, moving on to our next guest. Yeah, so I'm like ethically a vegetarian, but because of like pragmatic concerns, like I don't like apply it. Everybody do just give us a minute, y'all. Everyone just do give us a minute, guys. Like I'm pretty fine with like vegan ethics for the most part. I mean, I think that there's like some implications that are bad, but oh well. What's up, Maddie? Do you think that abortion should be left up to the states?
No, but as a victim of something that's happened to me in the past, I just wanted to say I really appreciate what you're doing. And it means a lot. And like even as a Canadian, it just brightens my day when I see you show up on my screen like debating these assholes. So just thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming up and sharing your thoughts, Maddie.
Thank
We
you.
all love you here.
Thank you
Show
so-
some love to Maddie in the comment section. What's up, Bree? Do you think that abortion should be left up to the states?
I don't think abortion should be left up to the states. I just really appreciate what you're doing because, again, I hate ignorant people that just think for some reason whatever they say, like, oh my God, they don't even go through it and they want to say things about it. So I like how much you care about it and how passionate you are.
Well, I appreciate you, Bree. Thank you so much for coming up. You're awesome. Hey, Joe, do you think that abortion should be left up to the states?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, why?
So do you think, so a question just to backfire on that, do you think men should have a right to vote on abortions?
Do I think that men should... Okay, are you at a fucking like McDonald's drive-thru, my guy?
No, I work blue collar. I'm in a factory right now.
I'm fine with men voting on abortion if they vote to put that decision in the hands of women. But I'm not okay with men voting on abortion if they vote to take that decision out of the hands of a woman.
Yeah, I do get that as well, but I think it shouldn't be left up to the government. So what do we do after that?
Wait, I have a question. So when we wrote in a constitutional amendment to stop states from having the ability to legalize the slave trade, were we leaving slavery up to the government, or were we taking slavery out of the hands of the government?
Slavery and abortion is two totally opposite.
That's not even the fucking comparison. I'll say it again so you could listen. When we made a new constitutional amendment to federally mandate that slavery cannot be legislated on by the state, were we putting slavery and access to it in the hands of the government, or were we taking slavery out of the hands of the government?
I see what you're saying. That's a good point.
So what were we doing? We were taking slavery out of the hands of the government. Federal protections take what is being protected out of the hands of the government.
Yeah,
right?
true.
Right, and it even applies when we're talking about federal protections for access to abortion, because you're basically just mandating that all the little scrawny white guys in Washington D.C., those 7-year-old million and billionaires, can't legislate on access to abortion in their reflective states, because now, due to the federal mandate, only each woman and girl can decide for herself.
Yeah, I think it still should come to a vote, though.
Why?
We should be able to vote on what we want.
Why?
I don't believe that I should be able to tell a woman what to do with her body.
Well, that's what you do with your vote.
As a country, I believe we should be able to vote on it.
Wait, I have a question. If you shouldn't be able to tell a woman what she can and can't do with her body, why should your neighbor? Why should every other man in your state?
Because
why
this
should
is
the state itself?
I think everything should come to a vote. That's how democracy works.
Oh, if you think everything should be able to come to a vote, if everyone in Alabama voted to legalize slavery in their state, would you be okay with that?
No, I wouldn't be okay with it at all.
So not everything should come to a vote.
No, and so slavery is totally wrong. Is there one thing positive about slavery?
No, slavery is totally wrong. So you're basically saying that states shouldn't have the ability to legislate things that are immoral, right?
No, but you're saying that slavery is different from abortions. Same as I said earlier, comparing slavery to abortion is slavery is not right. And abortion,
what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to compare your reasons here. So you said that Alabama shouldn't be able to legislate on access to slavery because slavery is immoral, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So in other words, states shouldn't be able to pass immoral legislation.
But that's on your morals or other people's morals.
But here's the thing. Guess what? Pro-life legislation is what? Immoral. Why is it immoral? Because it infringes upon every single American woman and girls, all 170 million of them. It infringes upon their necessary access to health care, right? And it infringes upon very basic human rights such as bodily autonomy and bodily integrity. And to make those infringements without good reason, right, is incredibly morally deplorable. And that's exactly what pro-life legislation does, right? There is no good reason to tell a woman or a girl that she should not be able to access an elective lethal abortion in the first 20 through 24 weeks.
True. I think, in my opinion, just myself, I think certain abortions should be okay, like SA or incest and stuff like that. Great, but certain things shouldn't be okay. Do you think abortion is okay in the 9th month?
No, I don't think that a lethal elective abortions are okay in the 9th month. Anything lethal and elective after the point of viability is very immoral, right? Let's go ahead and talk about that. Do you think that elective lethal abortions before 20 through 24 weeks are immoral?
No, I don't.
So then states shouldn't have the ability to legislate on access to them. So you think that it should be in the hands of the federal government. And by the way, the protections offered under Roe v. Wade didn't ensure a woman's access to abortion at 9 months. In fact, it gave states the same ability they have now to legislate on access to it after 20 weeks. So in other words, if we were to enshrine and codify the protections offered under Roe v. Wade on a federal level, women would only be able to access abortions that you don't find to be wrong.
You got a point.
That is, I know, and it is such a good point that has super serious pragmatic ramifications because we took it out of the hands of the federal government and backed it to the
I'm
I
just
don't know,
wondering,
'cause I
that's
didn't
all.
watch.
On to our first guest of the night. Hello, Ella. Do you agree or disagree that Trump will be devastating for America?
I personally don't disagree because, like, you know how America, like, there's gonna.
Ella, you are phenomenal, and I hate having to kick you. In fact, I feel bad literally every single time. Chat, please show some love to Ella. Please show some love to Ella down below. We all love you here, Ella, but we are just looking for people that do disagree. I will put it out there again. Only hop in the queue if you think that Trump will be good for America. We're just looking for debates. We all love you here, though. Hello, Redwood. I think that Trump will be devastating for America. How do you feel?
So I feel that I kind of like Trump being in office right now. And
dear
from
God.
like the past 3 days, we've kind of seen like all these world leaders promise peace with America.
Like who?
And well, China,
China
Russia.
didn't promise peace with America. What did they say?
God, what did they say? They said they're ready to
have cooperations with America because they're
Yes,
scared of his tariffs
exactly.
again. Wait, I have a question. Over the last 4 years, what kind of confliction or conflict did we have with China under Biden and Harris?
Well, I mean, China was moving in on Taiwan, and I mean,
Wait, did they move in on Taiwan?
They've been upping their like military so they can go into Taiwan because they ultimately want Taiwan.
But they
to be
didn't go into Taiwan under Biden and Harris.
No, but upping their arsenal would like show
What
that
exactly did they do under Biden and Harris?
they increased their aggression.
How so? Give me very clear examples.
God, I mean, I don't really like getting into like the example territory because then like I have to go out of my phone. But
yeah, and then
I just
like
know
Putin
that
as
they
well. Like
have-
he says that he comes out and Putin wants Trump to be in office because Putin knows that Trump is easy to manipulate. That's what leaked Kremlin documents have suggested.
No,
on top of the
Putin
fact
said
that we
he
know
wanted
that
Kamala in office.
Okay, but then what did he do? How did he interfere with the last 3 elections, pushing pro-Trump propaganda? When
Just
Putin endorsed
because,
Kamala Harris, he was
like,
a liar, and the DOJ, the CIA, the DOD, and the Mueller report have proven in the last 3 elections Russia's interfered pushing pro-Trump
What about
propaganda.
the Steele dossier?
The Steele dossier was not related to the proven, what was it? To the fucking.
Did it
Mueller
like
report.
completely disprove that there was Russian interference and that it was
No.
very
Did not-
unlikely to have an impact on the actual election?
It proved Russian interference. It said that we have no evidence for collusion with Trump.
Okay, and so?
So, Russian interference in the 2016 was proven, pushing pro-Trump propaganda. Same thing with 2020.
And you think that led
and same thing
to
with 2024?
You think that led to like his actual like victory? You
No,
think
what it
like
tells
a
us-
couple people in
It tells us that
Russia-
Putin wants Trump in office.
was it confirmed that it was like people in the Kremlin doing this, or was it just like agitators in the Russian?
From the Kremlin.
From Russia.
We have leaked Kremlin documents where Putin says that Trump's easy to manipulate, and we even have evidence of that, such as when Trump believed Putin's word of mouth over U.S. intelligence from the DoD and CIA at Helsinki.
I mean, that's fair, I guess. I don't really trust the DoD at the.
Okay, you clown.
What do you mean? The
Yeah, you're
DoD
just saying
got
that, like,
into
okay, do you trust
Iraq.
Trump?
Huh?
Do you trust Trump?
Do I trust Trump? Not entirely. I mean, he is controlled by neocons and
Oh no! I have a question. Do you think that making a grapist a president, right, further platforming grape culture and reducing the amount of stigmas and social consequences that we have for grapists is a bad thing for America?
I'll just say yeah, because I mean,
there's one example of how Trump's is, and that's just one example about how Trump is going to be.
yeah,
devastating
but like,
for our
do you
country.
think Thomas Jefferson was a bad president?
Yeah, Thomas Jefferson shouldn't have been president, right? I'd say
Like, he
that
led to
all
like
the early
one of
founding
the
fathers
greatest
were
eras for
musicians.
America.
Okay, so demonstrate to me the policy that Trump has that is going to lead us into a second golden era.
That's not what I said. I'm just saying that like
Okay,
just
well, then the
because
situation's
he's
not
done bad
analogous.
things. Do what?
Well, I mean, sure, but just demonstrate to me the policy that Trump is going to use to send America into a golden age.
I didn't say he was going to send us into a golden age. I'm just glad that.
So then why do you think it'll be good for
aggression
America?
in the foreign? Huh?
Why do you think it'll be good for America?
Because I think he'll bring a large more peace than other presidents.
I believe that Trump is worse for peace. We could already see this domestically speaking, with higher levels of racism, sexism, misogyny, and homophobia, transphobia online since his win. It has further emboldened bigoted individuals to be further bigoted because they see the same qualities present in our president. And
I'm talking about foreign policy, and I think you know that.
I'm going to get to foreign policy. Secondly, right, domestically speaking, I don't understand that you could say the guy that launched the biggest internal attack on the American democracy since the Civil War, when he attempted to steal the election from Biden in 2020 with his fake electorate plot, could bring anything close to peace back to our country. And in foreign, talking about foreign policy, he does not want a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Palestine. He wants to further fund Israel to destroy Palestine to finish the job, right?
Yeah.
Then he also wants Israel to invade and attack Iran. He said he'd flatten himself if they didn't, right? And about Russia, well, if Putin doesn't want peace and Putin wants Trump to be in office, that means that Trump is better for higher levels of global tension and Russian expansion compared to Harris.
Well, but have you heard that the negotiations are already happening between Putin, Trump, and Zelensky, and it's only been like 4 days since he's been elected, and they've already they haven't come to the final agreement, but they have set up concessions that will go in place if these negotiations are what both parties want.
The negotiations have been ongoing since the war started. And then Trump said that he'd be able to resolve the conflict within 24 hours of getting elected. It's been 4 days. And I don't think that really serves to further your point that he's better for global relations, as where it stands today is the same it stood under Biden and Harris.
He's not even president yet. He's just getting the negotiations ready.
I'll absolutely grant that to you, but that just means that you can't use that as a tool to say that he's better for foreign relations.
Why not? If he's negotiating,
what is he negotiating?
Even he's not president, then why?
What is he negotiated?
He's come up with certain
what? Give me his negotiation plan.
All right. So 20 years, Ukraine will not be in NATO. They will set up
Where do you see this?
Where did I see it? I saw it on the BRICS, from BRICS.
Okay, could you give me a source?
Yeah. Let me look that up real quick.
So anyways, guys, do make sure that we're double tapping while this guy's grabbing a source. All right, y'all. Everybody make sure that we're double tapping. Oh, he left. Okay. I guess we're going to move on to our next guest. Just give us a minute here, guys, while we load up our next guest into the live as we speak. Redwood just said, "Shit, I got booted" in the chat. Hop back in the queue, bro. You probably just got timed out. Hey, what's going on? Did you vote for Trump?
Hey, no, I thought that the background said I voted for Kamala. Why will Trump be good for America?
Yes, I'm asking Trump voters why. I appreciate you for coming up. Thank you so much for your time. But we are just looking to talk to people that did vote for Trump. Let's go to get Lord George up in the box. Hey, what's going on? Did you vote for Trump?
So I actually voted for Kamala, but now I have had conflicting thoughts of, did I make the right choice?
Well, you did.
Okay. So now the reason I did vote for Kamala was because, I respect women and their rights and stuff, and they have rights to their own bodies. I wouldn't be able to describe a woman's periods and stuff like that, because every woman's different, and men need to understand that every woman's different. Not every woman has the same anatomy, One can have a period 2 days, 3 days. One can have a whole week. The thing is, we don't understand that.
Yeah, sure. But where does the confliction come into the picture?
So the confliction is because of the economy. So the economy was we were presented with two different plans. Kamala Harris had the idea of,
okay,
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know what? Those 60 assault victims a day that are denied access to abortion, quite frankly, fuck them. I don't care as long as my loaf of bread will be 70 cents less. But guess what? It'll actually be more expensive. Donald Trump's economic policy is actually going to cause more inflation due to his tariffs. And Kamala Harris's policy was significantly better for the economy as a whole because it focused on the low and the middle class, when members of the low and the middle class are the ones that need the help the most right now because of the income inequalities and economic travesties onset by the pandemic. Trump's economic model focuses rich people while serving as a detriment to poor people. And overwhelmingly, I'd say that is a bad approach, especially right now.
No, I get that. So with those tariffs, the consumers are going to be the ones, like middle class are going to be the ones that pay for those tariffs, essentially.
Yeah, and Ashley, thank you for the $20 on Venmo saying stop getting banned, we need you. I mean, yeah, just on a lot of these like non-political topics, TikTok doesn't like them, so they get taken down really, really, really
Yeah.
But I appreciate you for the love, Ashley. Let's show some love to Ashley down below in that chat. But go ahead, bro.
Okay, so another thing is like, what was Trump's process like? Hey, let's increase those tariffs. Was this process like, hey, if we increase the tariffs, then we're going to be forced to rely on America to produce these goods?
Yeah. That's basically the idea. But there's other ways to recenter American manufacturing that don't cause the same consequences that tariffs do, such as just raw investment into U.S. producers. I mean, Biden and Harris did this with the Chips and Science Act, and it worked. Trump did this with the American Farmers Bill, and it worked. Right, and I see no reason that we should, try to achieve that end goal with anything but raw investment. Vote for Trump.
Hey, yes, I did.
Oh my God, you why?
You said why?
Yeah, you why?
Oh, just in the first 2 days, it's been amazing, right?
He's not our president. Biden's still our president, so the country's been amazing.
World peace, baby. That's what I want.
Oh, world peace. So yeah, the guy that says that he wants to flatten Iran. World peace. The guy that says he wants to further fund
You
Israel to
mean
destroy
the
Palestine.
terrorist
World
group
peace.
in
The guy that
Iran.
says he wants to negotiate and give up land.
Doesn't Iran say death to America?
Specifically from Ukraine.
Doesn't Iran scream death to America in their parliament?
Yeah, regardless of what they scream, nuking a country is not good for world peace.
Are you unaware, Dean?
What did I just say?
You said, "Oh, he wants to obliterate Iran and world peace." They're a terrorist group.
A whole country with innocent civilians is a terrorist group?
Well, you say Iran. He says Hamas.
No.
So
I said
it is
Iran.
whatever you want to call it.
Not Hamas. Iran.
Well, Iran's parliament is screaming death to America. I guarantee if you showed up in Iran, they would have their way with you, Dean.
It doesn't matter. Nuking a country is not good for world peace.
Who said we're going to nuke them? Last time he bombed ISIS and it was all good.
No, he said that he wanted to flatten the country.
Well, he should flatten the terrorist group there. Absolutely.
Okay, but what did he say? Did he say that he wanted to kill terrorists or flatten a country?
He said he wanted to decimate.
Yeah, decimated, flatten Iran. No, he said that too. Don't worry. But I'm specifically talking about when Trump said that he wanted to flatten Iran. Okay, that is not good for world peace. Okay, right? Allowing Israel to further.
Why is it not good for world peace? They're causing all the problems right now.
Oh, nuking countries is good for world peace. Leave.
Well, was it okay in Pearl Harbor? Was it okay in World War II?
No, actually, no.
Okay.
Nuking and unaliving hundreds of thousands of innocent
I'm
Japanese
not for
civilians
nuclear
is
war,
not
actually,
good, quite
buddy.
frankly. I know, but don't you think that nuking and destroying other countries will probably bring us a little closer to World War III than we're at right now?
In all honesty, Dean, I don't think we would need to nuke Iran. They're very small.
Ooh, yeah, we don't need to nuke countries. Maybe this is a bipartisan middle ground that we can meet on, and this is where we can both now say that Trump wanting to nuke Iran.
So when did he say that?
Crazy.
When
Yeah,
did
he
he
said
say
it was.
that?
Sure, I got you with this. I got you with.
You
very
said
specific
flattened.
data.
You said
Yes.
flattened.
I have a question. How do you flatten a country?
You bomb it.
And what bomb is big enough to flatten a whole country?
I don't know. The mother of all bombs was big enough about 6 years ago.
And what is the mother of all bombs?
According to it, it's a non-nuclear bomb. It's the biggest non-nuclear bomb.
Okay. So you're saying that it's not actually going to be.
What's so funny, Dean?
So you're saying that it's not actually going to be a nuke, but it's just going to be big enough to destroy a whole. Okay. Well, I don't really care if it's nuclear or non-nuclear. If you're dropping a bomb to decimate a whole country and kill hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians, that is probably not good for.
We live in a fucked up world, don't we?
Okay, so now you're saying that you don't care about global tensions and you're totally fine with World War III as long as Trump starts it.
No, Dean. I'm saying the minority that's bringing people down needs to be taken out.
Yeah, you're just calling for retribution and death. You don't care about world peace. So it is so crazy.
You call Israel.
One moment. So it is so fucking crazy how quickly.
Hamas a
1
terrorist.
second. It is so fucking insane that after only 3 minutes of conversation with Dean, I've been able to whittle you down from your claim that you voted for Trump for world peace to you now saying that you seek retribution and death and we need to destroy countries. Do you think retribution, death,
what you're
destruction
doing.
of countries is good or bad for world peace?
I think you're going off on a little tangent right now, bud.
What did I say?
You're just spreading all these words that you're getting out.
No, repeat.
And put words in my mouth.
Repeat what I just said. You could sum it up and give me the cliff notes.
Cliff notes. Now we're talking about cliff notes. I voted for world peace. China respects us now. Hamas is calling for a ceasefire. Ukraine and everything, all that.
Hey, man,
Thank goodness for Trump.
I'll ask again. Repeat what I just said. You could sum it up.
Why would I? I mean, shit was gibberish, bro.
Okay.
Gibberish.
So did it not make any sense to you? You know,
Your opinion right now is.
I'll be lenient because I remember sitting in Calculus 2, my junior year of high school, looking at the teacher
Be
saying,
smart.
this shit is gibberish. I just didn't understand it. I had no clue what he was saying, but that's because I wasn't paying attention or doing my homework, buddy boy.
You're very smart.
Really? You mean
Calculus 2 in junior year, yeah.
Yeah, I was. And anyways, hey, I just want to ask you a question.
Sure. Think.
How do you feel about the 60 women per day that got raped that are denied access to abortion because Trump elected 3 justices to the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade?
So when did that start to happen? The 60 women who were raped a day?
2021.
So has there never been rape ever before? Or?
I said 60 women who were raped got pregnant and denied access to abortion. No, that didn't happen in America prior to Roe v. Wade being overturned.
Well, I'm sorry. It's a state legislation. What can I say?
Huh,
I mean,
okay.
what can I say?
Maybe like advocate for change by
Do I make the decisions?
Holy shit. Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, if you were alive during the times of like antebellum era slavery, would you just be like, nah, I'm sorry, it's state legislation.
Now you're bringing up slavery, dude. What's wrong with you? Is that all you think about?
I'm relating you to another issue
Come on.
where state rights have
Be
led
better.
to grave moral consequences, and I'm asking you if you'd hold the same perspective.
Be better.
Okay, what did I just say?
You started bringing in slavery. I don't know why your mind's so fixated on slavery. That's not good.
Okay, what's 4 plus 4?
4 plus 4 is 8. What's a cube root of 27?
8, you up next time. Feel free to come back. All right, we're going to move on to our next guest. Everybody just give us a moment to get our next guest up in here. Quite frankly. Hey, what's going on, man? Do you think that Trump... Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, I did, man. I ain't gonna lie to you.
So why did you vote for Trump?
Because I feel like he was the best candidate.
Why do you feel like he was the best candidate?
Because ain't no other country take us serious.
Not with Trump in office. That's why.
Not with Joe Biden in office.
Really?
And they sure wouldn't have took us serious with Kamala, whatever her name is, in our office.
Okay, so then tell me why a vast majority of all countries in Europe had a significantly high approval rating of the Democrat Party and Kamala Harris compared to Trump, and why we have leaked Kremlin documents where Putin says that he thinks Trump is easy to manipulate, and that's why he interfered in the last 3 elections. And then also the UN
But that's why he's willing to.
all the other world leaders laughed at Donald Trump, where he then say that he didn't expect a response. Can you provide me a video of other world leaders laughing at Joe Biden or Kamala Harris the same way they laughed at Trump?
Bro, just think about it. Kamala and Joe Biden are fucking jokes, bro.
Why are they jokes? Tell me.
Why are they jokes? Because nobody took us fucking serious. Trump's
So
not even,
why did nobody?
Trump's
Wait,
not
I have a
even-
question.
Trump's
I have a
not
question.
even in
I have a question. So tell me
not even
why
in
you
office.
don't think people take Biden seriously,
And they
but
are.
why you do think
Everybody's
they
ready
take
for
Trump
fucking,
seriously?
everybody's for peace in this world, bro.
Oh,
Everybody
everyone's for peace in this world? Like Israel,
Yeah.
where they're continuing
As
war
soon as they
crimes and
found that
rejection of
Trump was
ceasefire
ready-
agreements
as
against
soon as Trump
Palestine?
was-
Or Russia, with their ongoing
as soon as
advancement
Trump was
and
elected,
killing
everybody's ready for
innocent
peace.
Ukrainians?
Cause ain't nobody trying to fuck with the
Who,
U.S.
tell me, who's ready for peace?
Everybody.
Oh, just give me one name then. Name one country. Name one parliament. Name one
China.
leadership. Name one government. Oh,
China.
are we not at peace with China right now? What's the beef
Not
between the
for
U.S. and
real.
China?
Not for real.
So
They
what's
ain't-
the beef
they-
between
they,
U.S.
they
and
think
China?
they can manipulate the U.S. because we got this old ass man that can't even think straight in office.
How? Like what's the beef? What is the China?
This man got to read off of a screen just like whatever her name is.
Oh, you don't even know her name. That's
And then
fucking
on-
disheartening.
and then
So I
on
asked you a
top-
very
and then
direct
on top
question.
of that,
Okay, all right, buddy. We
you
got to
got
break
all
this.
these
We got to
celebrities.
break this down. We got to
you
break
think
it
it's
down.
funny? Don't you think-
Sir,
don't you
you
find
need
it
to
funny?
take me
Don't you find-
seriously.
don't you find
Show
it
me
funny that
my
She
respect.
got all
quite
these
frankly.
celebrities. She got all these celebrities.
Okay, you need to fucking calm down. Hush, little baby. Quite frankly. So I wanted you to answer my question. You said that China was begging and pleading on their knees for peace with Donald Trump for the next 4 years. What are the current retaliatory relations between the U.S. and the U.S. and China? Tell me, give me an example of how the U.S. and China have not been at peace for the last 4 years under Biden. I just want to know what the bad relations are.
Bro, it's like a cold ass war, bro. They's not fucking with the US. Now they
a Cold War? Wait. Give me an example of the Cold War. Wait, you think that there's a Cold War going on? No, shut the fuck up. I want you to be very specific. Give me a very specific example of a Cold War between the US and China. Unmute your mic. While he's figuring out how to unmute his mic, we're going to go and get our next guest up in here. What is going on? Seriously, what is going on with all these Republicans? Dude, they're oh, they all want peace with Trump. They want Trump so much. Bro, the Kremlin thinks he's easy to manipulate and has interfered with the last 3 elections to get him there. Because if you talk about how much money Donald Trump has and gloat him up, guess what? You'll do anything you want. Hi, Lexi. Did you vote for Trump? Quite frankly.
I did.
Lexi, why?
Okay, so I actually have a question.
Yeah?
So, my biggest thing is, why my parents have to work their ass off to be,
capitalism? Sorry.
To be, citizens of this country, work their fucking ass off for so long, both learn English. Sorry, I just came back from the gym. And they get these, immigrants in the country, they get to these 5-star hotels, $350 a week for groceries. Personally, I just think that's really unfair. So that's my question.
Okay, I have a question. What federal program funds the 5-star hotels for undocumented migrants?
I don't know. I just know Kamala's really into all that and
So actually, Lexi, here's the problem. There is not a penny going from our federal government, right, that is funding programs for undocumented migrants, right? Then also, just to let you know, all of the migrants and the housing in New York, they're not undocumented. Those are documented migrants in our country through legal processes such as asylum.
Yeah, but why are there, I think there's 16,000 of the illegal immigrants are, what do you say, grapists or whatever. But there's
grapists. We should keep them out of the country, right?
Yeah.
So we should deport Donald Trump because he's a rapist?
Actually, the lady said in that video that he didn't rape her. If you actually
no, what video? What video? Where? And what was her name?
Shit, I don't know, but I know she was a porn star.
Oh, wow. Now you're confusing the cases. The lady you raped, her name is E. Jean Carroll. She's not a porn star. She's a journalist. You're talking about Stormy Daniels, the lady that he slept with consensually, then paid off to stay hush-hush about it before the 2016 election, then got 34 felonies for the misappropriation of business funds.
Why does that allow
honestly, this just leads us into the perfect follow-up question. If you confuse the litigation against Donald Trump insofar as mistaking Stormy Daniels and the 34 felonies for E. Jean Carroll in the civil court that held him liable for raping her, isn't that a red flag?
Yeah, okay, but why does that let all those rapists come in our country? That's my question. If they're convicted for rape, why do they get to come in our, I just don't get that.
Well, actually, people that are convicted of rape typically aren't allowed in the country. With their vetting processes, that is true. But one more thing, even if they were all rapists, MS-13 gang members, whatever you and Trump says they are, Donald Trump torpedoed the bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate 2 years ago, meaning that he caused the crisis to continue so he could get your vote 3 days ago, meaning that he caused more rapists to come into our country. What a sick fuck if that is all true. But, it isn't. You are a natural-born citizen, yes?
Yes.
You're also, out of virtue of that fact, 2 times more likely to commit violent crimes than the undocumented migrants that you're calling rapists.
Can you say that again? I didn't really hear you.
Natural-born U.S. citizens are 2 times more likely to commit violent crimes compared to undocumented migrants?
I know, but they still came through the border, so that's why I'm kind of confused.
Layla, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Yes, right? Undocumented migrants have been coming into our country because we have not had effective border policy. But let me ask you the question, why have we not had effective border policy? It's because the Republican platform for the last 34 years has revolved itself around rhetoric and prejudice and like populism to get people's vote, not actual action, okay? Biden and Harris tried to pass a bipartisan border bill drafted by Langford, a Trump-endorsed Republican, that would have funded the borders, that would have funded Border Patrol more, to be heavier on crime at the border, to do with drug trafficking, to do with human sex trafficking, and it would have expedited the legal systems, further serving to further disincentivize individuals by coming into our country through illegal means. But then Donald Trump was like, no, it would make the Democrats look too good. That is a real solution, and if this real solution was implemented, I would lose a lot of voters. So he torpedoed it by telling the Republicans to vote against it. Is that really something that you want to see your president do?
I don't know, but I'm not gonna lie. I am in a rush. I just wanted to ask that one question.
You are in a rush. Me too. We're all in a rush to get the fuck out of Dodge before January 20th. I get you. I get it, Lexi. Well, have a good rest of your day. I appreciate you so much for coming up.
Hey, have a good weekend.
Yeah, you as well. Becca, thank you for the 1 penny on PayPal. You're a G. We love you. We're going to move on to our next guest, guys. And for the 10.4 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. Let's try to get up 2 million likes, y'all. What's up, Kenny? Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
Kenny, why? Ugh.
I wasn't a big fan of what Camilla
Her name's Kamala.
did with the Nord Stream pipeline.
One moment. Her name's Kamala.
Okay. Well,
right. What did they do with the Nord Stream pipeline, sir? Do you mean the Keystone XL pipeline? And Papa, thank you for the galaxy.
No, I mean the Nord Stream pipeline.
Okay, what did they do with the Nord Stream?
They either allowed the Ukrainians to blow it up, or they partnered with them.
So you understand that that's a conspiracy theory? Can you self-recognize that that's a conspiracy theory?
Okay. So what does the German government say about it?
No. That is a complete and total fucking... I have no clue. What does the German government say about it?
So the German government currently has an arrest warrant out for a Ukrainian military member. And because they claim that he is the one that was part of the group that blew it up.
Wait. So are you saying if the DOJ of a country claims that something happened, then it happened? So when the DOJ of our country claimed that Donald Trump caused an insurrection upon our Capitol and then indicted him in Congress, that happened?
Okay, stick to the script. Stick to the story. Come on, man. Stick to the story.
No, you just got fucked up. You're done.
No, stick to your story.
No, it was a question. It wasn't a story. I'm not over here telling you. I'm not over here telling you.
You're trying to change the subject to January 6th. I'm talking about pipeline.
Here's the thing, though. So you're telling me that the U.S. was involved in blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline for the reason that the German government
said
has
he
an arrest
wanted
warrant
to.
out. Okay. No, play me a clip of him saying that he wanted to blow it up.
He said, if Russia invades Ukraine, the Nord Stream will not exist. He literally said that.
Okay, so he didn't say that he wanted to blow up the Nord Stream pipeline. Got it.
He said the Nord Stream would cease to exist. What else does that mean?
Yeah, but what you're doing is you're equivocating into
what
a
did they
statement
do
that can have many intentions and many reasons behind it, and then you're making it seem as if he was behind blowing it up. And the issue with this is look at this. Imagine I said, when Donald Trump becomes president, right, America will cease to exist. And then a month after he gets elected, Russia nukes America off the face of the fucking planet. Does that all by my words mean that I am behind that? No, I was obviously making a statement that would reconcile how bad a Trump presidency would be for America, right? And it was not to be taken literal. And Biden was either making a literal statement about how their invasion would impact the Nord Stream pipeline, but you are now misconstruing that to mean that he bombed it. I'm not here to debate conspiracy theorists. No one believes this but Alex Jones and other conspiracy theories.
The German government and Sweden they have all concluded this. This is already.
You said that they just have an arrest. Wait. Do you believe in due process? Because you just said that they had a warrant out for a person's arrest. Would you say that due process is conducted before or after arrest?
Oh, so now you want to wait for due process?
When did I not want to wait for due process?
Okay. So
wait. When did I not wait? You're saying this as if I'm contradicting myself because in the past I haven't wanted to wait for due process. So give me an example of me not wanting to wait for due process.
Because you're defending Biden-Harris. Their talking point is that Russia did it to this very day. even though it's laughable that Russia would do this to themselves.
No, I don't. I know nothing about the
That's
Nord
their
Stream
talking
pipeline.
point. So they've
I
already
know nothing.
convicted
I know
Russia of it
no.
without-
I know nothing about the Nord Stream pipeline. I want you to give me an example of me not upholding virtues of due process in the past.
You're supporting them.
Okay, you
who
fucking
is
suck. Get out
already-
of my live, conspiracy theorists. I'm here for real conversations, not for actual conspiracy theory. Just by the way, half of Trump's admin recognizes that as a conspiracy theory. There's not one Republican in Congress that sees it as anything but a conspiracy theory. Not only your own team sees it as anything but a conspiracy theory. Carter, what's going on? Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, sir.
And why is that?
Honestly, looking back on 2017 to...
How old are you?
19. So
When you
yes,
were
I was a
born?
kid at that time, but it was better for my mom. It was better for my family. And I just like, I hear you saying the rapist thing, right? So
Do you want to ask you a question about your first claim there? So you said the economy is better under Trump. So how did Biden and Harris make the economy worse?
my mom has to work 2 jobs now.
That's not what I asked. How did the Biden-Harris administration cause your mom to have to work more jobs to generate a larger income?
Why is inflation gone so high?
Because of COVID, sir. But I asked you the question first. How did Biden and Harris cause inflation?
Honestly, I
You have no fucking clue. You're just saying that it happened in the country under their term, so you blame them for it. Do you blame Trump for the highest level of unemployment that we've had since the Great Depression because it happened in the country under his term in April of 2020?
Actually, when the unemployment rate started going up, that was because of COVID. And then when the reason why all these people got their jobs, or like the hiring rate went up so much, is because these jobs were hiring back people.
Yeah. So you said that COVID caused the highest level of unemployment that we've had in our country in the last 100 years. So why can't COVID cause the highest level of inflation that we've had in our country for the last 30?
Honestly, I don't know.
Oh, well, you have no answer there. That's because COVID did cause it, sir. So you can't relate Biden and Harris into causing the unprecedented levels of inflation that we saw in our country and every other country around the world. The same way I want to be able to say that Trump caused the 14.8% of a rate of unemployment in April of 2020. You get it?
Tell me, explain to me, just honestly explain to me in the ways that but I want to ask you, and I'm not even asking you anything contradicting. I'm just saying, why is it the case that it was better for so many hardworking Americans, so many people, and right now, and for the past few years, life has been nothing but depressing.
Yeah, because Trump entered into office with a booming economy onset in the last 46 months of Obama's term, and Biden entered into office 3 months after COVID.
But didn't Trump cancel out a lot of Obama's tax policies?
Ellie, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Ellie. Let's show some love to Ellie down below in the chat. Thank you so much. Yeah, and it didn't really change much. It just made income inequalities grow. It just made taxes disproportionately on higher in the middle class compared to members of the top 1%. That doesn't have really anything to do with my claim. So it's we could and also you're acting as if I have the burden of proof here. In these conversations, you have to give me reason to believe that Biden and Harris caused the economy to be dog shit. I'm going to ask you this question. No, shut up while I'm speaking. Name one policy of Biden and Harris's that you believe was bad for our economy.
Honestly, I can't name a single policy. But what I do know is a part of the rate of inflation is because of how much money we've been giving to Ukraine.
Really? How much money have we given to Ukraine?
Millions. Is it millions or billions now? 10 billion? Yeah.
10 billion? Donald Trump spent $8 trillion in debt-related spending during his first 4 years. And you're complaining about $10 billion under Biden and Harris?
But, okay, if he spent all that, then how come everyone had more money in their pockets?
Well, I mean, quite literally, on average, they didn't, right? Real median wages have increased since Biden and Harris have taken term, but I'm guessing...
I grew up not even in the middle class.
Because debt went up and savings went down due to COVID?
Well, actually, so I just want to let you know, I didn't even grow up in the middle class. I grew up at the very bottom that you can be. And still, everything... We had a house. We lost the house. We lost the house as of 2023, the start of 2023.
Okay, yeah, you're just complaining about COVID, bro. Me too, I get it. It sucks. I feel bad for you. I lost a lot of things with COVID too. But that doesn't relate to the Biden-Harris admin.
He's been, he gave all that money, but at the same time, we were still able to afford things. like
because he didn't, because we didn't have COVID. How many times do I need to fucking say this? COVID caused inflation, not just locally here home in the U.S., but in every single country on the face of the earth. But the U.S. did have the quickest response and rebound from the COVID onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7. So when you make a relation between Biden and Harris and COVID, right, and what that onset, such as inflation, regressions in our GDP for 2 fiscal quarters, a reduction in consumer savings, an increase in consumer debt, a reduction in consumer confidence, etc., right? Well, you have a very strong burden of proof of relating that to actions taken by the Biden and Harris administration because of the global trends that we saw on the same front.
Okay, while that is a fair point, 100%. I am making comparisons based on, because COVID, yes, it definitely did have a take in it. But I mean, think about it.
Like, I can make the same argument that you are with things that happened under Trump's term, because that is the full extent of your logic. I could say, oh man, Trump's so bad because he was one of the only 2 U.S. presidents to ever leave office with a negative net loss in jobs. But Trump was so bad because he had the highest level of unemployment since the Great Depression. Trump was so bad compared to Biden because there's 15 million new jobs added back to the economy under Biden. Like, you understand when we just take this...
Back.
But now you're relating external variables insofar as how they can impact the economy, such as COVID. So in order to isolate for those external variables, you have to explain the specific actions that the Biden-Harris administration partook in that caused things such as record high levels of inflation. And if you can't isolate for those external variables, you don't have an argument.
If all these new jobs started and so apparently everyone has been everyone's been able to get a job and make money, been able to start jobs.
I'm going to give you some help, bro. I'm going to give you some help. Hold on. We're going to give you some help. Yo, Charlie, you voted for Trump?
Hello? I'm actually from Ireland, but I just want to give an outside opinion from a different one.
I do appreciate you for coming up. We're just looking for people that voted for Trump. Carrie, thank you for the $4 and the 20 cents on PayPal. I love you. We're just guys, hop in the queue if you voted for Trump. We're going to go and get some more artillery forces for Carter here, so everybody just do be patient while we're doing that. In the meantime, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. If you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. We're loading hella people in from the queue, and literally no one is joining. Maximum numbers of guests reached. What the fuck? Everybody do be patient, but go ahead and continue to make your argument, Carter.
If so many people have been able to start new jobs and this, that, and yet, why is the homelessness rate so high right now?
Hey,
why
Matt,
are there so many veterans? Why are there so many
One second. Hey, Matt, did you vote for Trump?
No, I'm from England, but I got to tell you that...
I appreciate you for coming up, man. We are literally just looking for people that voted for Trump so we could give more artillery forces to Carter. Addison, did you vote for Trump?
I did.
Phenomenal. How old are you?
I am 19.
What year were you born in?
2005.
2005, and what is your birth month?
December, I'm almost 19. It's still 18, but it's close enough.
Okay, honestly, I believe you because I you wouldn't have been able to do the math that fast, and you probably wouldn't have said the incorrect month on live. I totally believe that you're 18 years old and you lied about being 19 and then you admitted to it. I'm actually totally fine with that. But just to verify, can you please give me your social security number? I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking with you. I'm just kidding. Hey, yo, Mila, did you vote for Trump?
No, I did not, so I would understand.
Please, we're just looking for people that voted for Trump. Also, the lag is gone, guys. The lag is gone. If you still have the lag, just swipe in and out of the live. Literally swipe up and down, and the lag will be fixed. I accidentally swiped out. Let me know if you have to do it. What's up, Allie? Did you vote for Trump?
Can you hear me?
Allie's not here. Okay, we're just gonna do the two of you guys. All right, go ahead and give me an YouTube. This is the best deal on TikTok.
One of my main things was women should be able to play in women's sports. We should not have men playing boxing in a women's sport. That is dangerous.
Okay, go ahead and continue to talk. Go 1 second. I'm so sorry. Go ahead and continue to talk for everyone watching. I'm going to fix the lag. It's just going to take me 10 seconds, but go ahead and continue to talk, Addison.
No, that's fine. I'm sure most people know by now there was transgender female who was man originally and then changed to female.
Okay, I'm not going to lie. I couldn't hear you because I was fixing the lag. But now please repeat everything you just said.
No, that's fine. I'm not sure if you remember, but there was I think it was a transgender woman. He was a man originally and changed to a woman. He was lowest on all the man sports,
and then he switched over to the female sport and was hired. I think he broke a woman's jaw. It was a boxing match. I have a problem with that because that is extremely dangerous.
Oh, you're talking about Amin Khalif, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on,
So
dude, even I'll.
So I just want to clarify, Addison. I just want to clarify. Can men get
It was a
pregnant?
woman.
Can,
It was a woman.
Can men get pregnant?
Absolutely not.
No, you think because you think Amin Khalif is a man, right?
I said he was a transgender woman.
Oh, but Amin Khalif could get pregnant.
No.
Yes, because Amin Khalif had a functioning uterus with functioning ovaries. That's right. Amin Khalif had periods. Yeah, you want to know why? Because Amin Khalif wasn't just a woman, but Amin Khalif was a female. Yeah, that's right. Amin Khalif had DSD, right? And that is a type of intersex, but Amin Khalif had a functioning ovary with a uterus, can get pregnant, right? Like all of these like turf fucking terms that you use to discriminate against trans women, they all like apply to Amin Khalif. Like you want to say biological woman. I mean, whatever the fuck that means, right? It's transphobic, but it applies to Amin Khalif. So I just want to clarify, you think Amin Khalif is a man. You think men can get pregnant.
Men can't get pregnant.
So then Amin Khalif is not a man because Amin Khalif can't.
Okay.
See how the transphobic views contradict? You're like, men in sports, bad. And then you're like, men can't get pregnant. But I mean, Khalif happens to be the intersection that contradicts both of those points. Because you think that Amin Khalif is a man in women's sports, and Amin Khalif can get pregnant. So how do you respond and address this?
My only way to respond and address this is, honestly, I did not watch that match. I honestly completely forgot about it. Someone else brought it up to me. I just know that men and women have...
Well, I want to talk about the boxing match. So do you know why it was brought up to you? Because Trump tweeted about it. Trump tweeted a picture of Amin Khalif boxing saying, this is a man and woman sports and we have to automatically remove them and make sure that they'll never be able to play under a Trump presidency, right? But if your whole issue is discrimination against women and suppressing a woman's ability to play in women's sports, right? Well, what did Trump do? By saying that Amin Khalif can't play in women's sports, he is suppressing a woman, saying that a woman, even under your worldview, can't play in women's sports. So who's the sexist now?
Okay, then what do you say about these men following these little girls in the bathroom claiming they're transgender females?
Shirley, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Shirley says Amin Khalif is not trans. Abso-fucking-lutely, 110%. Thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate you for the love. Everybody, please show love to Shirley down below in that chat. Go ahead, Addison.
Then what do you think about these transgender men or women following these little girls and women into the bathroom when there's a unisex bathroom they could use instead, and it's a whole lot safer for them?
So trans women should go into the women's restroom. You want to know why?
Why?
Because not only does it make them safer, it makes cis women safer. If we were to segregate restrooms on the basis of biological sex, who would be going into the women's restroom? Trans men. Biological females, and the effect that testosterone has on any human body, male or female, is unprecedented. Trans men that have undergone years of hormone replacement therapy and testosterone are identical to cis men. And as soon as you say that they should go into women's restrooms, you are opening the door wider than it has ever been for cis men to take advantage of little girls by saying they're actually female.
Okay, I got confused for a minute. What I meant to say is a man, someone who was born a man originally and changed to a female should be going into a unisex bathroom.
Oh, so segregate trans women from any restroom.
It's safer for them because there's some that just don't feel comfortable in men's bathroom and they don't feel comfortable in women's bathroom, I've seen people get beat up.
Wait, then how about instead of saying that they should go into the unisex restrooms, they can go into the unisex restrooms? You're making the argument that there's some trans women that don't feel comfortable in either restrooms. Yeah, I bet there's plenty of trans women that don't feel comfortable in either restrooms, and I'd also bet that they probably do use the unisex restrooms. No one's arguing that. They absolutely can use the unisex restrooms, but that's just the difference. We shouldn't say they should, we should say they can. Do you see what I mean there? Right, then also, I just real quick, how do you feel about like a man walking into little girls' changing rooms? That's pretty deplorable, right?
It disgusts me, but
it disgusts you, and they should be persecuted to the fullest extent of the law, right?
I have my own beliefs on what's been going on.
What should happen to them if a man, right, walks in to a little girl's changing room to perv on teenage girls changing? What should happen to that man?
I mean, he should be prosecuted, and Trump was prosecuted for going to someone's...
No, see, that's your thing. That's your issue. You've just spent the last 25 minutes being so radically transphobic, like marginalizing and further suppressing, Jabred, thank you for the fireworks, like 1%, 0.5% of our population. But then as soon as there's like an actual cis man that's a legitimate threat to women walking into little girls' changing rooms and boasting about it on Sirius XM, you want him to run the goddamn country behind the Oval, in the Oval Office with their hand on the nuclear football. And that's the issue, man. It's so hypocritical. Like the whole scary fake woke virus that the right portrays on the left is like men lying about being trans and taking advantage of women in the bathroom. Donald Trump was a man. He didn't say he was trans. He just fucking bought a little Miss Teen USA beauty pageant and walked in there because he owned the place, and you don't give a shit.
Actually, I didn't even know about the whole beauty thing. I had no idea about that, and I just looked that up. I believe he addressed it in his first presidency back in 2016 when he had proposed to kind of build a wall around it and have checkpoints that way they couldn't come in.
Wait, who would the wall keep out? Undocumented migrants. That's who the wall would keep out, not U.S. citizens. Like, that's my problem with like the platform of the right when it comes to like immigration. It's like never about like actual solutions, right? It's only ever about persecution of migrants to get the vote of like prejudiced white people. Okay, and like that is such a big one. Like, he's not about solutions. He's not about fixing our legal processes. He's not about cracking down on the drug trafficking done at the southern border by U.S. citizens. He only wants to, like, demonize migrants in our country that are here to live an honest living wage to provide for them and their family. Like here's the real solution to our problems with immigration. Fix our legal systems, make it significantly easier and faster for honest, hard-working immigrants to come into our country. Carrie, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that. Recognize the sovereignty of international asylum laws. Allow asylum seekers to seek residency while operating in our country. And once we have made our legal processes drastically more efficient than they are today, crack down on undocumented migration, deport all violent undocumented migrants that are committing crimes or have committed crimes, and for the non-violent undocumented migrants that remain in our country, offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship. That is how we fix the southern border. And how come it has to be a 20-year-old liberal on TikTok that is telling you this, and not the next president of our country?
Honestly, it's probably because all the freaking Republicans and Democrats are all just, well, all the politicians are stupid.
Well, Trump's significantly more stupid than his opponent was. Can we at least agree on that? Well, I think we saw that on stage live at the one and only presidential debate.
Honestly, I can't agree or disagree with it because of the fact that she couldn't, whenever asked, she couldn't even give people a response other than, I grew up in the middle class.
I've actually never seen her say that ever. I don't know where Republicans got that from, so I have no comment. I've seen like that meme, that joke everywhere. I've actually personally like never heard her say that. You know what I mean? It's silly.
No, again, your views are completely fair, and I will never be mad about however people view, because that's just, I don't do that. I would rather everyone's voice be heard.
How do you feel about abortion?
I believe it's okay to an extent. It shouldn't be used as birth control.
What does that mean?
It means if you go out and purposely having sex with people, not because you were raped or anything like that, but if you were purposely having sex with people consensually, and then you get pregnant and decide, oh, I don't want it, then you're using it.
Well, let's see where we go from here. Should that be illegal, or is it just something that people shouldn't do, but it still should be legal, and we should fix that issue by addressing other systemic concerns? Because when you're talking about women that are going out engaging in intercourse and getting repeated abortions, I agree that's something that shouldn't occur either. But my reasons why I don't like that is because of how detrimental an abortion can be to the woman that's getting it. And I think that we should fix that with higher levels of sex education, more of an opportunity to access free forms of contraceptives. But not by banning abortion, punishing the woman, and forcing an unwanted kid into an unready household. I also disagree that people should smoke cigarettes, right? That leads to lung cancer. And then you could get treatment to terminate the life of the lung cancer. But the treatment to terminate the life of the lung cancer is kind of the saving grace in that equation. And we should probably further address systemic concerns that cause people to smoke more cigarettes. In the same way, an abortion is kind of like the saving grace in a situation of a woman who's not ready to be a mother, but is still engaging in unsafe sex. And we could address that issue through other concerns, such as teaching more about sex ed or having better access to contraceptives, right?
Yeah, that's completely fair.
There to be absolutely nothing wrong with lethal elective abortions within the first 20 through 24 weeks. And when we ban access to those abortions, it creates very negative consequences, such as the recentering of the family unit away from financially well-off adults that consent to starting a family and desire to have children, into forcing young boys and girls to be mothers and fathers because their state legislators won't allow the woman to access abortion and force her to maintain pregnancy for 9 months, as well as the fact that it leads to higher rates of poverty, lower levels of income and education, and lower qualities of life, all things considered. And then, just the cherry on top is that no, there's no legitimate reason why we should consider elective lethal abortions before 20 weeks to be immoral.
And that's completely fair. I get your side on that. Personally, I will reiterate this.
I'm so sorry for interrupting you. You're being incredibly respectful. I just want to thank Honey Bun for the scarecrow. Everybody, please do show some love to Honey Bun in the chat. Thank you so much for the scarecrow. Now go ahead, Addison. My apologies.
No, it's fine. I just want to say that I am trying to be incredibly respectful, because no one's opinion should be dissed or anything like that, or however you say it, disrespected.
Yeah,
because
you're being somewhat respectful. Yeah.
So I'm trying to be respectful. I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm not.
No, you're significantly more respectful than other people I talk to.
Yeah, no, that's no problem at all. And like I said, I do appreciate your views on that. And I did want to ask what your opinion is with the whole kind of this B4 movement or 4B movement, where these women are shaving their heads.
Honey Bun, thank you so much for the money gun. Wow. Okay. So so the 4B movement, what do you know about it?
I know that women are shaving their heads. No dating, no marriage, no men in gym. If this thing.
Well, yeah, Addison. It's because you and other American women are oppressed by men, right? More now than any point in the last 30 years, maybe. And one undeniable objective lever of control that women have over men is access to sex. And the 4B movement is an attempt to capitalize on this one lever of control that women objectively have over men, right? To fight for higher levels of gender equality and all senses of the word.
No, that's just the thing. I just know that I know a lot of people don't agree with it. I know that there's some cancer patients with hair loss that have said it's incredibly disrespectful when they're like shaving their head.
Well,
But
the
that's
4B
just,
movement's about abstaining from intercourse.
yeah, and that makes sense. If they want to do that, that is completely up to them. I
And
just want to get
why cancer patients are feeling disrespected?
Yes, apparently there's a bunch of people shaving like their hair.
Queen,
and-
thank you so much for the meteor shower. I appreciate you for the love. So what is this shit about like small government, like personal liberties, rights, and freedoms, but then like get pissed when a woman shaves her hair off?
I don't know. I don't care what you do. I've shaved my.
You know what I mean? You're like, words don't hurt me. Say slurs. Do whatever you want. I don't give a fuck. But if you shave your head, I'm going to wet my bed because I'm so flagrantly pissed. You know?
I just know there's some cancer patients. Like my great aunt, she had cancer, and she finds it incredibly disrespectful because she lost all her hair.
Okay. Dude, wow. I mean, dude, I'm so sorry. What? Jess, thank you for the $3 on Venmo. I don't know. It's very like snowflakey, I guess.
I don't know.
Don't like people like shave their heads in camaraderie of cancer patients like all the time and then donate their hair to be made into wigs?
I don't know. I just know that she said she felt disrespected by it. I just wanted to get someone else's opinion to kind of like help make sense of it, kind of.
Well, I mean, all these women shaving their heads are obviously just standing in camaraderie of your great aunt.
Okay, I can see that.
Ethan, thank you for the money gun. Yeah, but I mean, I think that's just weird to care about if people shave their heads or not. I think I've seen like a couple of videos of women doing that. I mean, holy shit. I mean, I think it's pretty cool. What I've seen so far is that stands as an act of protest. Against like the oppressor class of men to like not be seen as to be seen as like less sexually desirable. Thank you for the Galaxy, and Isabella, thank you for the $2 on PayPal. But what do I know? I mean, that's just like what I've reasoned my way to. I don't know for sure.
No, like I said, I was just trying to make sense of it, and I figured someone who like is more knows about it would kind of help with that. Because like I said, I haven't done a lot of research on that one.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Kenna, thank you for the $2 in Venmo. Do you think that women are oppressed in America?
I do not.
Okay. I want you to go to my main account and look at the comment sections on my posts, and then I want you to search up Brielle. She is a woman liberal content creator, and read her comment sections and explain to me why they look so different. His last presidency, he was sure buddy-buddy with Putin. He said he wants to continue to fund and support Israel to like flatten Palestine. He said he kind of wants to flatten Iran himself, but maybe like isolationist in the sense that he likes tariffs and he wants to stop goods imported from other countries. Sure, but that's not a good type of isolationism.
Yeah, I totally agree to an extent, but what I'm saying is more so. Sorry, I'm really nervous.
No, you're good. You're in front of 10,000 people. I get it.
Yeah. So what I mean by this is that throughout the entire position of Harris, when she was talking about what she would do because of the war and everything, because of Israel's stance and everything, she has gone on the record, and almost every record has been, let me be clear, what happened October 7th was a tragedy, and, just gone along to supporting Israel.
Yeah,
And
Kamala Harris and the Democrat Party supported Israel much more than I'd like to see. I wish that we'd had a conditional allyship with them since the 70s, pressuring them into not committing genocide and war crimes. But ultimately speaking, her position was still better than Donald Trump's. But what does this have to do with why you think that Donald Trump was a better pick for the presidency compared to Kamala Harris?
Right. So when I'm saying that Trump is more of an isolationist, I mean more so that because we know what his temperament is, I believe a bit more that if Israel does not follow the script, that Trump is more likely to stop funding arms to Israel. I believe 60% of Americans also want this to end, for Israel to be funded. Maybe 61%. Yeah.
No, he absolutely will not.
Why do you say that?
Because Israel not doing the good thing, which is continuing to their attack on Palestine, is what Trump wants Israel to do.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that one more time?
Trump wants Israel to do the bad thing. Like, he has said that he wants it. Wait, one sec. What year were you born in?
96.
Why did you laugh?
Do I just sound really young? No, because I'm just wondering why. Like, do I sound really young?
I mean, she gave it the right year.
1996,
Okay.
October 6th.
Thank you so much for the galaxy. Okay, guys, stop spamming. Stop spamming. She's 60 in the chat. Anyways, so I'm just really confused on your argument here. You're basically saying that Donald Trump is more likely to be harder on Israel. That is absolutely not true. Donald Trump wants Israel to continue their attack on Palestine. He said that he wants them to like reclaim Gaza, finish the job, finish what they do with the, etc. Like, he wants them to do what like they shouldn't do. Okay, so he's like more willing to have a propensity to like further fund them and give them more money and more weapons to like commit more travesties and war crimes against the innocent Palestinians, right? Not like take it away like Biden and Harris tried to do with the arms embargo. Not at all, right? He's significantly worse for like global conflicts, especially when we're talking about Israel and Palestine.
Okay.
Stowaway R, I appreciate you with the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I was just interested because I feel like this conversation, it often gets put in the back burner, like Jubilee's episode with Pete Buttigieg. I feel like that was one thing that they definitely could have addressed because of Michigan's population, and I feel like that was a missed opportunity from them. I just feel in general that. I know I'm not the only person that feels this way because I know there are plenty of Muslims that feel the same exact way about
you're
Kamala's. Yes.
And you think that Trump will be good for global conflicts between Israel and Palestine?
I think that they're both terrible. All I'm saying
Which
is
one's
that
worse?
there is this argument out there.
Oh no, like the leftist argument, like it's done, it's cooked now. Like, Trump's our next president. He's going to be worse for Palestine than Kamala would have been. Like I mean, like there's no more to say about it. And I mean, like I'm not like mad at leftists that hold this position that they're super both bad, can't vote for either of them, because leftists didn't cost Kamala Harris the election. Like, Trump won by a landslide. Not only the third party votes are those that abstained. I'm not mad at leftists at all. I think now's the best time ever for conversation. But guess what? Trump has been elected, and he will be worse for Palestine.
Okay. I was just curious to see. I see this argument from the centrist all the time that he's an isolationist, and I was just wondering what your thoughts were on that, because I'm not really seeing a lot of it. Like, I was just looking into it, and I saw an article from New York Times where it was a very similar approach that Trump is more of an isolationist. I know he wants to cut funding for Ukraine, which I don't necessarily agree with, but
last time he was in office, he literally tried to ban all new Muslims from coming into the country.
Hello.
Hi, Kanye West. Give me a second. Scarlett, thank you for the $6 on PayPal saying love from Ireland. Thanks for Scarlett down below. And yeah, he called for a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims coming into the U.S. Did you know that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Okay. Well, hey, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
I appreciate you for coming up, and I hope that you have a good rest of your day.
Okay, thank you.
Wow, that was wild argumentation. Hey, man, what's up? Do you think that Trump will be a better president for America than Kamala Harris would have been?
I did vote for Trump, but however, I don't think either of the presidents this year have been any good.
Yeah. What time is it? Out of curiosity.
What time is it?
Yeah.
Oh, you fucking prick.
Go drink some Guinness, buddy. Go drink some Guinness.
Guinness?
Isn't that what's popular in Ireland?
Yeah, I came back. You kicked me earlier, but I switched to an olive.
All right, we're going to move on to our next guest here. I appreciate you for the hand hearts. Everybody do just give me a minute. You took it like a champ. That's all right. Hey, what's up, Peace Done? Did you vote for Trump?
I did in 2020.
Okay, what about this year? Do you think that Trump was a better pick for presidency than Harris?
I think potentially, to be fully transparent, I wanted to come on here because I voted for Trump in 2020, and I'm 25 years old. And when I used to be extremely hard right, and as I started to change my environment, I'm dating a girl from Mexico who's an illegal immigrant who came up here, and her visa expired when I met her.
Well, I don't think that you should call your girlfriend illegal.
Well, I mean, her visa expired. We joke about it all the time. But she's here illegally.
Okay.
Anyways, she doesn't have a social security number. But anyways, so when I decided my views,
how about she's just an undocumented migrant, but like she's still a person, and instead of calling her like illegal or an undocumented migrant,
I mean, she refers to herself as that. So. But
well, I mean, I bet that's that's fine for like an undocumented migrant to like joke about their status and use terms and phrases that like Trump may use themselves, but I don't think it's really okay outside of that.
Okay, I understand. That's just what we've always said. I mean, it's not really.
Anyways, go ahead.
So, I mean, to be fully honest, my views have started to change, and I actually did not vote this election because, to be honest, like I haven't really been doing a lot of research on what's been going on. And I know your intent right now is to debate with people with Trump supporters, but I know your overall goal is to help as many people be left as possible, right?
Yeah.
And I'm definitely in that position right now where I'm like, I used to be very Republican, I used to be very right. And as I've been dating this girl for over a year. I've switched jobs, I've made new friends, and I'm like, I don't really know where to look. And my concern, I see people like you, I see people like Parker that are very smart, then I see people on the right as well. Does that make sense?
Here's my thing. I feel like if my girlfriend was an undocumented migrant, I would be so radically progressive after hearing Trump's rhetoric. Like, dude, Trump will get on stage, say that all undocumented migrants are violent, are harmful, a lot of rapists and murderers eating pets, cats, and dogs, and that we need to rally and kick them all out with mass deportation and use of the military.
Sure.
That all applies to your girlfriend. How, bro, let me ask you a question. Let me see how good of a boyfriend you are. Okay, so let's imagine you and your girlfriend are like walking up Main Street, Friday night, out having some fun. Some like old white guy walks up to her and he calls her an MS-13 gang member pedophile that has probably murdered a child or ate a family cat. What would your response to that be?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I'd be very offended by that.
You clock them in their fucking jaw, right? Any good boyfriend would. Savannah, thank you for the $2 on PayPal. And that is the minority. That is the rhetoric that has been launched by Donald Trump, and has now been accepted by such a large population in the U.S., especially within the prejudiced white vote. Okay, right? That should 110% totally, completely, and finally radicalize you against Donald Trump and the right. 110%.
No, I definitely hear what you're saying. The thing is her dad is very, very for Trump. I meet a lot of Hispanics. I think
what the fuck?
Did you not see how many Hispanics voted for Trump?
No, I did. No. I see that every day for sure, right? But a Hispanic man with a daughter that's an undocumented migrant voting for Trump?
Well, he did not vote for Trump because he's undocumented as well, but he would have if he did.
What the fuck? Really?
I mean, a lot of her friends are. A lot of her friends are very much, well, I mean, they can't vote, obviously, because, again, they're all documented, but yeah, I mean, it's very, I mean, you saw the statistics. I mean, you know what I mean? And so this is my concern. Look, I hear you. You're obviously very smart. You spend a lot of time, studying this, but I see people on the right.
I don't think that you're telling the truth.
What do you mean?
There's no way
that my girlfriend's dad, he immigrated here he's from Brazil, but he lived in Mexico for a while. He immigrated here, and he is for Donald Trump, yes. And a lot of his friends are.
Okay. Undocumented migrants for Trump.
I mean, again, that is not a statistical, that's just empirically what I see. So.
Okay. So what do you want me to do for you?
Well, no, this is my question is I meet a lot of people on the right and the left who are extremely smart, right? They spend, and you've debated with them. You've debated with freaking Shapiro and Kirk and all those people, right? And I see people that are like, oh, this guy cooked Dean or Dean, you know what I mean? Like, and it's really hard to pick where to research and everything because there are so many people on either side.
So,
you see where I'm coming from? Like, yeah, I feel like if I made a decision, I'd be ignorant.
So what do you want what do you want to yield from the conversation with me here today?
Well, what's your like how do you be so confident in your vote and so confident in your opinions when there's so many people on the right side who do just as much research?
I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you, because ultimately speaking, although there's incredibly intelligent people on the right, although there's people that have devoted years and years and years to research on the right, ultimately their positions are indefensible, right? And I mean, you could watch this for yourself on Jubilee. You could watch this for yourself in any of the conversations I've had that are not publicly available.
And I have, yeah.
You could watch this for yourself on my stream. Right? And ultimately, I believe that you or anyone for that matter can come to this conclusion through education and through your own research. And I'd say the easiest way to do your own research is to watch these conversations, to watch these debates, not just me, but other content creators as well. And every single time you hear a good point made, do your research, fact check it, and look it up. What you'll determine is that typically speaking, the liberals are right and the Democrats are wrong. And I know that sounds very biased and like crazy, and especially coming from, someone in the DNC Disney channel, right, such as myself, but it is true, objectively.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that makes sense. And I just want to go on record. I apologize for saying my slipped out. Nervous being there. Corrected. I won't be saying.
Oh, hey, man, you're all good. I kicked you just because you had some lag, but I do appreciate you for coming up, man. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Right, recognizing that terminology can be harmful, and then saying that you won't use it again is the best possible response, man. So, all right, we're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. If you are in the queue, make sure that you did vote for Trump. If you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. We're probably only going to do a couple more debates before we do get off for the day, guys. A couple more debates before we do get off for the day. So let's go and see what our next guest has to say. Also, getting up to 11K in this account is a slay. I love you all. Make sure to follow. We're going to be on here for the next week. That's right. All right. Yo, Nico, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for Diddy. Okay, thanks for the donation. Hi, David. Did you vote for Trump?
I did. Yeah.
Oh, David. Ooh, why?
Oh, what?
Why?
For a lot of reasons, but I guess part of the reason why I want to come on here is I've watched, your live streams a little bit. I've watched Harry's, Parker's, and I guess I'm just curious why you guys are constantly muting people and kicking them when...
I have the most chill live stream on this damn app.
Yeah,
when I mute and kick people, it's because they need it. Because it's deserved, because it's necessary.
Not always. I feel like one of the things that we're lacking nowadays is being able to have a conversation, and I don't disagree with everything that you say.
Yeah, this platform is for conversations, and that's why I mute and kick people, because some people will come up here not looking for a conversation, just looking to get on their little soap box and either preach or spread hate, and those are the people that get muted and kicked. Because, as you said, these platforms are for conversation.
Right. So, I mean, I've been on here for an hour now, and there are some people where you were just muting them, and that's when we're starting to curse, and it doesn't really feel like a debate to me. You know what I mean?
What if I just muted and kicked you? If I have a question.
If I muted
and kicked you, would that be funny?
I mean, I guess if that's...
Sorry, David. Hey, what's going on, dude? Sorry, David. Hey, what's going on, man? Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did. How you doing, Dean? I've been waiting a while to debate you. I've debated Parker. I've debated I forgot his name, but I've debated a few of your friends, and I was looking forward to this. How you doing?
I'm doing so well. So why did you vote for Trump?
All right. It's
Laura,
my first...
thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love.
It's my first time voting, and I did vote for Trump. I've been keeping up with. I mean, I'm only 18, so I've been keeping up with the election since 2016. Ever since I remember the Trump hate coming in, and I've always been against Trump since the past two elections. But this year, I changed my mind a lot after seeing that Harris is just not fit to be president, and Biden isn't either. There's a reason why they dropped Biden. There's a reason why they're not
Biden's
agreeing
a
in the
good
party.
president. No, don't give me that shit. Biden is a good president. I love
Okay.
Biden.
All right, I have a question for you though. So, do you believe that Biden was still fit to be president if he chose to be?
Biden would be a significantly more fit president than Donald Trump.
Then Donald Trump, physically, mentally, emotionally, like ready, fit to run a country with 300 million people.
In every single way, he would have been a better president than Trump.
So then, why did his party disagree with him and basically kick him out, encourage him to leave so that
just
Harris
populism.
could come in?
That's just
it's
populism.
not though. It's the truth.
They didn't kick him out because he was a worse candidate than Donald Trump. They kicked him out because he was less likely to win than Donald Trump. And there's a big difference there. And I could show you this difference with the real outcome of the election if you'll let me explain. It is objectively a fact that Kamala Harris is a better candidate for the presidency than Donald Trump, but yet he still lost, and her likelihood to win was significantly lower, right? So just because you're less likely to win than another candidate does not mean you're the worst candidate out of the two. It just means that most people perceive you to be the worst candidate out of the two.
Right.
And
I didn't
would
say
that there was glaring optics about Joe Biden that made it so easy for the Republican messaging to clock his ass. Okay, like the gaffes in his speech, right? Some of the things that were portraying of his older age, right? His debate with Trump, right? Like Republican messaging was able to optically fuck Biden. Okay, right? But that does not mean that he was the worst candidate.
Right. I didn't say that he was the worst candidate. I'm saying like his party, within his party, they disagreed with him, basically told him, you can step aside and we're going to bring Harris in. That's a huge issue.
Because she
when
was
you're
more
the
likely to
president
win
of the
the
United
election.
States. Right, exactly. So they didn't believe in him, right? Did they or they did not believe in him?
No,
It's
it's
a
not that
huge
they
issue
didn't
when you're
believe in
the
him.
president.
It's that they knew for a certain fact, being objective,
Which
that
pretty
Kamala
much
Harris
means they
was
didn't believe in him.
significantly more likely to win the election than him.
All right, so let me explain.
What do you say you don't believe in him?
No, I'm
What do you
saying
mean?
it's a huge issue when you are the president of the United States and your own party is disagreeing with you and basically putting you to the side. Every time I ask you, and I've asked Parker this, I've asked a lot of
It is
other
an issue, but guess what? Who's
an
it,
issue, exactly.
Who's it
It
an
is an
issue
issue.
for? It's an issue for the 74 million Republicans
issue 'cause you're
that
not
got out
admitting
there.
that he was not-
There you go. That got out there and voted for the 34 count felon rapists that tried to defraud young adults at Trump University, tried to totally ban all new Muslims from coming into the country, right? Called for a total termination of articles found within the U.S. Constitution, tried to coup the country and overthrow the results of the 2020 election. But then we'll look at Joe Biden in his senile age and say that he's objectively the worst candidate out of the two, even though he had some of the most monumental policy in modern U.S. history and did so much good for the American economy and for the American country as a whole, better than any other leadership within the G7. That is what the issue is tangential of. It's not an issue that would reside within Biden himself. It's an issue within the Republican platform, within Donald Trump, and the messaging of the right that was able to convince so many American citizens, like little fucking baby toddlers clapping for Cocomelon on the sticky iPad, that the guy Biden that was actually good for our country, that was out of 100 circumstances, was somehow the worst candidate compared to the felon rapist. You know what I mean? Do you understand where I'm coming from?
I understand what you're saying, and I want to have a respectful. Can you hear me? I want to have a respectful debate with you.
Yeah.
But I cannot have a respectful debate with you if you're just
Take
going
it
to keep
away.
muting me.
Well, I muted you because you overspoke me. If you do not overspeak me,
I mean, we're
will
both
not overspeak
overspeaking
you,
each other
and
if we're being fair.
You overspoke me as you said that. That was kind of funny.
Yeah, but I'm saying that if I'm talking and I let you talk, why can't you just let me talk? I'm going to be done.
It's
Three more
that
sentences, I'm going to be
shit.
done.
It's that shit right there that makes
I
me
asked you a
angry.
simple question. Do you believe that Biden is fit?
You asked,
said no,
okay,
and
now
then
I'm going
you
to do it
said
again.
yes.
You asked me why I muted you. I started explaining why I muted you, and then you overspoke me while I was explaining that I muted you for overspeaking me. So, okay, let's drop the immaturity, both sides. Okay, I'm not going to cast blame on you. Okay, let's just both stop interrupting one another, and let's both have a productive conversation moving forward. I won't mute you. I won't interrupt you. You don't interrupt me.
Fair enough. That's all I wanted.
Take it away.
Sorry. All right. So, like I was saying, I'm going to move on from this if you really don't want to speak on it. It's like I said, it's your life. I respect you. I have all respect for you. But listen, I have debated with a lot of your colleagues before, and I've asked them a simple question. I asked them, I said, do you believe that Biden was fit to run for another presidency? They said yes. And then I asked them the same question I asked you. If you believe that he was fit, why did his party, his own party, that is supposed to back him up, disagree with him and basically put him to the side? No matter how you look at it, basically put him to the side so that Harris can step up and take his place. Right now, they should have each other's back. If something were to happen to him, if he was not fit, exactly, that's exactly what they should have done. But they had a disagreement because Biden, you guys are saying that Biden was fit and you guys do believe he was fit. You guys cannot say that and then go backtrack on yourself and say, well, Harris should have probably been, Harris had a better chance of winning. Exactly. So that means that you guys don't believe that Biden was fit. If you believe that he was fit, that means he had a chance of winning. Why did his own party, that is supposed to be in charge of 300 million people because they were in office at the time, disagree with him and tell him to put him to the side? It does not make sense. Are you agreeing with me or not that he was not fit? Because you're saying he was fit, but his own party is saying he's not fit. Who's more like in charge? Like you guys or his party? Like that doesn't really make sense. Like you guys are pretty much saying that he's fit. Yeah, his own party put him to the side.
It depends on how you contextualize the statement. Is Biden fit to run the country? So when we contextualize this statement, is Biden fit to run the country in the sense of comparing his aptitudes, abilities, and behaviors to those of Donald Trump's? The answer is yes, 100% of the time with certainty. But if we contextualize the question, is Biden fit to run the country, right, in running against Donald Trump, considering other things, right, such as public perception, such as ability to win in the Electoral College, and the ability the ability to serve, and like the ability to be inaugurated on January 20th, and tangent to the outcome of the Electoral College? The answer is no.
Right. So, okay, that's a better answer. I understand that more. But do you believe that Biden physically, like also like mentally, do you believe that he's able to be fit to run the country with his slurred speech, with his health issues?
And that's the first contextualization of the question. Yes, significantly more sense in the idea of his actual literal behaviors, aptitudes, and abilities compared to Donald Trump 100% of the time. The answer is yes.
You believe that with his slurred speech, when he goes up, he basically can't even, like you saw the first debate that they had before Harris was running. You're telling me that he's more fit. That Biden, and I'm not talking about the Biden 4 years ago.
Definitely. Yes,
I'm talking about that Biden is fit to run the country.
Yes, significantly more than Trump. Absolutely, every single day.
All right, fair enough. I'm not going to change your mind.
I'll definitely take the old man with like some mental decay, slurred speech, with a great policy that cares about America, that wanted to fight to protect our democracy and for individualistic rights, freedoms, and liberties, over Donald Trump, the 34-count felon rapist that tried to coup the country with bad policy that serves as a detriment to America and other countries in the world on the global scale 7 days out of the week. And that's the issue. I feel like a lot of people in the Republican Party, right, cast shade on the other side of the aisle without seeing the fucking brick lodged in their own eye, pulling from the Bible there. And the reason I say that is because you're like, Biden has speech impediment, slurred speech, shows signs of senility. He can never run our country. Donald Trump has like 18 sexual abuse allegations, proven in a civil court that he raped at least one of those women, 34 felonies, tried to shut down all new Muslims from coming into the country, and launched the biggest internal attack on our country's democracy since the Civil War when he tried to steal the outcome of the election in 2020 from Biden. And you're like, that's my guy, hoorah, hooray, we're locked and loaded, ready to go. Like, that's the issue. And Joe, thank you for the Lily of the Leon. I appreciate you so much for the love. Everybody show love to Joe in the chat. Like, do you think that Donald Trump being a rapist makes him unfit to run our country?
I believe that he's done bad things, and I don't know him personally, and I don't know Joe Biden either. I don't know.
Okay, I don't know Hitler personally.
Exactly. Yeah, they're all. You're acting like these people are perfect people. We're not voting for God here. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, wait. I'm God.
No, I'm saying we're not voting for God. We don't.
So I'm God. See, the implication of your statement is that I'm God. Because guess what? I've never raped a woman. According to your logic, I'm thereby Jesus Christ 2.0.
Yeah, you've never also been an open racist like Joe Biden was when he was in the Senate in the early 2000s.
Will you get on your knees and pray to me right now? Because according to your logic, I'm literally the creator of the universe because I've never raped a woman.
See, this is why people can't hold up debates with you, because you just start yakking. Like, can we go back to having an actual conversation?
Obviously, the conceptual relevancy of my statements is that you made the implication that a politician will never be God in response to me pointing out the fact that Donald Trump has raped a woman. Okay, that is an absolutely, beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, false dichotomy. It is not either rapist or God 2.0. Right, I feel like there's a good in between, right? And Donald Trump raping a woman is morally sufficient reason to keep him out of the White House. Not only, right, out of a stance of her own virtues, not wanting a rapist to be in a position of leadership, but also the social consequences that yields, okay? Because platforming a rapist into the Oval Office yields very negative social consequences, because think of all the shitty men in this country that will see that and respond by saying, if he could do it and be put in the most powerful position of leadership known to mankind that ever has and ever will be, well, maybe I could do it too.
What was the name of the lady that he raped?
E. Jean Carroll.
E. Jean Carroll. Okay,
That's
was
right.
it an accusation, or did it actually go to civil court and it was proven and it was Trump got his, with this and that? Like, how you guys keep bringing that up? Parker brought it up to me a lot too. What do you want me to say to you? What if we bring up Joe Biden's? Do you know what he did 30, 40 years ago? What if he raped the lady and you don't know, and he just happened to not get accused?
Okay,
and it came out. What would you say?
Okay. All
exactly.
All right.
So
no,
you're going to keep bringing up something.
Wait. You can't ask me what I'd say, then continue to speak.
I have something more else to say.
Oh, so it was a rhetorical question that you didn't actually want to answer to?
I'll let you speak. But I'm just saying, though, you can't bring up something that we both don't know if it's true or not. You're going to keep bringing up court documents?
Oh, so that's a little equivocation.
Go ahead,
Don't worry, I'll
Go ahead,
address it.
speak.
So first I want to respond to like the first bullshit about your statement. You said, oh, what if like the other guy, Joe Biden's a rapist and we don't know it? So let's place both of ourselves in a hypothetical scenario. We're co-teachers in a third grade classroom. We have 30 students in our class, and we figure out that one of those students hit the other student on the playground. Okay. Now it has come back to us, and we are to determine what the punishment should be for that kid. You're like, well, he needs to be expelled from school. He shouldn't be in the school. We need to kick him out, get him out of here. But I'm like, well, you sick fuck. What if all the other kids in our classroom have hit other kids as well? It is so unjustified for you to want to pass special judgment on that one child who we know hit another student because we don't know if all the other kids in that classroom did the same exact thing. Do you see the relation? Because I'm saying we shouldn't vote the rapist into the Oval Office, not only because of my own virtues, that being a red line, point blank, period, but because of the social repercussions that will be tangent and caused consequently by that. But then your response is like, oh, well, what if all the other politicians, Joe Biden,
I get what you're saying.
Piece of shits.
I get what you're saying, and I do understand it. I didn't mean to sound like, oh, well, what if everybody else is a rapist? I'm not saying it like that. I'm saying we don't know truly who these people are in their personal life. So you bringing up something in their personal life that came out as an accusation, right?
It's not an accusation. It's proven in court. That was the second part that we had to address. It wasn't an accusation. It's proven.
Okay. So I'm saying though, again, accusation, because you yourself don't know. Were you a part? Do you know the lady? Were you a part of the court? Like, did you sit down and watch these court hearings and all that? Or are you just bringing it? Did you just hear something and you're bringing it up?
No,
because exactly. So, like I said, we don't know who these people truly are in their personal life. So you bringing that up when it comes to a political debate, it can go both ways.
Hey, were you there? Did you sit in person and watch the?
No, that's why I'm not bringing it up. That's why I'm not bringing it up. Maybe if you let me
finish my question before you try to answer it, so you'll actually hear it. It'll serve you significantly better for your optics in front of the 11,000 people.
I'm letting you speak. Go ahead.
No, you didn't. Don't lie to yourself. I was asking you a question.
Speak right now. Go ahead.
Cut me off, and then you say you let me speak, then cut me off 3 sentences. Fix your fucking attitude. It's embarrassing. Now,
I'm literally letting you speak.
Moving back to my question, were you there? Did you sit into the Nuremberg trials after World War II? Did you see all the Nazi leaders from Germany?
You're comparing that to an accusation. Nice.
No, I'm comparing court proceedings that prove something bad happened to court proceedings that prove something bad happened. Now answer my damn question. Were you there and did you sit on the Nuremberg court proceedings that proved the Holocaust had occurred and convicted guilt of Nazi foot soldiers?
You're comparing the Holocaust to an accusation. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Great.
Stop being deliberately dense.
It's true. You're
Stop being deliberately dense. Hey, let the real man talk. 5, 4, 3, thank you. Stop being deliberately dense. The analogy / comparison that I am making is to your statement that I cannot find any truth in the court proceedings that held Trump liable for sexual abuse because I was not there in person to watch them occur from the sidelines. My analogy is that you were not at the Nuremberg trials. You did not watch those Nazi generals get convicted. You did not see the proof firsthand for the Holocaust going down, yet you would be one deliberately sick fuck to deny those court proceedings. And I mean, we could recontextualize this in a billion hypothetical scenarios. We could do the same thing with Jeffrey Dahmer in the criminal court that convicted him of being a serial killer. Your ass wasn't there. And if you happen to be Christian, were you watching that damn resurrection? If you happen to be a Muslim, did you listen to Prophet Muhammad's teachings firsthand? No, you know that this argument is absurd. You don't have to experience something firsthand, see and feel it for yourself to believe that it's true. This is just the same anti-intellectual garbage that has been fisted down the throat of all Republicans since the MAGA movement started, leading to like 9/11 conspiratorial denial, being a flat earther, and straight out rejecting statistical facts proven given objective means of research. Because at the end of the day, objective means of research don't benefit your ass. They don't benefit what you believe in, because when you do the research, you turn into a liberal because all that the right stands behind is that conspiratorial bullshit. But he left while I was cooking, so we're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest, Kayla. Everybody just give us a minute. Just give us a minute. Honestly, I was popping off there. I'm not going to lie. Oh, hey, Kayla, did you vote for Trump?
Oh, hey, I'm.
No, she accidentally requested that. I was really hoping that she would say yeah. So I would be like, well, like you currently have $15,000 in your hand that you lost because Kamala Harris was not elected and can increase the child tax credit. But we're gonna get our next guest up in here, y'all. Oh, I like that last argument. I honestly think I'm gonna go back in my VOD and get that last one. I think I did quite well there. All right. We're only going to do a handful of more debates before we get off for the night. I've been getting off really late as of recently, and I haven't had time to do my chores. I need to like clean my room and go wash my car. I'm even going to get an espresso machine. Joke, thank you so much for the fireworks, and Andy, thank you for the pinch face. But yeah, we need to get our next guest up in here. Alyssa, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. What is up, Jeepers? Did you vote for Trump?
What's up? How you doing, host?
I'm doing all right, man. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did vote for Trump.
Why would you ever do such a damn thing?
Because I believe he was the better candidate.
And why did you believe that?
And I'll be honest with you, as a Republican man, I believe he was a better candidate because he was a man.
Okay, well, let's explore this. Why do you think men are better at leading than women?
I don't believe women can lead.
So why do you think women can't lead? Please tell me the biological distinctions between men and women that make men able to lead, but not women.
Yeah, so when we look at like just a societal standard that the gender hierarchy doesn't really just exist in America.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It exists worldwide. So in order to get other men to respect us, we need a man.
Okay. So you're saying that women can't lead because constituents of our country and the globe as a whole won't respect a woman?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Zoe, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Can black people lead?
Yes.
Does racism exist on the global scale?
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, there you go.
But that's the thing, right? Like, I'm not saying that, I didn't not vote for Kamala because she was black. Like,
well, no, the analogy is, right, the same pressure is stigmatization and stigmatizations that exist in the context of gender with the constituents of our country. Joke, thank you for the animal ban. I appreciate you for the love. W's for joke in the chat. That exists in our country in the dynamic of gender, meaning that people would be like less likely to respect a woman leader, also exists in the dynamic of race. People are less likely to respect a black leader. But you don't take an issue with that in the sense of race, so you shouldn't take an issue with that in the sense of gender.
Well, I wouldn't really realistically agree with that because black people are really only the minority in America. They're the global majority.
So we see racism and anti-black racism prevalent within countries all across Europe, prevalent within countries all across Asia. Anti-black racism exists on a very global scale. And I'm not quite sure that black people are the global majority. Wait, I'm pretty sure that's wrong.
No,
Brittany, thank you for the $10
absolutely
on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much.
Yeah, black people are the global majority, like in population wise. And it's not really necessarily like just like
yo, Colin, thank you for the $50 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Colin. Everybody, please show some love to Colin down below in the chat. Everybody, please do show some love to Colin right now. Thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. I really appreciate that, Colin. I would say I think that 60% of the global population is Asian. Right, so we could already rule out the idea that black people would constitute a global majority.
Well, you can be a black Asian.
If we want to go down to like skin tone, I do not believe.
Well, that's what Kamala Harris was. She was a black Asian.
She was a black Asian, but that's very specific and unlikely on the larger scale, and I don't believe that 50% of the 60% Asian majority is Blasian. And Jet, thank you Joke, thank you so much for the Jet. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much. Everybody, please show some love to Joke in the chat. Thank you for the Jet. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. But I mean, that doesn't account for what I was saying. Anti-black racism exists globally, but yet you still think that black people have the ability to lead, as you should, right? Meaning that even though certain stigmatizations would exist with women in leadership positions, this doesn't mean that women shouldn't be able to lead, not to mention the simple fact that when we put more women in these positions of leadership, it makes it more likely to reduce the amount of stigmatization that exists in the first place. Ken, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I don't think America should ever have a woman president. I just don't think we're at that point progressively as a world for America to be in the hands of a woman.
Why? What would the fallout be?
The fallout would be is that we wouldn't be respected by any other nation led by a man.
Okay, Joe, I appreciate you for the travel, and Isabella, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. So tell me why foreign world leaders respected Kamala Harris specifically more than Donald Trump.
It was basically a DEI hire. That's what it was.
So if Kamala Harris is a DEI hire with no real qualifications apart from her gender and race, tell me why she is better and more qualified than Trump. What does that tell us about him? And that's the immediate question. Don't let me finish speaking. That is the immediate question that always comes to my mind. If Kamala Harris lacks qualifications apart from her gender and race, how come she's more qualified than Trump?
Yeah, I don't believe you.
Joke, Lily, thank you for the Lily the Leon joke, and Amanda, thank you for the $2, and Kyra, thank you for the $5 on Venmo as well. Thank you guys so much for the love. Please show some love to our donors in the chat. Seriously, Kamala Harris mogs Trump in every single conceivable way. IQ mogged, emotional intelligence mogged, domestic policy mogged, foreign policy mogged, socialization and people skills, ability to connect, reach, and understand mogged. Okay, what lost Kamala Harris the election wasn't her lack of qualifications, but it's the insurmountably convincing messaging of the right, blaming travesties onset by COVID on Kamala Harris, right? And then you'll sit here and say that she's DEI, only the color of her skin and her gender is why she's in that position. So why is she more qualified than Trump? What does that tell us about Trump?
Well, I completely disagree with you on that point, right? What lost the left this election was literally what is happening right now, is when the left wants to host talking spaces, your party loves to overtalk and constantly beg for open dialogue, open conversation, and then you just walk all over people.
Buddy, I stomped on you with my IQ, not with my.
You didn't stomp on me with your IQ, because if you want to talk about qualifications of president, I don't believe anybody needs to be qualified to be president. Do you believe that George Washington was qualified to be the first president? No, because nobody knew exactly what the image of America was that they wanted, right?
A, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. I appreciate you with the love, A. Everybody, please show some love to A down below in the chat. And Kiki, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal as well. Show some love to A and Kiki down below right now. Thank you for the love, you guys. So what are your considerations when you determine who should and shouldn't be president?
I just believe if you think you can lead, you should be able to lead. That's my personal belief.
If you think you could lead, you should be able to lead.
Yes.
What if you actually can't lead?
then the nation's doomed to fail, right? But if people are willing to invest their time and their vote in you, you're obligated to at least make the attempt.
So Hitler was obligated to be the leader of Germany?
Hitler was a good leader for Germany. I'm not saying I agree. I'm not saying like I'm putting him up on
Thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
But he is one of the most influential world leaders of his time.
any way. Why is he an influential world leader? Because he fucking slaughtered 12 million people.
No, he was influential.
The issue is regardless of the
He
qualifications
was
that you would
influential
apply to
before that.
Hitler,
What are you talking
there's
about? He was
absolutely no
Times
lens
News-
that you could
he
look
was
through.
Time Magazine's
Hey,
person.
how about you stop over talking me, you snowflake
He
liberal?
was literally
hey,
Time
snowflake
Magazine
liberal, you're getting on
person.
your emotional
What are you
soapbox.
talking about?
I think you need to calm down, okay?
No, what's happening is you're getting
I think that you
bogged
need
by
to
a
calm
red
down.
pill.
No. I thought that you were just yapping about how like the Hitler about like you were yapping about Hitler, but you were yapping about how like liberals need to stop over talking. So I was in the middle of speaking. So I'll go ahead and respond to that. So you're saying that Hitler was a good leader. What are your qualifications for good leadership?
Yeah, sure. He cared about his nation.
So caring about your nation can qualify you as a good leader.
Yes.
Okay. Does Kamala Harris care about her nation?
Yes.
Does that mean that Kamala Harris would be a good leader?
Yes.
So
If she
Kamala Harris
cares
would be a
about
good
her
leader.
nation, she would be a good leader. Yes.
Oh wait, I care about my nation. Would I be a good leader?
Yes. That's the thing, right? Everybody constantly, we want to divide each other.
So what's a bad leader?
What's a bad leader? You literally don't give like any rat's ass about the country or the people that are in it.
Okay, if I care about my nation and I think that my nation would be better off if no people lived in my nation and I genocided every single American citizen, would I be a good leader?
Well, then you wouldn't be leading.
I would be leading.
No, you wouldn't be. You wouldn't have
Are you
nobody to lead.
Oh,
You
so
wouldn't be the leader.
a predication of leadership is other humans. So if I thought that my nation would be better off if there only existed 100 people in it compared to 300 million, and I genocided everyone but 100 people, would I be a good leader?
If you did that with only 100 people behind you, yes, you would be a good leader.
Okay. So you're insane.
How am I insane?
Because what you just said. I mean, you just lost all 12,000 people watching.
No, I didn't. This is literally the basis of a good leader. You target your demographic, your supporters, and you do everything you can to uphold them and their views.
All right, we're gonna go to move on. I apologize for that shit. I mean, you just lost like everyone. Yo, Sophie, I appreciate you for the PayPal. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much, Sophie. Hi, Chloe. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
You voted for Trump as a 19-year-old woman. What is
Yes.
that?
Before I answer, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I just wanted to ask about the fact that in 2016, wasn't it projected that Hillary was supposed to win? And
by like pollers, yeah.
And then somehow Donald Trump still ended up getting the electoral college, you know?
It's because they underrepresented white men within their polls.
Okay, so I was just wondering if you thought that could happen, this election with Kamala, like even 0.1% chance.
What?
I was wondering if you thought that there was any chance that the same thing could happen for Kamala, that when the actual electoral college votes, that she would end up getting the favor of them.
No, because she lost in the state's election, in like the state elections.
Okay, last question. Do you think you'll ever run for president? And no, I did not vote for Trump. I'm sorry.
I'm 20. Why? I mean, listen. I don't think I can make a determination on if I'd ever run for president. I think that the statistical likelihood of me ever having a platform large enough to run for president is incredibly small. Hi, Jamie. Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why is that?
I just thought I liked what he did in 2016.
What did he do? What did he do in 2016 when he wasn't even president?
Whenever he got elected in 2016, I like what he did.
He wasn't. He was inaugurated in 2017.
No, I like what he did in his first term.
What did he do that you liked?
I just like that he seems to, I don't know, there was like a disconnect between the Democratic Party and how they feel like they weren't heard. And I feel like he really ignited like people putting America first
America
and wanting to put America first.
I have a question. If an undocumented migrant tried to come in our country, called for a termination of our Constitution, committed 34 felonies, raped a woman, and then tried to rig the outcome of a federal election, would they be putting America first, or would they be a grave threat and probably a terrorist?
You said an undocumented?
Yep.
Clearly, I mean, obviously, I believe in our borders being secure, and I agree with him on that.
Holy fucking shit.
So, like,
Toddler
if they're
watching
undocumented-
Cocomelon on sticky iPad. I ask you a very important question that is conceptually relevant to your conversation about Trump putting America first. All you hear is the word undocumented immigrant, and then it's all about a conversation on the border. May I repeat my
If they're
question?
undocumented, well, based on the undocumented part, yeah.
Not based on the coup the country, rape women, commit 34 felonies, and call for a termination of our Constitution?
When did he do that? When did he call for a termination of the Constitution?
What was it, January 20th, 2021?
He told people to go, and he said fight like hell. So it doesn't necessarily mean
And he called for a termination of articles in the
go fight like hell. He didn't say like literally go fight. That doesn't.
He literally called for a termination of articles in the Constitution.
No, he didn't.
He sure did.
No, he didn't.
Okay, I'll read it off to you. God damn it. He said this on Truth Social. Just look up Trump called for termination of the Constitution. All right, we'll read it off to you. Great. And this is how it reads. So, with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception in working closely with big tech companies, the DNC and the Democrat Party, do you throw out the presidential election results of the 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and could not condone false and fraudulent elections.
Okay, so he thought it was fraudulent. Just because somebody thinks it's that way doesn't mean it's true. I could think.
Girl,
something.
He called for the Constitution of our country's what? What
he
the
said it calls for it. Like he's saying.
He literally said a massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
He was at the time he was believing that it was fraudulent.
I know, and that's what led him to calling for a fucking revocation of the Constitution. Yeah, that's why he called for the termination. Yes.
Because he thought it was his own personal beliefs that he thought it was.
Yeah, and that's why he called for a termination of the Constitution. Correct. Are you sentient?
No, but I'm saying
no. Yeah, good answer.
If he wanted to go around.
First time you've said something correct yet this live.
If he wanted to go around and say, I don't think it was. I think it was fraudulent. I don't think it. There was fraud. Whatever. He had every right to believe whatever he wanted to think happened.
Oh, no. Trump was completely within his constitutional rights to call for a termination of the Constitution, but that definitely means that he does not place America first. That's not what I'm arguing. I'm not saying it was illegal for him to call for a termination of the Constitution. I'm saying that absolutely, objectively, and undeniably tells us that Trump does not place America first.
Well, and here's the thing, here's the thing. In 2020, we were under a national state of an emergency, and there's a lot of power grabs that he could have done under that umbrella, and he didn't do it.
Does anyone know what the fuck she's saying? He tried to power grab the Electoral College when he sent fake slates of electors that sent false certificates of ascertainment into Congress to be certified as real by Mike Pence after he pressured him into doing so, and then called Mike Pence a traitor with his supporters, then calling for Pence's hanging because he didn't make Trump the illegitimate president of the United States of America for a second term.
Like if he was good, because I'm saying if he was going to do something and be some type of power grab dictator, like he would have done it in 2020. He would have done it in 2019.
Yeah, he literally tried to do that.
Damn, he asked me to join.
I did. I welcome in, Garrison. You voted for Trump?
Yeah, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm doing good. And Jamie down here, she's making sense, right? She's a patriot.
Yeah, no, actually, I don't care about her. I want to talk to you.
Okay.
And I want to combat the lies you've been spreading this whole time, pal.
Well, you're overspeaking
I've waited
one
on
of your
this for 2
comrades.
hours. Are you ready?
You're overspeaking one of your patriots of America.
Yeah, she can hold on a minute. I'm talking to you.
No, you need.
No, she can hold on. I'm talking to you.
You need.
So you want? Okay,
you
time out.
need.
Can we go
No,
one- can we go one by one?
No.
Jamie, can I have the floor for a minute?
No. Actually, I think no. Actually, I
Okay.
think I want Jamie to continue to speak.
Yeah, Dean, of course you do, because you know I'm getting ready to roast your fucking ass.
Oh, what are you gonna do? Tell me that I voted
so
for
you
Kamala
keep
Harris to
saying
save the
he was
country?
found liable of rape,
What
right?
are you? Oh, yeah, I did.
No, but that wasn't true. The jury rejected that she was raped and said he was liable for sexual assault and defamation.
Yeah. Yes. Garrison, would you agree with me?
So are you telling the truth or are you lying?
Oh, I'm telling the truth. Would you agree with me
Okay,
that
let me ask
anything
you
that's
this, buddy.
oh
Okay.
no,
Okay, go ahead.
Harrison.
I'll let you speak. Go ahead.
Harrison.
I got you.
need
Go
to
ahead.
Matthew 17:34 says, "Turn the other cheek. I compel you with the power of God to shut the fuck up, to turn the other cheek
No,
while
go
I
ahead.
speak." Thank
Then
you so
speak.
much. Phenomenal.
Speak, 'cause I got another point for you.
Would you agree with me that anything entering into a woman's vagina without consent is rape?
That's not what happened, though. Here, let me ask
That's
you
not what
this.
I asked. That's not just quite
Yes,
frankly.
I would agree. Yes, I would agree. Yes, I would agree. It's rape. But let me ask you this.
Phenomenal. No, buddy. 5-4. I'm gonna have to put you on mute. Okay.
Okay. What, can I ask you a question?
No, almost. You're so close, but I
No,
have to
go
be
ahead.
able to finish my statement.
Go
Great.
ahead. I'll let you
so
finish. Go
you
ahead.
just agreed with me that anything entering into a woman's vajayjay without consent is grape.
Correct.
And then you said that Donald Trump was not held liable for grape. So, in the state of New York at the time, they legally defined grape as only the male member entering into the female member without consent. So,
the jury
because
rejected that she was raped, Dean.
5-4.
No, go
Do I
ahead.
need to do it again.
Go ahead. Go ahead, buddy. Because let's. Can we go to the next point?
No.
Okay. Well, finish what you're saying and let's go to the next thing. Because I got more. I want to talk about inflation.
Okay, we'll get there. You just have
Okay,
to
let's
listen to
go.
me. Phenomenal. So, you're right. The jury did not hold Trump liable for grape. They held him
interesting.
liable. Okay. Garrison, will you allow me to finish
No,
speaking?
go ahead, buddy. You do the same thing to everybody else. I'm just saying. I was just.
Oh, we got a vigilante. God
Yeah,
damn it.
go
I was
ahead.
up here trying to be respectful. I was like just asking you if you could let me finish because I don't know. I just thought you lack impulse control. But then you tell me it's all about being a fucking vigilante because I interrupt other people. You're muted, quite frankly. I'm going to go ahead and finish. So you're right. Donald Trump was not held liable for grape. He was held liable for violent sexual abuse. The reason he was not held liable for grape isn't because he's not a grapist. The reason that he wasn't held liable for grape was because in the state of New York at the time, they defined grape as the male member entering into the female member without consent. So only the PP into the vajayjay. But the jury held him liable for inserting his fingers into her vajayjay without consent. Okay? Right? And I asked you, remember, Garrison, all right? I asked you if anything entering into a woman's vajayjay without consent is grape, and you said yes. So under your own definition of grape, guess what? Donald Trump's a grapist. But if you want to respond to this by telling me that you only trust the opinions of the court, if the court doesn't say it, then it's not true.
No,
Well,
I'm not saying that.
There was
Can I
a
ask you a
follow-up court proceeding where Donald Trump tried to countersue his victim, E. Jean Carroll, for calling him a grapist on live TV. And what happened? The judge threw it out, ruling that her claims were substantially true.
Correct. Okay. So besides that, can we move on from that? Because we did that point. Here's my point on that is that the difference between criminal and civil is that civil does not take hardly any evidence to get found liable for something. It's his word versus hers. There was no evidence, Dean. So how can you sit here and say, oh, well, a liberal jury in New York found Donald Trump liable for grape, right? But let's skip that, okay? Because that's not what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the lies of inflation. Let me ask you a question, Dean. Are you ready?
No, because I wanted to respond to those 2 points. You
Okay,
can't just say
but you
stuff
did
and
though,
run
right?
away. No, I didn't.
Oh, you want to respond more? Go ahead.
Yeah,
I thought
because you're saying more.
Yes, but do
Chris, we
you
thank you for the money
agree?
gun.
Do you agree that criminal court and civil court are two different standards?
I do. I have a question for you.
Okay,
What is a standard of evidence in a civil court?
Not much. It was literally. Do you know what evidence was? Do you know what evidence was provided in the case? Dean?
I know it all.
It was her word versus his.
That's also wrong. But before we get there is a legal name for the standard of evidence upheld in a civil court. Do you know what it is?
No, I don't.
It's called the preponderance of evidence. Now, moving on to the point about the evidence, name one piece of evidence that was submitted inside of the courtroom to prove to the jury that Donald Trump raped her. And before you say there wasn't any evidence, yes, there was. God, there was 7 pieces of evidence in the court documents. All I want you to name is one of them.
I don't know what they were.
God, so Garrison, aren't you a little fucking embarrassed in yourself?
No, not
that you're up here just belligerently saying, there was no evidence. They didn't require that much evidence. Well, not knowing any of the evidence yourself or what the standard of evidence that civil courts uphold, I'm going to give you a little bit of a lesson because you deserve to be set down, good boy. Okay? Right, so apart from the standard of evidence in a civil court proceeding being that of a preponderance of evidence, the actual evidence that the jury used to hold Trump liable had to do with right, not just her testimony, but the consistency of her testimony with medical records from the 1990s.
That's still her testimony.
And the consistency between the testimony of 7 others with E. Jean Carroll's, as well as the medical records that were unsealed for the court proceedings. She also attempted to submit a dress with unknown male DNA on it that she claimed to be Trump's, with Trump then refusing to submit his DNA to be tested against the DNA on the dress.
Okay.
Along many other things.
Are you good on the E.G. Carroll? Can we go to the inflation?
Oh, inflation. I have a question.
I don't care about the fucking Eugene Carroll. I just
you don't care about grape. Yes, you don't care about a grape victim. Thank you for saying the quiet part out loud.
My wife's sitting right here, and I do care about rape. What I'm simply saying is that you kept saying he was found guilty of rape, and he wasn't. But let's talk about inflation. Go ahead. Sorry. What's up?
No, I was going to say, Dean, like when you say like, oh, you don't care about a grape victim, that's what people like. No, we do, but that's what
Emma, thank you for
is
the
part of the reason why people got tired of being name called and being like people got tired of it.
Jamie, he said, and I quote, I don't care about E. Jean Carroll.
Yes,
he said, I don't care about the E. Jean Carroll thing. He didn't say, I don't care about her.
Can we talk about inflation real quick?
E. Jean Carroll's a victim of grape.
You said inflation was caused by COVID, correct?
I did.
Okay, so explain to me why inflation was low up until 2022. You know what happened in 2021?
COVID.
No, that was 19. The American Rescue Act was passed in 2021. A year later, inflation's 8%, the highest it's been in decades. Why?
Why? Because COVID onset global inflation.
Why was inflation low through COVID, Dean?
Why was inflation low at the start of COVID? Because the economy had not been stimulated yet, and consumer confidence was low. So was consumer spending. Typically,
so just miraculously after they passed the American Rescue Act, inflation goes to the fucking roof, right?
Okay. Well, I was gonna try to explain it to you with like.
No, but you're gonna lie and bullshit your way through it.
Oh, hey.
You're the reason she lost, Dean.
Hey, Garrison, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there.
Calm down. She lost.
Calm down.
No, I'm calm.
Kenna, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Kenna.
I'm just tired of you lying, bro.
Hey,
you want to talk about immigration? The immigration bill, you keep telling people Trump.
Before we move forward, Kenna just donated me $2 on Venmo. Can you
nice,
say thank you, Kenna?
Congratulations.
Good boy.
Now you keep telling people.
Wait, Maddie! Thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying they have no empathy. Thank you for the love, Maddie. And Michaela, thank you for the $1 on Venmo.
Thank you for donating. Thank you.
Good boy.
Okay, listen.
Good boy.
So you keep saying Trump killed the immigration bill, correct?
Wait, we got to talk about the American Rescue Plan, COVID, and inflation. Great. So, how did the American Rescue Plan cause inflation?
The spending, the $1.9 trillion fucking dollars, dude.
Yeah. Hannah, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Hey, do you remember when Donald Trump passed COVID stimulus? His bill was for $2.3 trillion.
Yep.
So if government spending causes inflation, i.e. the $1.9 trillion signed into law under Biden and Harris caused inflation up to 8 to 10%, how much inflation did Donald Trump's $2.3 trillion COVID stimulus bill? Reagan, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. PayPal, I appreciate it. Shut up while I thank my donors. Shut up while I thank my donors. This is the oppression and suppression of the left. Shut up while I thank my donors. Reagan, thank you so much for the $20
donors.
Good boy.
You should really save your fucking money until Trump's in office, but whatever.
Bad boy. Thank you for the $20 on PayPal, Reagan. Loving, I have more to thank. Loving Adventure, thank you for the $5 on PayPal as well. I appreciate you for that. And Clara, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Almost, bad boy. Let me thank my donors. Clara with a $50. Everybody spam.
You like debating me.
Bad boy. Let me thank my donors. W's for Claire in the chat with a $50 donation. And Kari, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Kenna, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Hannah, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Nico with a $5 on Venmo. Michaela with a $1 and Maddie with a $10.
They're trying to shut me out, Dean. They're trying to shut me out because I'm kicking your ass.
I am. They are. They want to silence you. You true
Hey,
MAGA
Dean,
patriot.
can we talk about immigration? The immigration bill you keep saying Trump killed?
We can talk about.
You want to know? Hey, Dean, did 7 Democrats?
1 second. There's more liberal deeps. There's more liberals from the deep state trying to.
Can you just say thank
Hold
you?
on,
liberals?
bro. Just
isn't that good enough?
Ellie, thank you. Ellie, you liberal. Thank you for the $5 on PayPal. And Asa, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. And Christian, good boy. And thank you for the $10 on. What did you just say?
Oh yeah, good job, good boy. Hey, can we talk about the?
Did you just say good boy to yourself?
No, I was saying it said good boy on the screen. But listen, Dean, I got a question. Let's talk about the immigration bill you said Trump killed. Did 7 Democrats vote against that immigration bill?
This man said, it said good boy on the screen.
Yeah, that's.
Oh my God, I'm gonna cry my fucking eyes out. I have more donors to thank, man.
7 Democrats voted against the immigration bill.
No, it wasn't 7.
Yes,
it was
they
4.
did.
It was 4. It was 4, not 7. Get your facts straight. Jesse, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. I appreciate you with the love, Jesse.
And why did they stop that bill from
chill. Thank you for the love, Jesse. And Grace, thank you for the... Goodbye, Harrison. Don't use slurs.
Fuck you, pussy boy. I'll beat your ass.
Oh, my fucking God. I apologize for his use of slurs. Lisa, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love. Galleria, I appreciate you for the money gun. And Jules, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Isabella, thank you for the $2. And Eduardo, thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Eduardo. And Claire, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Scarlett, thank you for the $1 on PayPal. And all of a sudden, Jamie, you look normal.
Do what?
All of a sudden, you look normal.
Well, see, that's not very nice. I was about to say he was kind of mean to you, and I think you were kind of patient with him.
Well,
that was not very nice to say
I
about me.
that.
Thanks a lot.
And Jay,
That's
thank you.
real nice.
Oh, Jamie, I'm sorry. Maybe if you didn't vote for like 60 women a day that got raped to be denied access to abortion, I'd be more sympathetic.
Nobody is going to be denied.
They're on 60 every day, seriously, since Roe v. Wade was overturned.
They
60?
all have, but they all have, some of these cases I read have, like, the one girl in Texas back in October, like, she had sepsis, but it was, like, from a different infection or something, and they didn't treat her sepsis.
Avery,
like,
thank
she
you for the
wasn't
$5
treated
on
properly.
Venmo. No, what I'm telling you is that since Roe v. Wade has been overturned, 65,000 victims of rape have been denied access to abortion in 12 states where it's banned outright, not even having an exception for abortion.
Okay, I want to know what state doesn't have an exception, because all of, but which, like, what is it? I even read Texas, and it said,
Christine, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
If the life of the mother is at risk or the life of the mother is threatened, even in Texas, like I just looked it up the other day.
You just gave me an example of a state that didn't make a rape exception. Thank you. Thank you.
But what does it matter?
I was gonna go on my laptop and find it for myself. You made the argument for me.
But what does it matter how it was conceived?
Michelle, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Everybody, please show some love to Michelle in the comment section. Sure, I got it. It matters how it's conceived, because when a woman gets raped, what obligation does she have to provide for the resources for the needs of the fetus?
I mean, she might not, but did you know there's more resources?
And if she doesn't have an obligation to provide for the needs of the fetus, well, why should we make it illegal for the woman to revoke?
So she should just because she doesn't have the resources, that's a reason to unalive it?
It is, quite literally. The fact that she doesn't have an obligation to provide for the needs of the fetus.
But so what about all those...
Aquila, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you for the love.
And their parents or their mother didn't have the resources to care for them. Like, you're basically saying their life isn't valuable.
Okay, well, you misconstrued my argument. I said that rape victims have no obligation to provide for the resources that a fetus needs to grow and thrive in her uterus, right? There is no moral wrongdoing when a victim of rape, especially, would deny the fetus any further amount of her bodily resources by evicting it out of her womb, right? It's called evictionism. It's like the most simple argument in the book.
But I'm very much pro-life.
No obligation.
And unless her right to life is threatened, I would say that is not a reason to unalive a human at a stage in development.
Okay,
but that's just me.
So, Jamie, how are you when it comes to conceptual thought and like hypotheticals? Out of 10, how are you?
It's okay.
Okay, we'll
Some
give
of
it a
them are
shot.
kind of wild and way out there, but
Arlene, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. We're gonna give it a shot. So, if a vampire walks up to you, needs your blood to survive, and without your consent starts sucking the blood out of your neck, would you be doing anything wrong if you were to kick them forcefully off of your neck, even if you knew it would kill them?
okay, well, let me ask. After they're done, am I going to be able to be alive and they're going to be alive and we're all going to walk away? Yes or no? Are two lives going to be able to be lived?
They just drain your life force for 9 months. Are
Well-
you doing anything wrong if you kick them off before 9 months?
If nobody is losing their lives, then I wouldn't do anything about it. If we're going to both walk away alive and two people get to live, oh well, like, fine.
Okay, so tread on you?
As long as two people get to walk away with their lives intact and nobody is being unalived and my right to life is not threatened, then oh well, so be it.
So if you were kidnapped, forcefully connected, if you were kidnapped and drugged and someone like stole your kidney because they needed it for 9 months, but you could get it back at the end, would you be doing anything wrong if you stole it right back, killing them?
Yes, because I would be unaliving them.
Bro.
But if we both get to walk away with our lives intact.
Fuck, like, dude, like, hello? Like, dude, please. Lisa, thank you for the $20 on Venmo saying, what about the woman's quality of life? Women don't owe their body to anyone, not a fetus, not a 50-year-old man. Well, that's kind of the point that we're getting at right now with Jamie down here. It's just, it's a little bit more difficult. Thank you for the for the $20 though, Lisa. Everybody please do show some love to Lisa down below in the comment section. And Jessica, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Okay, let me, I'm trying to determine what angle I should attack this from. Joey, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. So, let's see. Let's assume that you are very poor and you could only buy enough food to barely sustain yourself. And I break into your house every 9 months and I steal half of your food. The remainder that's left for you will keep you alive, but barely. If you were to stop me from stealing that food resulting in my death, would you be doing anything wrong?
Okay, say that again. Hold on. Say it again.
If you're poor and you only have enough food to sustain your life.
Yes.
And I break into your house 3 times a day and I steal half the food you buy to sustain my life. But you're left with very little that'll barely get you by. I mean, it's going to be 9 months of pain and agony. Would you be doing anything wrong by locking your door to keep me out, even if it meant I would die because I couldn't steal your food?
Once again, after you're done doing that for however long, are we both going?
$5 on Venmo.
Are we both going?
We'd both be live. But please tell me,
so
would you
if
be
we're
doing
both-
anything wrong by locking your door, keeping me out?
Well, if we're both going to be able to live afterward, then I would say yes. If two people get to live at the end of it, what's the problem?
Okay. So I just want to clarify. So at all like the BLM riots in 2020, when people were breaking into like Target and whatnot, stealing shit, that wasn't wrong because at the end of the day, both people lived.
Stealing it from is against the law. Like you're talking about somebody unaliving somebody else. Like you're talking about
fucking shit.
You're talking about unaliving somebody else.
Fucking dude. Oh my god.
Like I get where you're going with it. I get it.
God.
But I just can't imagine. You devalue.
Okay.
human
Well,
life,
obviously, this conversation about how like a mother that was like a woman that's a victim of rape doesn't have an obligation to sustain the life of the fetus is failing. Why do you think?
Let me ask you. Okay, well, hold on.
Wait, are you Katie?
No, Dean, I have a question.
Are you Katie?
No. What?
Rachel, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. No, I have a question. Why do you think the life of a fetus is morally valuable?
Well, it's a human at a stage in development, is it not?
Also, all humans are morally valuable.
All humans, yes.
Why?
Because we're humans and we're here
but
for a reason.
why does like the organization of our genome make us morally valuable?
Because we're humans and we are.
But I'm asking you, like,
people.
why? Like, why are humans valuable, but like cows not valuable?
They're valuable, but not
Rachel,
the
thank you for
same. They're
$5
not on the same.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just asking you. I'm asking you to challenge, right, your like base assumption here, because I would say like we're valuable because of our ability to deploy sentience. Avery, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, saying take him down. So why do you think humans are valuable?
I mean, I guess I would agree with that.
Okay, well then you don't think that a fetus before 20 weeks is valuable because they don't have an ability
But
to
it's
deploy
still,
sentience.
but it's a human at a stage in development.
So then
So
you
you're
don't agree with me.
you're devaluing and dehumanizing it because it's not. It doesn't look like you, and it
Christine,
doesn't
thank
look
you
like
for
me,
$2 on Venmo.
and it doesn't look like a newborn.
Spare me the horror. Okay, you also devalue humans. Let me ask you: do dead humans have human rights?
Dead humans?
Yeah.
Like, what in what cases?
Like a dead human in a fucking coffin in the ground.
I mean, they're already unalived, so no.
Oh, you sick fuck! You are dehumanizing and devaluing them just because they're not alive like you. Okay,
But
we all
but
have qualifiers for what is valuable and what isn't valuable.
But the fetus
Thank
is
you.
alive, though.
Oh,
If it wasn't
Jesus.
alive, it wouldn't be growing.
So listen to me now. I'm asking you what trait about the fetus gives it moral value. You are saying the simple fact that it is human gives it moral value.
It's
So
a
when you say
living-
its humanity gives it moral value, are you referring to its species in the sense that it is a Homo sapien sapien with a genetic code similar to that of yourself? Is that what gives it its value?
Yes. Sure. Yes.
Okay. So if Superman was real, I understand it's hypothetical. Conservatives don't like those. Seth, thank you for the money gun. If Superman was real and came down to Earth, would it be murder to kill Superman? Or would it not be murder because he is not a Homo sapien sapien and he does not have a genome like yours because he is not a human?
I mean, I guess so. Like, I would assume, I guess so.
So it would be murder to kill him?
I guess, well, no, I guess not.
Okay, you could leave now.
To what?
You could leave.
Okay.
Like, I mean, like, just, like, deranged. Goodbye.
Okay.
All right. See ya. Jessica, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much. Like, yeah, dude. Hello. I don't have words. All right, guys. It is 6 p.m. I gotta get off for the night. Wow. Yeah, I have a lot to do. Is Parker live by chance? Let me look it up. I would love to send you guys on a raid somewhere. Also, guys, please do make sure to hit that follow button. Yeah, make sure to hit that follow button, you guys. Make sure to hit that follow button. I'm going to be on here for the next week. Makia, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Wait, some random person is inviting me to co-host. I've never accepted one. All right, anyways. All right, ladies and gentlemen, hit that follow button. Hit that follow button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit that follow button, you guys. So anyways, I actually don't see Parker live. So here's what we're going to do. Because Parker's not live, I need you to call him. I'm going to send you guys all on a raid to my main account to go like a post. So it is the most recent repost on this account. You could also just find it at its teen. And it's just a little silly post. It's like one of those quote unquote, just don't talk politics, and like me the second someone mentions Trump. But it's funny because I'm Dean and both of the pictures are of me. I've seen like hundreds of people make the same post with a picture of them than a picture of me. But I just thought it'd be really like fucking funny if I just make it of myself. So you should go like that. You should go comment on it. You should go share that. But actually I'm gonna call, why don't I just call Parker on live and tell him to go live. One second. We're gonna do that. We're gonna call Parker on live and tell him to go live himself. I have you on live here in front of 9.5 thousand people. When are you going live for the day, man?
Jeez, am I getting interrogated right now?
You're going live right now?
Here in a second.
All right. Well, I'm about to end my stream. I have 9,000 people in here that I could send over to you.
Okay. Can you do 5 more minutes?
Yeah, sure. You got it.
All right, chat. I'll see you in 5 more minutes, everyone. I love y'all.
All right. See ya, Parker. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we are going to be hanging out for 5 minutes. You know what? We're going to just do a last little debate here. Let's see who we got. Hop in that queue if you are voting for Trump. A little last 5-minute debate here right before Parker goes live. And for those curious who Parker is, he's a real great guy. Does the same thing I do. He's phenomenal. He's phenomenal. All right. Hey, what's going on, man? Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
Oh, man, why you?
How are you?
Well, I'm doing good, but like you, why did you vote for Trump?
You're having a meltdown, man, in real time.
Yeah, real time meltdown. Obviously, I'm being a little fucking quirky and funny. Okay, I think you need to stop taking everything so damn serious. Yeah, can I actually, Steven, level with me here.
I've been enjoying.
I actually do think it's funny how like conservatives will like force a meltdown on the like when the liberals just chilling, like cooling, doing fine, having a good time. You're like, liberal tears, TDS, cry. They're having a meltdown. They can't control themselves. But I'm just cooling, bro.
You were jumping in your chair earlier, talking over the guest that was dog walking you.
Oh, what? Here, let's play this game. What point did they make that I couldn't defeat, thereby leading you to believe that they were dog walking me?
You got dog walked in.
Well, do you see how you don't really seem like a credible source for your claim that I got dog walked when you can't name the argument that I lost to?
Garrison W., you had a meltdown.
Said nobody ever except for you.
Most of the comments actually said that.
So what argument did I lose on? If half the people in my live agreed that I was losing this argument, what argument did I lose on?
I've been enjoying watching you guys have these meltdowns since Trump won. This has been a lot of fun.
Okay, are you like a Russian robot?
Nope.
Okay, then answer my question.
I don't have to anymore. I don't have to convince people to vote anymore. I don't have to have the debates with you. You guys lost. We're really enjoying watching you still go live and beg for money and have these meltdowns. It's been a lot of fun. You've been so condescending.
About the begging for money thing, I'm not begging for money.
You've been so condescending and rude to every
what do you do for work?
Guest that comes up.
What do you do? Okay, who's having the meltdown now? But what do you do for work?
Horizontal directional drilling.
Yeah, you need to quit your damn job and stop begging for money, okay? All that horizontal directional drilling, at the end of the day, you're a beggar.
What?
Yeah, you go there and you operate all those silly little tools through your horizontal directional drilling. But in all reality, Steven, we know the truth. You're just begging for money.
I add real value to the world, Dean.
Oh, really? What the fuck is horizontal directional drilling? Tell me about it. I want to see the value you add to the world.
Putting utilities in.
Ariana, thank you for the $2 on
fiber, sewer,
so
water.
if you quit tomorrow, no one else would have utilities?
Oh, they still would.
So what value do you add?
Well, it's a collective, Dean. We all do it.
Okay, just like the same way I'd say a collective, right, of individuals fighting for what's good, not just on TikTok, but in the world as a whole, has would have been one of the most valuable and imperative things in America, in the history of humanity.
I don't know if I'd call it adding value if you lost. You didn't add anything. All of your production over the last year was lost.
So do you think the value that I add to the world around me only would be seen in the outcome of the immediate election?
No, probably not. But people are opening their eyes to the left being crazy.
Can you give me an example of how I'm crazy?
Yeah, watch your meltdown a few minutes ago.
I thought it was funny because the last counties to report every single year for the House of Representatives, thank you for the money gun, is counties in California where Democrats win. If you ask any Republican, and I'm serious, like go ask like an educated Republican that you think is credible who will win the House, they will say the Democrats. However, they did lose their majority by 2 houses.
Yeah, just like you guys said that we'd lose the election.
Thank you so much for the money gun. I appreciate you.
It doesn't matter. We're leading in most of the races.
Wait, but Republicans
and we only need 8 more.
Election, but Republicans will tell you that the Democrats will win the House.
You pivoted off of it. I said Kamala can't change it. She can't overturn Roe v. Wade, and you pivoted. So
Kamala Harris isn't actually going to overturn a Supreme Court decision.
Oh shit, Sherlock.
We'd restore the protections offered under Roe v. Wade through congressional policy.
Right. So how does Kamala change that?
Yeah, by influencing it through the House and the Senate, which I find to be probable due to the fact that 60 to 70% of Americans agree that federal protections for a woman's right to choose is a good thing, right? And that would include a Republican and Democrat split. It's more likely than not the case that we'd be able to get a sufficient amount of votes to either bypass the filibuster in the filibuster or restore rights.
But you didn't win the House, so it wouldn't have passed. So Kamala would have done nothing.
So
and
even if Republicans
this wasn't a referendum on abortion. This isn't what most people care about, Dean. Most
One second, could you respond to my last claim? Even if Republicans were to win the House, it would most likely still pass through due to the overwhelming support for it. But Republicans will most likely lose the House. And Mary, thank you for the $10 on PayPal.
I guess we'll see if we lose it, but it's not looking like it.
Yeah, even if Republicans win, it still would have passed.
Maybe your blue wave will come through.
Okay, so doing anything but responding to my argument that I gave you to demonstrate on how if Harris was elected, protections offered under Roe v. Wade would have been restored. Crazy.
You think that she would have influenced the Republican Senate?
And I gave you reasons to believe so, yeah.
With a filibuster? You said a filibuster.
No, my reasons were a vast majority of Republicans, upwards at 60 to 70%, advocate and agree with restorations of the rights the rights offered under Roe, including Republicans. So even with a 5-person Republican majority, it's still likely that it would have passed.
And even if it did pass, that's fine, Dean. That's how laws work.
Awesome. So now you've conceded that most likely would have passed due to your lack of counter argument. So now you also would, by virtue of that fact, concede that by voting for Trump, also concede that, yeah, the blood of those 60 women that got raped and get denied access to abortion per day is slightly in your hand. Oh, sorry. Was I too bold to assume that that was a concession out of good faith because you couldn't grant a counter argument? So are you one of those like very dense, illogical human beings that will make the recognition that you can't give an argument apart from nuh-uh, but still believe that I'm wrong and you're right?
You know why you lost, Dean?
Oh, I didn't lose. I didn't lose.
Oh,
humanity lost.
You did. You're feeling the loss.
And you personally, even as a white straight guy, will feel the loss when Donald Trump enacts his tariffs, right? Causing inflation as well as plummeting U.S. exports of goods. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love it so much whenever you focus on just tariffs and you don't look at the plan as a whole. Whenever you lower corporate taxes, lower income taxes, it offsets those tariffs and it forces manufacturing in the United States, which leads to more jobs. That's not inflation. That's better for the economy. The money is staying in America, circulating here. And you just want to focus on tariffs, not the entire picture.
Okay. So first of all, about reducing corporate tax rate, what was the outcomes that you said that produced?
More jobs, more manufacturing. Higher wages.
So if it's the case that a reduction in corporate tax rate causes there to be a lower rate of unemployment in our country, can you explain to me why some of the lowest rates of unemployment we've had in our country over the last 100 years have been during the 60s, 70s, and 80s when our corporate tax rate is north of 45 to 55%?
After the TCJA was passed, the labor force participation rate was going up.
Oh, and you're saying that it achieved that through trickle-down economics?
And the GDP increases.
Oh, how much did the GDP increase related to the TCJA?
Median incomes go up.
How much did the GDP increase relative to the TCJA?
For every 1% you reduce corporate taxes, you add 0.6 to the GDP.
Oh, well, that's not true because the TCJA only caused 0.02% GDP growth per year, as cited and proved by 2 Harvard economists, one right-leaning and one left-leaning. If you'd like to find my source, feel free to look it up. All you got to do is type in macroeconomic impacts of the 2017 tax reform bill.
I also have sources from economists.
Sure, what is it?
It's a 0.6.
Okay, what is it?
She works at the Fred in St. Louis, I believe.
So how can I find her study?
I don't know. Try typing it in, Dean.
Well, you didn't even give me a name. What do you want me to type in?
How did corporate taxes affect GDP?
Oh, I'm talking about the TCJA.
That's it. Yeah, TCJA lowers corporate taxes.
So what's the name of the study?
I just told you.
You gave me okay. So how corporate tax rate? Okay.
I don't remember. I don't remember the title, Dean. That's not important.
Okay, so actually nothing came up. Robin, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. So you don't have a source, and you just
if I can find it, so can you.
No, I'm actually telling you I couldn't find it, and anyone else can verify this by going on the internet as well. What you got to do is you got to give me a citation, like I'm your 11th grade English teacher, which will require the publisher and the name of the study. Like I was able to give you it very directly. Harvard EDU, macroeconomic impacts of the 2017 tax reform bill. How come I have better sources than you do?
Well, probably because you're sitting in front of a computer reading them, Dean.
Oh, well, I'm actually only verifying your claims with my computer, and I happen to be able to know my sources because I have these conversations on a day-by-day basis. I think that if you're going to come up here with a smug attitude, acting as if you're better than me, at least you should have 5 inches of depth to your arguments.
I am better than you. I'm a winner.
Oh, a winner?
Yep.
No, see, that's the thing. A lot of Trump supporters don't see it yet, but you are a loser, too.
Right. You know, Trump did, or Trump was president for 4 years.
Wait, I have a question. Was I better than you 5 years ago?
You remember
when Biden won?
That he was president.
No, Stephen, I have a question for you. Was I better than you 2 weeks ago, before Trump had won the election and Biden was the most recent winner in election history?
Oh, I believe that you said you used to be a Republican, so no, you wouldn't have voted for Biden, and you couldn't have because you're too young. So no, you're not a winner.
Oh, so I wasn't a winner, so you aren't either. So you're saying that the candidate you support has won the presidency makes you a winner, but the candidate I support won the presidency, that should make me a winner.
You didn't support Joe Biden.
Oh, no, 2 weeks ago I certainly did. I asked you if I would have been a winner 2 weeks ago.
Oh, 2 weeks ago? Yes, if you would have won, you would have been a winner.
No, I was a winner because it is the case that Biden did win.
You didn't win.
No, but did Biden win 2020, sir?
Yeah, and you weren't a supporter.
So then I was a winner.
No, you didn't support him. You said
no. I did support him 2 weeks ago. Biden won 2020, and I supported him 2 weeks ago. I would have been a winner 2 weeks ago because Biden had won 2020, and retrospectively, I was okay with that.
You want me to go find your source for you?
Do it.
Oh, give me a minute here. I gotcha. Let's fire up the.
Oh, by the way, look at that. He knew that he lost the argument, so he has to pivot back to the source. But thank you for pivoting back to something of substance, sir.
Well, I went inside. Lost one argument, Dean.
What argument did I lose when you're sitting on Google trying to find a non-existent source, buddy? That's what I thought.
Give me just a second. I will pull this up for you.
Dean, he's in love with you, says one commenter. Yeah, Steven does have a crush. He does. Parker went live. We'll be going over there shortly. I just wanted to let it burn when Steven cannot find me a source that indicate that the TCGA led a 0.6% growth in our GDP per year. I just really wanted to let it burn. So.
It'll burn so good.
That was pretty fucking weird, Steven.
Mm-hmm.
I guess he likes losing too. Kenna, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love.
I might go join Parker's too, just to listen to him cry a bit.
Dude, you are currently unable to find a source to justify a claim who's crying.
Yeah, I closed all my tabs recently because I thought we were done arguing, and I really thought you guys would die off on live, but you're still.
You told me that you were outside.
Now I got to go.
How can you close your tabs when you're outside?
Oh, I closed them like after the election, after we won.
You had tabs open on Google for over a year?
No, just the last few weeks.
Okay, well, you should probably turn your fucking computer off at night.
You can restore tabs.
You could also, if you had them open on a tab, you could either restore them or look at your history.
Ooh, I can do that, can't I?
No, man, just go into your history and find the source, man. Well, Steven, that was the button to leave the live. That was not the button to access your internet search history. It's too funny. Oh, it's too funny. All right, we're going to go ahead and send you guys over to Underrated Parker. I love embarrassing people like Steven. Comment at Parker, get a job in that chat. We're going to go ahead and send you on a little raid. Have fun over there. Morgan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying lesbians for Dean. I love you, Morgan. All right, spam at Parker, get a job. At Parker, get a job. And I'm going to hop off for the night. I'm going to go shower, watch my car, do a lot of good stuff. So, yeah. All right, Ed over there. I love you guys. At Parker, get a job on TikTok. Have fun watching him. He's a good guy. Go show him some love. Spam Dean Raid in his chat. Adios, guys. Peace out.
Pass her up.
God damn, she's strong. Jesus.
You just don't have anything built for your all right now.
Rates 1.
Took the objective. Definitely 2 steps ahead of death, my friend.
Over this pocket, maybe.
Pocket's going green.
Travis, he's waiting to be.
Abrams missing.